right. We're gonna start the show here in a minute, guys. Sorry. I had literally just got home. But do something a little different here. Rebecca, how's uni? I will be going into that. Thank you for asking. Yeah, just so you guys know, I'll be covering that right at the top of the show. So, stick around here. I'm gonna start the show. Let's go.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio.
Who the heck is
PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu.
I'm literally coming.
PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
PepTalk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics, first show of the week. Hope you guys are doing well. If you guys were not aware and you were expecting me yesterday, I had to take the day off. My wife had surgery. Alrighty. You know what? I'll just go into it. It didn't go quite as expected, but it went well. She is recovering right now. She's probably watching the show, but she said that she might not be able to chat. But if she is, I know that she intends on saying hello to all you guys. I just want to say off the top, thank you so much, you guys, for the concern and just in general, how much support you guys have given. It means a lot to me. I know it means a lot to her too. And even in her twilight, was kind of asking about stream and just, it was really, really cool. You missed this space live, but you caught the VOD. Cool. What up, Natch? How you doing, brother? Hope you're doing well. Rebecca, again, thank you for asking, and thank you for your concern. Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't go quite the way that we were wanting it to. We found out that the tumor had perforated. So, yeah, it sucks, but it was something that I guess it was expected. So, expected. It was something that could have easily happened, and the surgeon explained it to us. Ryan, how you doing, buddy? Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. Oh crap. Yeah. So yes, yesterday was definitely, it was a day. So yeah, I spent the night at the hospital. I gotta say, for those little cots that they have at the hospital, I actually did pretty well as far as getting a decent night's rest. That was weird. It was kind of funny because Uni was just like, I think this is telling us that we need a new bed. It's just like, yeah, I think so. Welcome to the amazing, okay. Cool, Ryan. Kind of going through something a little bit, if you wanted to save that for later. Either way, I do appreciate you guys stopping by. Okay, so yeah, like I said, everything is, she's healing. She's up and awake and doing everything that she needs to be doing. So hopefully she makes a full recovery. Yeah. Thank you, Nate, and we do care a lot. Thank you, Rebecca. I really, really appreciate that. Because yes, it is. Yeah, it was serious, man. So it was a long ass surgery too. It was, I think, just about 8 hours. Because let's see, 8:55, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. Okay. 3, 4. It was 8 hours. Yeah, because I got informed at 4 that she was out. That was, yes, a proper surgery, as you would say. Yes, it was. So yeah, I wasn't really able to keep up with politics. Oddly, there was a little bit of a that was kind of nice. So kind of check out for a minute, even though what I was dealing with was a little serious. But I'm glad she's healing from it at least. Yeah, it's just we gotta accept. It's accepting the new normal that is going to be the next few years here. So glad you didn't update us instantly on the Discord. You deserve to spend time with her after that. Yeah. Usually, yeah. I'm glad that you kind of called me out on that one, Sylvie. It's okay. Yeah, I was kind of toying with it, but then I did think about it, or I was just like, wait, wait. What? A wife has cancer? What? Dude. Okay. Yeah, get rid of him. I don't care. Like, this guy, he can't read a fucking room. So yeah, that's the update. So yeah, she's gonna be in recovery for the next few days. I couldn't get back in time for stream, obviously. I was stuck in traffic. I couldn't even get back for a 5 p.m. start time. Dude, that drove me nuts. I am not gonna lie. That one really pissed me off. Mostly just because it was like, oh, wait. This was unexpected. And then I hit there was a train. I was just like, oh, come on! But, yeah, that's just me bitching now. But if you guys did catch this space, I kind of talked about this a little bit, and I do appreciate you guys hanging for this space. If you guys don't know what this space is, it is a working class collaborative of leftist streamers that all cover different types of things. We have syndicated content. We have live content, including myself, where I do some exclusive shows for this space. You should really check it out, and really, you should support the project, because you know what? We're trying our best. So you're on the toilet again. Okay. So okay. It looks like that she's going to have an ostomy bag for at least 2 to 3 years. Yeah, it's not great. That was not the news that she wanted. She was expecting to have an ostomy for only a few months. Because now we have to also hope that everything that with the perforated tumor comes back good. As far as, yeah. But the thing is, based on what the surgeon was saying, we shouldn't worry too much, because he thinks that it was dead tumor. But yeah, that's where we're at. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Yeah, she's really going through it, but okay. And then they can reattach her colon. It seems like that is the plan. As I said, we're talking years, I think he said 2 to 3 years, before we can really get the scans to kind of do this. So, yeah, but you know what? If there's anybody that can acclimate and also just make this into a good thing, it's my wife. She was already seeing some of the silver linings. Like, we were joking that, road trips are going to be easy. But yeah, she's got a great fucking attitude. Her strength is, she's a badass. That's, thank you for saying that, because that's exactly it. She is a certifiable badass. And she'd just be like, duh, wording. Nah, she's fucking great. And, oh, hey guys, there she is. Thank you to everybody for checking in. I'm not feeling up to too much to chat tonight, but wanted to say hi and I love you all. Oh. Guys, everybody, spam those unicorns in chat for her, please. There we go. Ooh, thank you for the updated photo. Televani, she just made my thumbnail for me. Sorry, I had a placeholder. So give me 1 second. Let me update that thumbnail. gonna be awesome. Let's see. Go. Boom. Man, I like these new thumbnails. Uni, you're awesome, and I hope you heal well. We all love you. Oh, guys, thank you. If Mom had not been drugged up to the gills, she would have been horrified. Oh. Hey, Ken. How's it going, man? Get well soon. Thank you. How you doing, Ken? I saw you over in this space today. That was awesome. Yeah, it's kind of weird because like I'm used to seeing you over on Twitch. So it's just like, oh shit, Ken. Think I don't pay attention? I do. Also, just so you guys know, I'm trying to battle a headache here. So at some point, I might have to go upstairs and get some headache meds. I'm not sure. I'm trying to do this without them. So bear with me. We love you so much, Uni. We love you, Uni. Get well soon. Oh, thanks. Thanks, guys. Wow, lots of ums and ahs. Pep sees all. I may see all, but I don't remember all. that's a problem, dude. Yeah, check out the thumbnail. It's fire, man. I gotta say, thank you again for Televani Mage. Coming in clutch. Here, actually, you know what? Let me see. I'll show you guys. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Here we go. If you guys are joining us in the horizontal stream, there. Look at that. Pretty freaking sweet, huh? Huh? Yeah. It's pretty cool. Actually, might just leave it like that. Nah, I need my stream schedule. Sorry, I gotta go back to my normal. Oh, that's not it. Sorry, guys. I totally just derailed the entire show just to show you guys that. So, hey, this is what we do. What up, Learda? How you doing? Yeah, I hope you caught the beginning of the show here. Gave a few updates on the missus and how she's doing. I just, again, gotta say, fucking, after seeing just, like, how long she was in there, and just how this surgery went, like, fucking, married to, I don't want to say I almost was so lame. It's like, I'm married to Wonder Woman, but I am. I really fucking am, dude. Like, you know, like, strength. I don't think you guys get it. I think you do, but I don't know if you do. You did not. Oh, okay. Well, the quick breakdown is surgery did not go quite the way we had hoped. But she is working through this. She got this shit, and yeah. Unfortunately, she is going to have an ostomy bag for a little bit, but yeah. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, you are power couple. Yeah, that's right. One thing she was talking about was tattoos. Like, she's thinking about getting some tats. And you know, I don't have any, so might have to do that. Join her in at least like getting a little something. I'll be honest, I'm not a tattoo guy. So this would be one of those like special ones where it's just like, okay, yeah. Then while I'm doing that, I might get one for my mom. So, but anyway, hell yeah. God, this is my third cup of coffee. I hope that this helps, because man, or I have a caffeine headache. We'll see. Hey, Televani. Again, thank you so much for the awesome thumbnail. Maybe a pepper with some Macho Man glasses on. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, get this shit. So this was hilarious. So my wife's, her recovery room has a beautiful, and I'm talking a beautiful scenic view. I'm going to take a picture and post it in the Discord, because I'm telling you guys, like, it looks like a painting. So at one point I had brought that up, and this nurse who he's a pretty rad dude. We vibed. So immediately I was just like, yeah, it looks like a Bob Ross painting. Then he had like pretty wild curly hair, and he was just like, oh yeah, you know what? You should take a picture of me just going like. And then Uni was just like, oh, you should do your Bob Ross impression. And I was like, oh, if there's a little happy tree. And she's like, no, do the full thing. It was really funny. But yeah, it was also, I got some compliments on my Bob Ross impression that I was not expecting. So that was cool. Hi everyone. If I missed your greens, my bad. Yeah, same here. You know what? Here. I appreciate that. All right, guys. Sorry, I just realized that my chat froze. Why did this? Crap. Hold on. I gotta reset. Oh, damn it. I should have known this was gonna happen. This is the first I've heard of my Bob Ross request. Oh, yeah. That was yesterday. And the way you said it, too, was very just like, he does a really good Bob Ross. Yeah, that was, oh, you remember none of that? Okay, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, you were you were definitely post anesthesia, that's for sure. Yeah, you were probably in Twilight mode. She really, yeah. Oh, it was also pretty funny. As you were going into surgery, I'm not sure if you remember this, but you started like having like a shit talk fest. Like you just started shit talking all the people that bother you in your life, and the nurse was just kind of like, "Oh wow." Pep save us so frozen. No, I got it working. So hopefully. Wait. I think I know what's wrong. Oh, guys, how embarrassing. My main chat on my multi-stream was set to top chat. Well, you guys should tattle on me to Jerry so he can chastise me from Majority Report chat. Oh, no, I also don't remember that. Uni Unfiltered? Yeah, it was very much Uni Unfiltered. God, I hope that we see that nurse because, yeah, you unloaded. Yeah, when your mom's there, you're gonna have to ask her about that because it was really funny. We were laughing up a storm. We couldn't fucking believe you were just going. It was like, oh wow, she's just going full, drama llama mode. At least you didn't try to fight the whole world like every time I get anesthesia. You're just like, oh, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. You just start fucking air punching. It's like, what are you doing? Getting the demons. I'm gonna save the world. Oh my god. Okay, one of my favorite things to come from all of this was the lady who brings my wife her food. Holy shit. She is one of the coolest people on the planet. It was so funny because like she started getting mad at like the system, and like she just unloaded because like my wife was just like, oh yeah, he does YouTube, and then she just started going off about like how the government sucks, how the healthcare system sucks, how she wishes she could like snap her fingers and she wishes she had a magic wand that she could heal my wife. Like, sweetest woman on the planet, and also based as hell. I gotta say, I wanted to high five her so bad. Where it's just like, yeah, fucking yeah, lady. And you know what? Get this. She's like part of her daytime staff, so I get to see her again. She's awesome. Hello, Pep. Hope you and your wife are doing well today. Thank you, Jomed. I appreciate that. Yeah, what a great nurse. She's not a nurse. This one is, I think, she works in like the food delivery. She's like one of the food cart ladies. I don't know. I saw like I got stuck behind the cart. So I had a traffic jam in the nurse, like in the actual hallway. So there was a nurse that was setting up a bed for another patient, and the patient was covered like completely except for the eyes. It kind of looked like like a Darth Vader situation or something where it's just like, are you like preparing Darth Vader's suit or something? And then this little food cart lady, she like somehow beat me like to like turning, so I got stuck behind her too. So like I had to wait for them to clear the area for with the guy, and then I had to walk like just the two like little steps, just okay. And it was one of those moments like you're in the grocery store and you're just like, oh, don't just have patience. Be patient. it's pretty funny. They put the pep before the cart. Yeah, they did. Well, wait, no. They put the cart before the pep. Hey, what's up with that? Oh man. But no, dude. I'm kind of talking like just, you know, my general life stuff, but also like we don't care about Kamala. We don't care about any of it. Like I'll talk about Trump and all that bullshit. Like just save it for the political segment, man. Stuffelson, Don Jr. and Hunter Biden 2028. Let the younger generation take a crack at it.
Don Jr. Hunter
for the
Biden
kind $4.99 donation. I appreciate that.
Take a crack at it.
Well, sure. I just realized that I have an entire thing missing here. There it is. Wow. My horizontal stream was completely missing. Wow. I missed one day. One day, and I'm back to day one stuff. Woohoo! I have to go. Okay. We'll talk, yeah. Come back and talk politics later. Subscribe to the channel. I'm just saying, like, now's not the time. Just kind of had a serious day yesterday. Giving the updates to, you know, my community here and also to you guys. I'm not sure if you are just joining us and you have not subscribed or you do not know the channel. Welcome. But algo bullshit. Yeah, you gotta love the algo. Oh, also here. Let's like that. Again, Steffelson, thank you for the kind donation. Let me add that to the total in here in a minute. Crap. Okay, never mind. You know what? Back to like Streamlabs just being hot garbage. That's all I'm gonna say about it. I want you to know, bro, I was just sitting here and thought about you and you are? What? And who I am? What's up? Wait. What's that mistype? Now you got me curious. What's up, bud? I know. Stan had a bad night last night because nobody was home for him. Poor baby. All right. I didn't get a YouTube notification today, only Twitch one. Damn it. And I know you have the four, like the all on. So yeah, I'll go once fed no matter what. Oh, wait, it's hungry. Yeah. I didn't get to plan a video or anything for yesterday either. You know, I'm a bad content creator, I guess. There's a few people that are just like, he finally admitted it. Big W in chat. You didn't get elbow juice. Well, if you do you not follow the channel, do you not sub to the channel, then you might not have gotten one. No, I'm assuming you are. Darius Stone, how you doing? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here, man. Holding it down over on Twitch. Appreciate that as well. If you guys have not already followed on Twitch, I do recommend doing so. You didn't get the this space notification. Yeah, neither did I. That's one of the few ones I have where, like, I don't have my notifications on. I actually just thought about this. I don't even think I'm subbed to myself. But yeah, I don't get notifications on any of my stuff except for this space. I recommend the Discord. Yeah, the Discord is where I just add everybody and just tell you guys, hey, I'm live. It really is the best way to go. I kind of recommend you guys do that. Also, yes, hit that. My Twitch just crashed. Oh no, it didn't. Oh, Twitter crashed. Wait a minute. Oh, thank you for the kind $20 donation, Rebecca. Appreciate that.
Rebecca Green, 1827.20 Australian dollars. Uni, red heart emoji.
No, just remembered you wanted to do a soundboard way back when. Yeah. Well, if I need to get like a stream deck or something because I had a little pre-programmed. It had 5 slots. It just quit working. This is what I get for, I didn't buy it off Temu, but it was like one of those like, cheap Korean knockoffs or whatever. I'm on day 6 of beef. Oh, really? Cut all carbs, all sugar, and aiming for cholesterol. I'm going to outlive you all. Mwahaha. Hey, good for you, man. Honestly, good for you. That's awesome. I'm always happy when people like go and, work on themselves in any way. Now, one thing I'll say is don't become one of those jackasses that actually means that, where you, like, that's part of your motivation is just being like, I'm being healthy just to be a dick. I hate that shit. Oh, condescending gym bros are the fucking worst. Do all Americans stop working if there is less than 30 centimeters of snow? 30 centimeters is what? About 13 inches of snow? Yes? That's a lot of snow, Nate. Wait. Yeah, I'm right? Wait. God damn it, you're gonna make me fucking do this metric thing. Is a full regular ruler? Oh, shit. Okay, so that's 12 inches. What? No. Hold on. Because I just did a 16 centimeter thing. Oh, wait. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because the tumor that my wife had, she had a 16 centimeter tumor. Wait, you put me in timeout earlier? Dude, you didn't know how to read the room. You just kept talking, getting weird. Yeah. But welcome to the show. We timed you out. We didn't ban you. So don't complain. I'll behave. Act like a normal person. What's the matter with you? You have a baseline of salt, sugar, and calories. What's going to happen if you don't eat carbs? I was about to say, yeah, you're not supposed to cut out all carbs. Cutting out all of one thing is not the answer usually for any of it. Because then you end up having a deficiency of that. My father-in-law, actually, I know this. My father-in-law, yes, he was so good at managing his diabetes that he didn't even need insulin, but he actually crashed really hard the other way. So he was completely malnourished. So, yeah. Was not a great trade-off. Yeah, they told me to chill on carbs. Yeah, chill on carbs. Yeah. You're supposed to just. Dude, it all gets broken down into sugar. You do understand that, right? Yes, and that's fine. You need a certain amount of carbs. There's a reason that diabetics require, you do need to produce insulin. That is how your body works. Whatever, man. I'm not a fucking nutritionist. I just don't listen to me. I don't give a shit. I genuinely don't. You do you. I'm glad that you're trying to do better than yourself. Get a glycemic index. Using beans and stuff to offset. Okay, well, it's not okay. All right. You made it sound like you were completely cutting out carbs. Yeah, that's a little dangerous. In Michigan, my mother still had to go to work when there was a meter of snow. A meter. What's a meter? Oh, you guys are really proving just how dumb of an American I am. It also depends on the job, too. Work from home jobs well, yeah, I mean, come on. Work from home. Dude, I didn't get any snow days. I'll tell you that. I do now. That is nuts that we're sugar in a poop factory. Yes. That's actually, you know what? Fine. If you're going to break us down into just, what we are as a baser being, then yes, that's exactly what we are. Metric is better. There, I said it. Oh, come on, freedom units. Come on. You gotta get with the freedom units. What's wrong with you? You can't be a good American patriot without knowing your freedom units and only your freedom units. You can't go knowing them gay stuff like centimeters and meters. Damn. God damn. Do you know how many Americans actually think like that? Too many of us. We really do. We suck. I love how, like, we're the only ones that were just like, yeah, fuck the rest of the world. We know better. We have our own system. You and your stupid system. As a medical professional and a former physics student, metric is superior. All right. I'll check that. I appreciate it. I was genuinely asking. Oh, wait, you were? Okay, good. The Donald decimals. I'm renaming it the Donald Decimal System. We can't... Dewey was stupid. Nobody likes Dewey. What a stupid name. That was the worst of the Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Nobody liked Dewey. So I'm calling it the Donald Decimal System. Let's get on it. I went 3 days without salt. Had to learn the hard way. That's not good. Yeah, that's bad. That's very bad for your body. Whatever. Yeah. My ass cheeks cramped up so bad. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'll share a little personal insight with you guys. So I, myself, had a B12 deficiency and have had one for going on 2 to 3 years now. So I take supplements and all that stuff, and I'm not great at it. So, yeah. Kind of sucks. Whenever I'm starting to feel a little bit lethargic, I know what's going on. It's just like, God damn it. But Liquid IV, man. Liquid IV is one of those things where it's just like, God, I don't know where I'd be without that stuff. For real. Just outside of like hangovers, like getting my daily vitamin intake. It's really good for that. There's a reason they put iodine in that shit. In what? Yeah, please do B12. Well, okay, so the thing is, here, I needed to figure this out because my sister, actually, this is her area of expertise, is vitamins and things like that. She told me... where is it? GMP. You got to make sure that you get GMP ones because, yeah, those other ones apparently can really fuck with you if you get too much. So, alrighty. My doctor's mom, or wait, your doctor mom goes crazy about that this topic. Nutrition, people. Yeah, nutrition is... Oh, your mom's a doctor is what you're saying. Okay, yeah. Yeah, nutrition's important. I'm bad at this. Like, I'm very bad at it. I eat like shit. Like, I eat like absolute garbage. I eat a lot of fast food, a lot of TV dinner bullshit. Like, the stuff that they say literally gives you cancer. Unfortunately, that's all the stuff I have time to eat. I'm getting a little bit better. You know, I'm recognizing it. I have been making sure that, you know, fresh fruits, veggies are always in my diet in some way or form. And if I can't, then yes, that's where vitamins take tend to be a little bit helpful in that one. That 1 hour consultation was just my physician shoveling 7 years of medical school down my throat in 1 hour. Yeah, they tend to do that. I mean, God, you should have met... Oh, my God. Her surgeon is, like... I'm pretty sure it's because he works with the robot he's, like, tactile. So what he did is he grabs my mother-in-law's wrist, and at first I'm thinking, like, oh, this guy getting fresh with my mother-in-law? But then he starts doing this thing where, like, he's drawing on her, like, hand, like, what he did, but not with, like, a pen or anything. And the weird part was, I got it. Where I was like, oh. Huh. So oh, okay. I brought that up to one of the nurses, and even she was just like, oh, he does that. I was like, oh, that makes sense. And it was so funny because, like, I had mentioned that this guy likes to draw out the diagrams. So apparently he does this so often that the nurses have a running joke that it's like he needs to sign them so we can save it and have his own, have his little, his works of art. It's just like, that's crazy. But if you saw the car this guy drove, holy shit. This guy is borderline living that life where it's like, like if he wasn't a surgeon, I don't think you'd ever meet him. Like, he makes that much money, which is crazy. But also, that's one of the few people on this planet that I'm like, okay, I get it. He has a very particular set of skills. Did I mention that my Liam Neeson's probably like not great? It's literally just me trying to do a rolling Scotsman. One of my specialists does drawings, so helpful. Yeah, no, it is though. It really is. Like I make fun, but God, it really did it works out. He's Irish. Oh. Well, fuck me then. All right. Well, you know what? I'm gonna stop there because you know what's coming next. Then I'm gonna just insult the Rebecca's culture, and then she's gonna send a dingo to eat my non-existent baby, and then we're all fucked. Come on, guys. They speak crocodile over there. You don't want to fuck with them Australians. They speak crocodile. Yeah, you know what? Better than speaking gator. Oh, you speak gator? Oh, I speak gator. I'm Florida man. I speak the gator. Wait, okay, it's not necessarily Florida man because that's like a guy. Wait, Panhandle. That's like Panhandle, right? Because Panhandle has a little bit of that Louisiana flair, you know. Sitting there eating the gumbo. Barely already speak. Can already understand him. Oh wait, I kind of went back to the Australian there. Oh God. Okay, now I'm offended personally. All right. I'm sorry. Wait, why are you offended? Am I not speaking? I'm not speaking Gator properly, am I? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Man, I'm sitting here insulting half of my audience. I'm so sorry. That's Bayou accent from Louisiana. Yeah, but I thought like that kind of like stretched into the Panhandle. I don't know. That Panhandle. I don't know what goes on there, man, but there's some weirdness going on in that Panhandle. Same with the Okies, the Oklahomas. Give me 1 second. I gotta do this. Hey, what's up? They're all good. No worries. Sorry, I had to take that. The Panhandle is style specification. Oh, is it? Is it actually really? Now I'm gonna have to test that theory. I mean, I've been to the Panhandle like twice. White softs. Oh, dude, white sand beaches. All right, white sand beaches are something else. I got to go to the white sand beaches in Mexico, over by Tulum. I say Tulum like I am definitely fucking Midwestern. Tulum. I'm going down to Tulum, Mexico. I'm gonna go see some of them Aztec, pyramids and stuff. And I might go searching for a good Italian beef. I don't know. Maybe they got one over there. Not sure if they got hot dog carts or maybe a few tacos. I hear their tacos aren't exactly like the tacos that I'm used to, them American tacos. I like a good crunchy taco from Taco Bell. I do, though. I do love me a good old Taco Bell taco. Now, I understand it's, Gringo Taco. But Taco Gringo is also bueno. I went camping at St. Joseph's Peninsula. It was beautiful. Nice. I need to get over my thing with camping because I can always talk myself out of having a good time while camping. I don't know. Day 2 of a camping trip with Pep is not exactly what I would call a great time. I turn into a whiny little shit. Get a hammock tent. Ooh, hammock tent, 11 out of 10. Fuck yeah. Look up St. Joseph's. You know what? Screw it. I actually do want to do that. All right, St. Joseph. Is that how you spell it? Oh, damn. You know what's weird? This picture specifically looks like the Indiana Dunes. If, like, I don't know, if it was an ocean and not Lake Michigan. Although Lake Michigan looks so nice. I'll say that. At least we got, like, a nice lake. Did you know that the pirate accent comes from an area of the UK because the actor had that accent in real life when movies first got oh, really? So yar is literally yar. I just I talk like this. Yar. Okay. Why am I just now learning about hammock tents? Yeah, me too. What the fuck? All right, let's look this up. Hammock tent. Wow. That is expensive. Jesus. Oh, wait, they got a mosquito net one for one person. $45. Ain't that bad. Is there any personal information on here that can fuck me over? I hate the fact that whenever I like look for something, like if theoretically I'm shopping for it, sometimes those are the moments where it's just like, do you want to use this account? It's like, yeah, I'm not gonna bring that up. All right, here, let's do this. That's a hammock tent. For my, Huh. It doesn't look any easier to set up than a normal tent. It looks way cooler, and honestly, I mean, looks like the best night's sleep ever. Oof. You see that fucking price? $370 for that. Yikes. Hello? I mean, for $45. Yep, that one's got my info on it. Nope, we're not doing that. Damn it. I hate it. Hey, that's neat. Yeah, it was. Yours was not that expensive. Where'd you get yours? Because, yeah, they said that, like, Walmart had them and a few, like, places like that, but... Mr. Krabs, no. Oh, my God, I just realized you're... SpongeBob? Yeah, I have an accent like like Mr. Krabs. Wait, I got a Mr. Krabs freaking keychain over here. Amazon. Okay, let's see. Oh. All right, is it actually two-person though? Like, how are you sleeping with two people in a hammock? I can barely do that in a fucking king-size bed. I swear it's more expensive now. Yeah, it makes sense. Trump's tariffs, inflation, that's how yeah. I've kind of like learned that just through my average shopping where everything's getting more expensive again, guys, but we're just listening. Nice. Yeah, you know what? I gotta join you in that one, because... Alright. And then, let's get into some news and stuff. Let's do that. It's a tight fit, but... One head. Yeah, yeah. All right. So me and my wife did that one time, but I also had like one of the worst moments where getting out of it, like, someone got kicked in the nads. Yeah, that sucked. Someone's getting squished for. That's where that's what I was talking about. Cause yeah, there's no easy way to get out of a fucking hammock, and then of course it's just like that. Hold on, hold on. Then I went to like move my leg over, and there was just a foot just crash. It's like ah. One of my favorite things that I found out is that Daniel Day-Lewis, you know, the Oscar-winning actor, apparently anytime he wants to cry, he thinks of that one time that he sat on his nuts, and that's what does it for him. I was like, really? Huh. And then I started thinking about it. I'm like, now I want to cry. Yeah, he's got a point there. Hey. You ever done that one where you're like trying to sit on a, like, where you're trying to sit on a bench and you got that, like, you're wearing like a loose pair of shorts and you're just like, ah! That one only once. Apparently, I mean, it was that bad because he literally said, like, I think of this one time that I sat on my nuts. It's just like, and here's the Oscar goes to Daniel Day-Lewis for his crying performance while thinking about sitting on his testes. I'm so glad I'm a lady. Trust me. Yeah. Yeah. There's no, like, I'm just, yeah, there's no pain like it. There really is none. I mean, they say childbirth, but ooh, I would dare say that quick, like, if we're going from the spurt, like as far as like nerve endings and just like pain threat, like a pain ratio, it gets there. Some ladies, exactly. That's why I was kind of like, I was stepping away from that one, where I'm like, NBs, you know, just. Happy Tuesday. Hello, everyone. Daniel Sports, how you doing, dude? Or Daniel B Sports Highlights. Wait, do you actually, like, here, do you do sports highlights? I think I've asked you that, but, oh, you yeah, you did, actually. Yay. All right, guys, let's get into some politics. It's about that time. Although I feel like now I'm just like, we got 10 minutes until the end of the first hour. You guys know how I like to do things here. I do appreciate all you people that really allow me to do like just that. I love taking a personal hour where I can just kind of stick around, talk about whatever I want to. You're so fucking tired of ripping the crotch out of my pants and shorts. Never sat on them, but gravity comes for us all eventually, I guess. You can't climb out of the bottom of a hammock. You got to pull yourself up and kind of Tarzan it out. Hey, nice new mug. Actually, this is a mug I've had for a while. Yeah, I just don't use it all that often because these things tend to stay a little too, like, these tend to stay a little too warm. I was like, oh no, it keeps your coffee warm longer? What? Who wants that? But yeah. Oh, dude. Okay, so get this too. Before I kind of wrap up my personal hour here, there was something that was really funny. So last night, I had to go home. Like, I had to come home, let Stan out, and do all that kind of stuff. And then I had to go back to the hospital. So when I got back to the hospital, this hospital is got to be at least, like, fucking 6 miles, like, as far as, like, square footage of the hospital itself. It is insanely large. And then I got locked out, of course, because, you know, they lock up any non-emergency doors. I had to walk all the way around the building, which, again, that was a good solid mile by itself, just in the parking lot. It's me with my, like, I felt like I was walking to a sleepover, like, after, like, sneaking out of the house, because I had my pillow, I had my back and my bag, and I'm just, like, walking on the side of the road, just like, okay, where the fuck is this emergency thing? So I get to the emergency area, right? And there are two security guards who they just give me one look and they're just like, you're not a patient. I'm like, no, my wife just got out of surgery. And immediately they were like, oh, cool. Yeah, here, just put your bag up. So guy does this. He's searching through my bag. He's like, he pulls out the bear. And he's just like, puts it back in and sips. He's just like, just not in the hospital. I'm like, oh. That was cool. Act like you belong. Yeah, right. I had that moment too. Cause even like when he pulled the bear out, I was like, oh shit. Like I kind of forgot that it was in there. Cause I was like toying with bringing it. And like, yeah. There was like a whole thing. I wanted to leave it in the car. You know, like a smart person and a responsible person. Be better than me on that one, guys. Because honestly, that would have sucked. If he had told me I couldn't bring that in and I had to take it back to the car, I hope you understand that would have been a little bit of a problem. But then I had to, walk my happy ass around the hospital. So get this. They don't give you a map or anything. They give you old school MapQuest where it is just like walk through the double doors, turn right. Then go to end a hallway. When you see vending machine, take a left. It's just like, it brought me back to like the late 90s, early 2000s with MapQuest where I was just like, wow, that's crazy. And then there are like 4 different wings to this hospital. So each time that you hit the double doors to go like to the next wing, it literally says, it's like, it might as well say point of no return because it's like, you will not be granted re-entry if you walk through these doors. It's just like, so kind of fucks with you where you're just like, oh, I better not make the wrong decision. I hope I'm in the right place. that was another thing I was kind of scared of. I'm like, I hope I don't get like stuck somewhere. Yeah. It took me like, yeah. Well, that's ominous. Exactly. That's what I was thinking too. And the funniest part was I did like get to this point where they didn't word it quite properly, where it was just like, all right, I'm at the vending machine, but it was a dead end. And I'm just like, did I take a wrong turn somewhere? No, the door is literally like, it's, a good 10, 15 feet back from the vending machine. So it's like, if you walk right up to the vending machine, you're missing that door. That's atrocious. Yeah, it sucked. I'm the Dr. Love. Yeah, I'm a waste security. Dr. Love. Oh, no, I'm Dr. Ganj. Dr. Ganj. It's like, well, we don't allow that doctor in here. Are you sure? Use my magical spell of wonder on them. Oh my god, that should be my character, Dr. Ganj, where it's this is technically a magic wand where it's just like, I heal you with the power of Benjamin. I know I should be able to disappear. Yeah, exactly. Disappear into a it's like, I will until we meet again. Where'd he go? Roll for charisma. Ooh, let's do that. Let's see. What's my charisma check? 17. I pass. I'm assuming that I pass. If it's higher than frickin' 17, then what are we doing here with these checks? Dude, there's nothing worse than when you're rolling in combat and you realize that this guy's AC is higher than 15. You're just like, no. What? Oh, man. Good time. Dude, I miss D&D. My group had to take a little hiatus here with all the health issues going on. And then actually my buddy's mom also has some health issues going on, so it sucks. Don't actually. Why wouldn't I? I have my trusty dice right here. I was stuck in Dallas airport for 12 and a half hours. I snuck so many quicks. Yep. Yep. Oh yeah. Once you go through security, yeah. No, I did that a few times where I snuck a cig in the bathroom. Almost got caught too. That would have been bad. +2 Riz modifier, dude. Actually, that's not a bad one. I should do that for my next game where I just do that +2 for like Riz on your charisma checks. I'm still planning on doing my D&D game, guys. That is not like a dead idea. Just, you have to understand, things have been a little chaotic in my life. So, but yes, we'll be doing that. Oh, Meta, hey, what's up, dude? Here, I just realized that Macho Man bought Australian. I don't know how I missed that. Yeah, good day, mate, yeah. Doing a little bit of macho madness in the outback. Gonna drop a few elbows on some crocodiles. I think they call them crikeys. I know that's what the guy said. Yeah. Now I want to say one thing. I'm going for the koalas. Yeah. Koalas all day. Cute little furry fuckers. Yeah. Can give you herpes just touching them. Yeah. Not something that I have any experience with, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah. He comes back. Yeah. Had a little bit of a tiff with a little bit of a koala. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Then Macho Man only has, clean record. Yeah. No, not the koalas. Do not besmirch the koalas. Dude, I got so sad when you guys had those wildfires and, like, all we saw were these pictures of these misplaced koalas that were just like, no. So sad. Oh, chlamydia, but close. Oh. I got the wrong one. Damn. Yeah, Macho Man, not so smart. Doesn't really do a lot of keeping up with the foreign diseases. Yeah, it was so fucked. Yeah, that was. Yeah, koalas have the clap. That's a... You ain't wrong. Oh. My wife is about to get a nice surprise. Started with people clap every time they say see koalas. Wait, really? Is that like a thing? Like they're just like, yeah! Oi! Good day, mate! Glad to see you. All right, getting out there, have some sex, get out there and reproduce. We need them koalas coming back. Now, the pandas, can't do shit about the pandas. Don't know why. Don't know why that just turned into a southern accent. Don't know why them pandas ain't fucking. Who knows? Maybe it's because they're gay pandas. Man, all pandas be gay. That's something that would never really took into consideration. I wanted to be a pink koala because of noozle. What is noozles? What? Pandas literally won't fuck to save their lives. Yeah, because it's not like they have a concept of fucking, mortality or, they actually might be smart. That's the thing. They actually might be the smartest bear where they have self-awareness and they're just like, yeah. Actually, that's how I picture all pandas sounding, like, okay. All right. I guess I'll eat this bamboo. Okay. You want me to have sex with that? Not really in the mood. Existential pandas. Oh my god, that would be a funny cartoon. It's like, what are you watching? The existential pandas. One of them's just like, my antidepressants aren't working. Oh shit. The other one's just like, the economy is crashing around us. Life is meaningless. Koala's just getting stoned on leaves all day. Sounds like a fucking perfect existence for me. Coming to Adult Swim, yeah, no shit. Actually, yeah, that would be the place to market that one for sure. All right, guys. Let's get to some news. We're at the hour. It's that time. All right, give me 1 second. Let's get this going. Boom. All right. So, I do want to talk about this for a minute. Speaking of the economy, local gas station in Fort Myers, Florida, is officially out of diesel. The shortage begins? ? Thank you, Trump. We don't need the Strait of Hormuz. I swear to God, yeah, that is the gift that keeps on giving. Yeah, I'm starting to think that this is getting worse. And then, yeah, this was fucked up. If you haven't seen Hassett come out here, you know, Hassett's the smiling dude who apparently like can just never be bothered by any news about the economy. Every bit of news on the economy is good news, according to him.
And actually, the International Energy Agency said it could take several months before the flow really gets going and prices come down. But the Exxon Mobil senior vice president, Neil Chapman, I'm sure you saw what he said to investors on a conference call this week. Yeah. He said, we're approaching unheard of inventory levels. I mean, really, really low levels. You can debate whether it's going to hit those really low levels in 2 to 3 weeks. 2 weeks or 3 weeks. But once you get to that point, you'll see the price shoot up. So, I mean, the concern here is, I'm sure you must share it, that if a deal isn't struck, we could actually see those significantly higher levels of not just oil prices, but of course, gas prices.
Right. Well, we track inventories every day. We started out with billions of barrels of private and government inventories, and we still are in the billions. And so there's plenty of runway, but also, you know, there's a lot of pressure on Iran to finally agree to the president's terms.
No, there isn't. And you know what? We all need to fucking wake up to this one. Anytime that they say that we're close to a deal now, no. Just call them out and say, okay, report on it when the deal is done. Enough of this. There might be a deal. There might be a deal. Like the media, the propaganda that they are putting out there that everybody is just lapping up while not thinking critically enough to go back to fucking March and be like, yeah, they've been kind of saying this for a while now. Shit.
One way to think about it is that if you look at the real, you know, half a dozen years
running
ago,
out of diesel will grind the entire country to a halt. Yeah, there's nothing bad that can come from that. What are you talking about?
One would, 4,000 of them would buy $1. Right now, it's something like 1.4 million of them buys it.
The Iranian currency. Well, their inflation is higher than ours.
But it also puts a lot of pressure on them. Like the people on fixed incomes and so on are really suffering.
Well, Kevin Hassett, you remain ever optimistic.
Fixed in. He's talking about people in Iran with fixed income suffer. Fuck you.
Thank you for joining us this morning.
These absolute ghouls. I'm glad that they're getting the backlash that they deserve, because the American people are finally waking up to this shit. I know I've been saying it for pretty much since the start of the Iran war, but now it really is hitting, because every fucking Monday that there isn't a deal, most MAGA are kind of going like, yeah, I don't really have a lot to fight back with here anymore. And these libs, they tend to have like some pretty good points that I'm starting to agree with. That's not good. Yeah, that's not good. Oh, shit. Yeah, here. Bosch actually had a pretty good take on this.
So let's take a look at ExxonMobil senior VP.
Watch the same
Keep
clip.
in mind that for a bunch of projections that have been made to the future cost of oil, Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan and other, we'll call them, you know, the money folks, right? The money people, the people whose job it is to touch the money. They do this to the money, right?
They do this to the money. I'll be real. That was the part I wanted to get to, because I laughed my balls off, and that was fucking
using relatively optimistic timelines for the reopening of the strait. The
They're
fact
handling
that,
your money.
The Strait of Hormuz is absolutely fucking not opening now. Definitely. Like, it wasn't going to anyway, but now we know for a fact. There's no fucking way. For one, it's too late for it to open by the end of May because it's June, you know? So, there's that. But even then, some of the more optimistic estimations they've been using for these reports, they indicate they expect the Strait
All right,
to
that's actually one of the benefits, I guess, of watching a clip a few days later where you're just like, oh, well, it's almost like, you know, we can do this thing where we can predict the future in real time.
Open the end of this month. We're dealing with an optimistic time frame when we look at their assessments. So let's look.
Actually, the International Energy Agency said it could take several months before the flow really gets going and prices come down. But the Exxon Mobil senior vice president, Neil Chapman, I'm sure you saw what he said to investors on a conference call this week. He said, we're approaching unheard of inventory levels. I mean, really, really low levels. You can debate whether it's going to hit those really low levels in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, but once you get to that point, you'll see the price shoot up. So, I mean, the concern here is, I'm sure you must share it, that if a deal isn't struck, we could actually see those significantly higher levels of not just oil prices, but of course, gas prices.
I like that nervous energy where he is really watching what he says to this guy.
Well, we track inventories every day.
Can't make I almost said the Biden administration can't make the Trump administration look bad.
Billions of barrels of private and government inventories, and we still are in the billions. And so there's plenty of runway, but also, you know, there's a lot of pressure.
No, we didn't have billions of barrels. What? I think he's referring to the total global private and public inventory.
They tend to do that
of oil. The U.S.
they tend to do that.
Petroleum Reserve was not in the
Trump
billions.
loves being like, we're going to get all the oil from other places. It's going to be great. Hey, Kenzie, how you doing?
You know, one way to
by the way, I just saw you.
There's a lot of pressure on Iran to finally agree to the president's terms. You know, one way to think about it is that if you look at the rial, you know, half a dozen years ago, then 4,000 of them would buy $1. Right now, it's something like 1.4 million of them buy
the Iranian currency. Well, their inflation.
Okay, so
I also like how there's 60% of the country that's in a drought right now. Got to get them. Got to have that White House lawn looking nice and green.
Clearly, this guy is very, very motivated to not acknowledge how bad things are. Here's a fuller text from the SVP of Exxon at a strategic decisions conference. Commercial inventories of crude oil, of liquids, petroleum, gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, they've all run down. And running down those inventories has mitigated or offset, supplemented by the release of strategic petroleum reserves, which most of the Western...
My biggest thing is, what are they going to do when this all happens? Like, what's the spin that they've already come up with? Like, now I just want to do predictive market predictive market bullshit. Excuse me, couldn't get that up. Then maybe we should do it on this where it's like, okay, so let's do a prediction on what the new spin is, and then if it's, I don't know, well, this is only a short-term disruption. We're a week away from a deal. Like, let's play some bingo with this one.
Countries have done. All that has mitigated the impact. Yet remember, we are down millions of barrels per day because of the closure of the Strait. The U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve is only dispersing about 1.2 million barrels per day, and we are running out quickly. We're not the only ones running out, by the way. Japan has one of the largest crude oil inventories in the world. Guess what's been happening to it? So all of the price increases that you've seen, all the scarcity, all the gas prices rising, everything, all of that has been in spite of the fact that the Western world has been burning through its reserves as fast as they ever have. There has never been a depletion of reserves as quick as has been happening. It is being burnt through as fast as is at a historical record. The U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve falls another 8 million barrels in the last week to 357.1 million barrels, the lowest level since early 2024, and 10 million barrels from falling to its lowest level since 1983. So give it another week there. The Japanese crude oil inventory is down 100 million barrels over just 2 months, which is shocking. Again, there is an operational limit to how low you can get on these reserves. You can't just drop to zero and then coast it from there. We're not talking about like a commodity that you can, you don't have it one day, you have it the next day, whatever else. You need enough reserves that you can maintain the reliable distribution of petroleum and petroleum products to everywhere. Can you elaborate on the September floor you were referring to before? We're talking about an estimate provided by JP Morgan, I believe. They were the ones that were estimating this. The hard operational minimum.
But they're also simultaneously forecasting that we're not quite at a recession yet because they don't want the fucking markets to panic.
Let me see if I can...
It's the only thing that's keeping us afloat is a bunch of fucking this AI bullshit on the stock market.
Find the chart they bring. And keep in mind,
which
the operational minimum that they were referring to was based on an optimistic assessment of how things would proceed in the war. Keep that in mind. Operational stress level, operational floor. Yeah, here we go. So you based on the chart here, but this was published May 11th, you hit operational stress levels around 1.6 billion barrels globally, everywhere, in June. September is when you hit the operational floor. Again, the idea is that once you have a low enough, it's like, think of it like water.
It's all vibes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh my God. Yes, it's all vibes, and it's all vibes of like these billionaires.
it's not enough that you theoretically.
And then they're
theoretically
telling
have,
us, nah, God, all those statistics and all those scientists and all those fucking people that committed their entire lives to tracking the economic conditions of the world, they're all wrong, guys. Like, God.
fresh water in the entire United States to meet the needs of the entire population. You need enough water filling up the pipes and the reservoirs and the water towers to make sure that there's enough water pressure to get the water everywhere that it needs to be. So, like, even if you have enough water theoretically, you might need many times more than the daily consumption amount of fresh water.
And then they're already talking about shipping in tankers a bunch of fucking water to the Colorado Basin.
In order to make sure,
like, from the Great Lakes. Like, what are we doing?
everyone's daily needs are met. You
When are we going to admit that moving to a desert wasn't a good idea?
need some kind of reserve. You need a floor. You need a bottom line. How long can Trump delay? The Strategic Petroleum Reserve is around 37 weeks of oil left. We will hit the operational floor way before the Strategic Petroleum Reserve runs out. 37 weeks is just how long it will take at current rate of dispersal to reach the floor. But the operational minimum, but only around 20 weeks to the floor of around 150 million barrels. This is only the operational minimum in the context of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We could potentially hit that way earlier. With buffer, it's 12 to 15 weeks before. Oh shit, add a 30-day window to open the Strait of Hormuz. That's 8 weeks-ish for a deal. I think that might even be too optimistic. We're already at the stress level. All this disruption, and we're already seeing, like, so all the disruption that we're seeing, and it's with.
Just remember that this is going to have a global impact.
Every
Like, the global oil markets are going to feel all of this.
Western country burning through their strategic petroleum reserves,
But
and countries like
Americans are going to be the ones that are, the most fucking shit shocked when it happens. Because, it went down 6 cents. What are you doing? It was down. It was down. Dude, seriously, we had a bunch of fucking local Trumpers fucking rah-rahing about, like, look, he's bringing gas back down. 6 cents.
like the Philippines. And India cutting back how much oil they use, China as well. It's all right, Masaigo. I understand that you would agree with me and my points if I hadn't disparaged the preparedness of the Japanese government. I apologize. I know why you jumped in here. Filthy Gaijin, don't you see? The y-axis betrays your ignorance. We actually have many years more. Our island fortress nation can survive centuries of Western foolishness. No, I know. I understand. Anyway, back to the statement made by the SVP of Exxon.
Right,
We're approaching
here.
unheard of inventory levels. I mean, really low levels. You can debate whether that's going to hit these really low levels in 2 or 3 weeks. Once you get to that point, you'll see the price shoot up. I mean, I think dated Brent, most people, well, a model would say dated.
And it's not just going to shoot up like a few cents. It's going to be like the one that happened where, like, we were sitting at right around $4. Then all of a sudden it was at like fucking $4.80, and then it like crossed over to $5, and now we're kind of back to that, like, well, it's floating right about $4.80, $4.60.
Brent will shoot up once you get that really low inventory level up to $150, $160. The models would tell you that. And then what happens is when the price gets to a certain level, demand destruction brings it back into balance. Prices go so high it becomes unaffordable. That's what happens. And so we're at that level right now. I think crude being in the sort of $90 to $110 for the last whatever it is 6 weeks has really been mitigated by running down inventories. Is this unprecedented in human history? Yes. Do you think we're reaching a point where we have to ration similarly to the 70s? This oil shock is several times larger than the oil shock of the 70s. It can't last forever. So we'll see what happens. And predicting this in the exact timing, it'll always be a challenge. But that's the way we see the picture. We are just refusing to acknowledge it. It's real bad. So even if the Strait opens today, oil will shoot up in 2 or 3 weeks? Yes. Again, the hard wall is unavoidable. It's like climate change, where at this point, no matter what, the effects of climate change will be apocalyptic. It's just a matter of, like, how apocalyptic. There's different degrees of an apocalypse. It doesn't all have to be properly world ending.
It's higher than ours.
But it also puts a lot of pressure on them. Like, the people on fixed incomes and so on are really suffering.
Well, Kevin Hassett, you remain.
And still the Trump administration insists, they insist. Actually, Iran is the one suffering here. No. The battle was lost almost 6 weeks ago. On the plus side, here's Besant telling us the opposite.
President Trump and yourself obviously have been balancing this, getting rid of a potential nuclear terrorist with the idea that oil prices and gas prices have to go down before the midterms.
Well, they will. Oil prices, crude, West Texas is down about 25%. It's down about 12% this month. Gasoline prices are down, I think, about 5% now, and they will go back down. We understand that there is a disturbance here, that it's uncomfortable for people, but we're going to get to the other side of that. And I think on the other side, the oil market is going to be very well supplied. The UAE has come out of OPEC. I think we maybe got some permanent demand destruction out in Asia. So I am very confident that the energy prices are going to come down very quickly.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent telling Maria yesterday that gas prices are coming down and will drop further before the midterms. Oil prices this morning are still elevated. Overnight, the U.S. conducting more defensive strikes on Iran as President Trump has yet to announce his final determination on the proposed
Remember, he got pulled out of an interview and looked like he was going to cry on the way back in? Yeah.
peace agreement. The Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, also says that the U.S. could resume battering Iran if necessary, with plenty of arms to unleash an overwhelming arsenal. Energy analysts are now sounding the alarm on oil exports.
This is why I was a bit nervous when gas went down by like 50 cents in my area last week. And this is the reason why I said fascism is innately self-defeating. You know, it implodes. This is a manageable crisis if the American government leads the world in responding rationally to the threat, which would mean, much like we could have done with climate change, a massive rearrangement of our priorities and of our interests and of our spending to accommodate like this new world that we have built. But we are unwilling to do that because we are evil and stupid and denying the existence of the problem in the first place. So we will.
Well, yeah, we're also not tracking any of the
stock market is doing
fucking climate shit anymore
in
either.
fact, I believe that the
like, dude, did you know? Like, we're just gonna stop tracking, you know, the impact of global warming entirely. Like, we knew that this was gonna happen, but now they just came out and said it. It's like,
the bullish sentiment in the stock market is unmatched at any point in history, save for the run up to the Great Depression and the .com burst. Yeah, but a nuke happened today. Oh, the Anthropic IPO. Yeah. We'll talk about IPOs in a little bit. We got a lot going on. The stock market just did something eerily similar to the .com bubble top in 2000. What a type.
Yep, that's what I've been saying. Like, literally, I have been saying this for the past few weeks, that all these fucking highs are not good for any of us as as just your average Americans. This is horrible, and unless you intend on pulling your 401k out now, this is still gonna hit you just as bad as everybody else. You're no better. So,
idle, man. Just 20 of the S&P 500 members joined the index at a record close on Friday. Only 20?
That's insane. That's insane. That's not... You cannot run an economy on 20 fucking people's portfolios.
Oh, no.
What the fuck?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Narrow bull. That's one way of putting it.
God damn it, dude. And all we can do is prepare.
Christ. All right, hold on. One thing at a time. What does that mean? We'll get to the stock market in a second, okay? Right now we're talking about oil inventories. The gist of it being they're quite bad. They're quite bad. It's not good. Oil prices are up to what? 94 a barrel right now? What are we at right now? Let me check. Brent's at 95 right now, and WTI is at 92.5. Look at that jump from today, man. To a high of what? 95 from 90.
Oh my God,
It'll
yeah, this is not good. This,
all right,
you
hold on.
understand?
Still too low? Yeah, rationally, the price should probably be closing to 200. Like, it would be better for the future of Western civilization if it was closer to 200. Yeah.
Yep. Time to be nervous. All right. Although, if you weren't nervous before, then I don't know what you were doing. Like, in this economy, like, fuck, dude. If you weren't nervous, then you must be MAGA, because those are the only people I've been seeing that are consistently ignoring the reality right in front of them. Like, it's kind of scary, especially when these are people that, like, you know, don't have money. So I wish I wasn't highly regarded when it comes to basic economics. Well, hey, some of us should just have a, a good baseline understanding of basic economics. I don't know. Well, God forbid. But Terre Haute? Oh, dude, I wonder what the gas in Terre Haute is. I mean, according to the people in Indiana, Hammond's about to get the Bears because we our senators didn't vote on a bill that would give them a billionaire essentially bailout, or they called it a tax holiday, but fuck them, because it all, like, kind of hard to sell it as anything but what it is. And this is the only people that really buy into this are the ones who are just complete morons. They don't understand that this falls on all of us as Illinois taxpayers. If you live in Southern Illinois, you're paying for them to move to a new fucking arena, and you will never get a fucking discounted ticket. None of it. Like, I kind of fucking hate that. Pep, you're pretty good at explaining economics without the jargon. It's not a common talent. Oh, thank you. I think that, yeah, no, I think that the jargon, people need to feel so much more important than they actually are. Like, do you know how many people went to college and they have to justify their fucking degree by using jargon like that and just, you know, they have to pretend like only they understand. It's like Latin professors where it's just like, well, only we understand this and only you can come, you have to come to us to learn the Latin and then you will have the secret keys to the world because Latin is in the law everywhere. Okay, only the billionaires will be able to afford food. Yes. Yes, that is the whole key here. Like, do you know that a bunch of like millionaires and billionaires, do you know what their private, like what they're doing with their private investments? Farms. They're buying up farmland around their fucking mansions so they own all of these, like the source of production. So like, dude, no, we're all fucked. They're all gonna be fine. And the thing is, you don't even know, like, you don't know where they live. You don't know where any of these people fucking live. You don't know where they even like, have you ever met a billionaire? No, that's by design. Meanwhile, you have people out there literally fighting for these assholes like they're somehow, some way going to grace them with this lottery fucking win. Or just like, whoa, they're my benevolent billionaire. Keep trying to get Nick Shirley to say that one. But it's my benevolent billionaire. They will grace me with some of their trickle-down economics. They're only trickling their semen on your face, you idiots. And you're sitting here like, oh, yeah. Meanwhile, also being like, wait, this is totally not gay. You know what? We got to ban everything gay. But, billionaire cock. Oh. You met David Justice once? Pretty sure he's rich. I don't know who David Justice is. But, like, if you met him at an event, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, like, have you ever actually, like, been in a neighborhood where you know these people make billions of dollars? Because guess what? Chances are you will not make it past the gated community. If it's even a community. Usually they own, like, half a fucking town. But whatever, man. Like, hey, nothing more fucking, fucking, God, what's the... Can't make a point when you forget the point. I was about to say nothing more alpha than sitting there on your knees groveling to a class that will never acknowledge your existence. Such fucking alpha shit right there. Oh my God. I have to get on my shit, dude. I have to get out there and I gotta fucking looks max and I gotta, you know what? Fuck. This is how you know I'm out of it. Like, as far as the lingo, I don't even, what is it? Beta maxing. Beta maxing back in my day. Beta maxing was something completely different. Wait a minute. So get my dollars out of dollars then? What do you mean? Like, no, get your... Do you understand that that's not how this works, my man? Like, you're going to watch the American dollar fucking slip and then all of your assets and everything that you own fucking just depreciate in value like that. You're also going to be stuck in the same situation as the rest of us where, oh shit, water, food, like gas shortages, that will impact you negatively. And then on top of it, have fun being one of the haves when everybody else is waiting in gas lines and food lines. That ain't gonna fucking play. So if you dare go out and fucking take your car somewhere where you see a bunch of have-nots, have fun. Because guess what? You want to see fucking revolutionary conditions? That's how that works. Bunch of dumb motherfuckers act like it's never going to hit them. When in reality, it's going to be like 20 people that don't get hit. The rest of y'all are fucked. If you make a couple million here or there, trust me. Real glass half full kind of guy, huh? Nice. No, it's not about glass... This is what I was talking about, the economy being based on vibes. Justin Harris would rather have it based on the vibes. He wants a vibe check on the economy where, yeah, you know what? Yeah, it's totally, it's going perfectly fine. Shut up, dude. No, the glass is broken. Thank you, Natch. Like, for real. If you can't wake up to this, then you're coping. You are literally huffing copium right now, my man. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you have to come to a stoner idiot on on YouTube to have this broken to you in a way that you understand. But they don't give a shit about you. And as I keep saying, your portfolio is going to suffer from this. If the stock market literally collapses because the AI bubble bursts, you're fucked. Your 401k, you are fucked. I don't care what you're invested in. Pet pragmatist. Yep. The social contract has been broken. It's time to force a new one. Well, good luck. The thing is, that's not... As much as I would love to be like, yeah, this isn't the French Revolution. We don't, like, nobody can push back against an oligarchy that they don't even know where they fucking reside. They don't fucking, you have no idea. You just have no idea. That's why I was saying it. The funniest part is it's going to be millionaires that, like, have boats and just, like, they barely have, like, that little bit extra that, like, the average human, like, the average American has. And then when they get hit, when they have to sell their second home, when they have to sell their boat, when they have to, wait a minute, what do you mean? I can't consolidate my debts? Oh shit! What do you mean? Now they're actually like collecting on me, and I have all this high interest debt? Oh shit! Like I'm telling you, man. Unfortunately, I think you're fucked. Yeah, hopefully you have a useful skill. Yes, that's actually some like. I hope that you guys are, handy with things, but then again, nobody's going to be able to pay for fucking home, like, bullshit. It's going to be, like, the basics. Like, it's like, are you an electrician? You might be fine. AC might be fine, but again, people are probably going to live without AC. God forbid that there's a fucking Freon shortage. Like, I don't think you understand how bad they have set this up for us to suffer. Donald Trump had his chance to save the economy back in January and February, where he actually could have done it too. And I admitted that. He had the fucking gas prices down to right around, I think it was like right around 260 was the national average, or it might even been around like 230 something, but still, it was good. It was actually good. Like, dude, it cost me maybe $30 to fill up my car, where now it costs me $80 to fill up my car. But that's exactly what we're living in. Like, people in MAGA apparently do not go back that far, or they can't. They can't admit that they're this wrong. They can't admit that Trump has abandoned them and that they, like, their family, they abandoned their family. That, like, they were such pricks to everybody in their lives that they're just like, ew, why does everybody hate me now? And now they're talking about taking my money. Ugh. All my money's tied up in canned meat, heavy equipment, and undeveloped land. Hey, you know what? Hey, now that's pragmatic. There you go. I like the barter system. I mean, sure, I guess it doesn't really work because, again, then you have an entire, like, system that just, oh, God forbid that you're born with a disability. Fuck you, I guess. Just fuck you for existing. Have you seen the that gold statue, though? Pretty sick. Not really. I mean, I don't know. I'm not even religious anymore, but I remember, like, the whole, Baal and all that. Like, I don't know. Like, that whole 10 Commandments thing happened because of a golden statue and, like, worshiping somebody that wasn't God. Meh. Sell dirt. It's everywhere. Dude, it reminds me of, like, Cliff Cash, where he's just like, yeah, man, I was down on one of these southern roads, one of them back roads where it goes on forever. And then it's one of them ones that's just like a big old sign that says, got dirt or need dirt. And then you go down a couple miles and then it says, got dirt. Yeah, gotta love that. But you stop going places in my car because I don't want to fill up again. Yeah, same. I have, and now I have to. Like, I have to drive to a hospital that's fucking, well, it's not that far, but it is. Chicago sucks, okay? Like, living in a city sometimes has its major benefits, but it also, like, in this case, has its drawbacks, where a fucking, what should be a 20-minute drive could easily take me an hour. Oh, my God. Bro, I really. Sorry, guys. I have like family and friends calling me like a lot today. Here, this one I actually do I gotta do a quick call back. All right, so that means let's talk about the Iran talks, and then we're gonna get into the Hasan stuff. Yeah, no, I gotta take the calls. I'll be right back. Okay. So just give me a moment. Play this clip. I haven't even seen this. Shit. We can wait. Yeah. Here, you know what? What I'm gonna do then is I'm gonna play something short but sweet for you guys. I've already seen. Ooh, this was good. Or not. What the hell?
Suspend.
There we go. I watched this one. This will lead right into it. Perfect.
Iran announcing it is
I'll be
suspending
right back.
talks with the United States. That's according to Iranian
around.
media,
Just give me 1
which
sec.
says the decision is in protest over Israel's attacks in Lebanon. CNN's Oren Lieberman following this story for us. Let me just read for our viewers what we've just heard from the foreign minister in Iran. He said the US and Israel are responsible for the consequences of any violation. He says the ceasefire between Iran and the US is unequivocally a ceasefire on all fronts. Its violation on one front is a violation of the ceasefire on all fronts. What do we understand to be going on at this point?
Well, just moments ago, Becky, we got our first evacuation warning from the Israeli military for Beirut, for the southern suburb of Dahia. The Israeli military, the Israeli political leadership, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz, had said that they would now begin and were planning to strike Beirut and the Dahia neighborhood, considered a Hezbollah stronghold. Up until now, Israel had largely refrained from striking Beirut. We saw one strike on May 28th. We saw another on May 6th after the ceasefire. These were both after senior Hezbollah commanders, but largely because of pressure from the Trump administration, Israel had not attacked the Lebanese capital, keeping most of its strikes towards southern Lebanon and lately to the Bekaa Valley. So this is opening up a new wave of attacks as well as an escalation in the ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran's proxy Hezbollah. So given that we just saw the evacuation warning coming from Israel's military for Dahia, we expect that there will be strikes there, potentially even imminently. And although we hadn't seen strikes to this point, once that announcement came from Israel, we have seen this video of people and residents in Dahia fleeing ahead of those strikes to try to get out of that area. Again, Lebanon is a country that has seen more than, I believe, 1.2 million people displaced by Israeli strikes and evacuation warnings. And this, of course, will add to that now that Israel has made it clear it is striking Beirut. Here's what Netanyahu had to say earlier today.
Together with the Minister of Defense, I have instructed the IDF to strike terrorist targets in Beirut. There will not be a situation in which Hezbollah attacks our cities and our citizens, and its terrorist headquarters in Beirut, in Dahia, remains out of bounds.
Israel says the attacks on Beirut are in response to an increased volume of Hezbollah rocket and drone attacks, as well as some rocket attacks that have reached a bit farther into Israel, not just right along Israel's northern border there. Israel, over the course of the past several weeks, has occupied a growing part of southern Lebanon. They've carried out strikes in cities like Tyre and Nabatea, which are outside of that occupied zone. And all of this is happening in the middle of what is supposed to be a U.S. brokered ceasefire. But on the ground, it's incredibly difficult to see any evidence of that ceasefire. Despite that, the U.S. is still trying to push forward with a political track, with diplomacy between Israel and Lebanon. And in fact, D.C. is supposed to host ambassadors from the two countries for what would be a fourth round of talks to try to get to a broader ceasefire agreement. As hard as that is is to see from where we are right now. Nevertheless, Lebanon's president said on social media earlier that it is negotiations that are the way to end this war. He insisted negotiations are not some form of failure or surrender. It's not a quick fix. It will take time. But Lebanon's president said, again on social media, that it is the right way, and Lebanon is committed to this. He said the rocket fire that's coming from Lebanon, of course, he said, does not help. But he also says Israel's repeated strikes on Lebanon, the growing number of people killed in Israeli strikes, and Israel's growing incursion into the country are also a violation of the ceasefire and make that diplomatic track so hard to see from where we are right now.
We're following. The U.S. now says Iran fired 2 ballistic missiles at U.S. forces in Kuwait. Both were intercepted, and now Iran says it's suspending talks with the U.S. in protest of Israeli strikes in Lebanon.
Yeah, you know it doesn't make any sense? The fact that the stock market didn't fucking correct on this.
Of national intelligence.
The fact that all the stocks just started fucking skyrocketing. Like, this is where the red flags are just fucking all over.
Intelligence, Beth Zanner. What's your reaction, Beth, to Iran's latest move to suspend all these talks?
Oh, who's leaving? Mom says, God bless. Oh, Jesus. That dog bed looks so comfy. I know. Yeah. It's actually funny. Uni has been, she's chilled in here while I'm doing like editing or like doing show prep. She'll just lay on that with him. Yeah, you love when mommy's lay with you. Yeah. Oh my God, so cute. Here, you want to say hi to everybody? All right, guys. Now we will go to the next clip, the one that I actually meant to play, but it does tie into this. So just give me a second. Let me give me his treat, or give him his treat. There you go. Good boy. Whoa, look at him. Okay. There we go.
The big question with Iran is what now and what next? Iranian state media is signaling that talks to end the war are now back on track. That's just after reports that Iran had suspended.
Is it bad? Like, this is where I kind of feel bad for like being borderline chauvinisty here, but I actually no, because I have the same feeling about like the men that broadcast as well. I do get a little bit of joy when we're in this type of news cycle and you can start noticing like the age lines and just what's happening to them, where it's just like, oh, okay, this doesn't actually affect you in some little way. Now, whether it's, economic or any of that, or just the fact that you're always, on call for the bullshit that Trump does, I'm kind of glad you're suffering.
Suspended talks
like,
with
fuck
the United
you.
States.
You get to suffer with the rest of us.
Over Israel's offensive in southern Lebanon. And according to Axios, President Trump just yesterday unloaded on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over this, with expletives flying over the phone. Axios reports that Trump demanded that Netanyahu back off his plans to take his
That's easy for you to say. You're just 24.
Attacks and offensive against Hezbollah straight to the center of Beirut. A U.S. official summarized the call this way to Axios, that Trump told Netanyahu, quote, "You're effing crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this." Joining us now is one of the reporters.
That's genuinely funny for him to say that.
Global Affairs correspondent.
Everyone hates you, baby. Come on, I've already saved your ass a few times.
Quite the read, Barack, of course, and quite the call. I mean, is this how these two leaders speak to each other often?
Well, I don't know if often, but it's not the first difficult and tough call they had. Although,
this is that Israel first fuck face.
Definitely one of the
this is going to be embarrassing for him.
They had,
this is fun.
Maybe there was one call.
Who in Trump's inner circle would even speak to Axios? All of them, because Axios is essentially in the inner circle of Trump.
And I think,
have you not noticed that?
I mean, what led to this is a growing feeling that the president had that Netanyahu is out of control. I heard it from several of the president's people. And Trump, at the end of the day...
Notice how he's tiptoeing this one, because, dude, we've been talking about this for months.
Wants to end the war with Iran and to de-escalate in the region more broadly. And he felt that what Netanyahu is doing in Lebanon and his plan to escalate the war further by expanding the Israeli ground operation in southern Lebanon and by going on a massive bombing campaign in the center of Beirut, knocking down buildings, that is disproportionate, and that would cause an escalation that would undermine what the president was trying to do with getting a deal
also,
with
I know
Iran.
that
I think this is
how
how
the other Middle Eastern states are not exactly happy with that because Beirut wasn't on the menu before.
This call yesterday with Netanyahu, yesterday around noon, and he told Netanyahu that he needs to stand down and that he needs to understand that this war broadly in the region has to come to an end, and that you cannot just continue it. And over this call, Trump used the
even if it does now, we're fucked. Like, you understand that, like, we have hit multiple points where we are just past the point of no return, where we're going to see inflation stagnate, like, at least for the next year and a half. And we're going to see these gas prices at least until fucking, I think it was like next February, where it's going to be hovering right at the same level.
F word several times, told Netanyahu he's effing crazy.
Axios leans left. Since when?
He helped him numerous times.
Since when? When they were trying to compete with frickin' Vice, but then they realized that it's easier if they just suck Trump's dick.
A pardon.
Come on, man.
Request in his corruption trial, and therefore
look at the last 40 articles, and I'm dead serious about this. Just look at the titles. You don't even need to read the damn things. Just look at the articles and tell me that they're not bending over for Trump.
Or what I heard from U.S. officials and what I heard, and my colleague Mark Caputo, who worked with me on the story, what we heard is that Trump message to Netanyahu was that by doing what he's doing in Lebanon, he's being ungrateful to all the assistance Trump gave him on the pardon issue. And I think this is also what led to the mention of, if not for me, you would
fucking stupid tiny accordion.
That does sound very Trump-esque, of saying you have not been grateful or shown you're grateful enough. So then the what now? I mean, is it clear that Israel is going to slow or pull back on operations against Hezbollah in Lebanon because of this? Or just specifically exactly maybe where they're targeting?
That's exactly who they're targeting.
And is there a responsibility, and where's that conversation of
Can't believe
Iran
you're still
to tell
buying that.
Hezbollah
It's like, dude, you're just trying to bomb
stop
every
as
fucking
well?
region next to you so you can do your greater Israel.
No, definitely. And
bullshit.
I think
Come on.
the Iranians
How the fuck
for
are what
2 or 3
really?
weeks now told Hezbollah to escalate because they wanted to put pressure on Israel and to also put pressure on Trump. And this is why we saw Hezbollah escalating. On the other hand, once Israel escalated its response, the Iranians came to the U.S. and said, oh, if they're escalating, we're out. We're not talking to you anymore. I think this was part of this Iranian maneuver to try and, because the Iranians at the end of the day, they want a deal to end the war and they want it on their terms. And I think they thought that through Lebanon, through putting pressure through Lebanon, they would get better terms or would get Trump closer to where they are. But I think now the question is what happens. So the ceasefire at the moment, we had numerous announcements on this.
I have a bunch of really dumb people in my state that are just, they're so genuinely stupid that they do not understand that being in a state with a large city means that you have a broader population base. Therefore, with that population density, you're going to have to pay more because you have more. What the fuck is it about these absolute idiots that have, they passed high school, they got their diplomas, some of them even went to college, but this shit, it just is so fucking prevalent. It's insane.
Ceasefire.
Listening to Hubby's
Most
Awake
of them
Nights.
stayed on paper. So I think we need to see if this is actually implemented, because we're just in the first phase. The first phase is
I gotta let my dog up for a
Hezbollah
second.
stops shooting rockets at Israeli towns in the northern border, and Israel holds or suspends its plans to attack Beirut. This is a very minimal thing. There's fighting on the ground in southern Lebanon. Israel has ground forces there. They're demolishing buildings in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah is firing attack drones at Israeli forces in southern Lebanon. So the fighting is still ongoing. And I think that today, actually, I think in 40 minutes at the State Department, Israeli and Lebanese diplomats will meet under U.S. auspices to try and actually consolidate the ceasefire and try to agree what does it actually mean and how do we actually make it work and not just stay as a truth social post.
The group chat is back, but this time we have got Gordon Sondland, the former ambassador to the EU. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning.
So what is the relationship between Trump and Netanyahu? I don't want to say that just because people were swearing things are bad, but what do you know about that relationship?
Well, I can tell you they're like brothers from another mother. They talk all the time. Yes, they swear at each other, and the swearing, by the way, goes both directions. They literally are almost like siblings.
Yeah, this is the stuff that you can tell when Uni's not around because
they think
go and
very, very
out,
much alike when
out,
it comes to.
God, I hate fucking CNN. Yeah, it's not great.
The U.S. policy vis-a-vis Israel and vice versa.
But it doesn't mean, or it doesn't mean that this isn't like fake news. You know what I mean?
I don't view this as anything other than business as usual. Netanyahu is in a real box with Hezbollah because they started with a real ceasefire, and of course Hezbollah violated it within 2 minutes.
Don't you just love how these like assholes can sit here and look at this guy? He looks like he's talking about like his daughter's wedding or some shit. Just yeah.
And Netanyahu has
so funny.
No choice. He has to hit back.
Thousands of people.
And Trump is trying to play three-dimensional chess with
is.
Iran.
Enough with your three-dimensional chess. Chess is three-dimensional, you dumb fuck.
So far on this show, we often talk about Iran and the U.S. That's the conversation. What is the deal? Nuclear. And in the meantime, these bulldozers moving through southern Lebanon says there's another actor here, and that issue has not been addressed.
I just love how childish the American public are. Like, every time I've been pointing this out, they talk to the American public like they're absolute idiots.
And Iran has brought it up. Does it have... Is Trump having this conversation with Netanyahu in this way because it's jeopardizing any hopes of the deal, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, all these other issues that are all tied together?
Don't kid yourself. There's not another actor here. Hezbollah is a complete proxy for Iran. Hezbollah
no, but what I'm saying, it was U.S.-Israeli strikes, right? That was the initial. And so where is Israel?
This guy, Israel first, baby.
In the conversation between
we
Iran
get
and
it.
the U.S.
We see you.
Israel, here's where Israel is in the conversation. The news that never really hit page one, that should have been, well, it probably hit page one, but it disappeared instantly. When Peshkian...
Well, I guess it is two-dimensional. Unless you're playing in the third dimension.
Resigned. The president of Iran resigned.
No, I'm an idiot. I was literally thinking like chess pieces where it's like, yeah, you pick it up and then you move the piece. Yeah. No, but it's on a two-dimensional board. You're right. I'm a moron.
That told you everything you need to know about what's going on.
You know what I'm not, though? A commentator on CNN.
On there. Trump is dealing with a five-headed monster. He's dealing with...
No. Of his creation. You dumb fuck. He's dealing with the Hydra that he let out. Like, yeah, you know, like, yeah, there's like this bar and he pulled the bar and now you're just like, how did this monster get out?
Multiple factions of the IRGC and they're fighting.
Fuck you and your fucking propaganda with the IRGC.
Amongst each other. The more moderates and
they're doing the thing where they're just like, look, it's a barbarian state run by their police.
Calling Peshkian a moderate is really saying something.
Meanwhile, in America.
Because he's no moderate, but compared to the others, he really is. When he resigned, it tells you that Trump does not have one solid interlocutor in Iran with whom to negotiate this deal. And they're all trying to placate one another. The IRGC has billions of dollars stashed overseas in Swiss banks.
Justin, the only problem with that Discovery Zone thing is the fact that they have these new things called Sky Zones.
Bank accounts and elsewhere.
That have
they want to keep
essentially
their money,
like the play
they want
places
to
and all
keep
that
their
bullshit.
power.
So.
But he's negotiating with someone.
Look at this absolute fucking penis-headed ghoul.
Right? So
many,
there is a conversation.
With many.
But here's something Axios was reporting. We mentioned the cursing. Axios went further. They said, summarizing Trump's remarks to Netanyahu, the U.S. official said, so this is coming from our side leaking this, You're effing crazy. You'd be in prison.
style
if
of
it
coverage
weren't
is
for
just
me.
getting-
I'm
it is
saving
hack.
your ass.
It is. It's
Everybody
totally fucking
hates
hack.
you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this. This is what they're attributing to Trump. And in the meantime, I just
I'm
want
glad
to
he
show
said
for
it,
audience
though.
Pew Research Center American views of Israel and specifically Netanyahu are upwards of 60% disapprove.
Which means
what's next? Is the IRGC going to start building privately owned concentration camps and locking people up for months, forcing them to work with no medical care and eat maggots? U.S. government probably.
he's doing a fantastic job. Netanyahu's doing a
So
fantastic
that, they'll use that as a justification for us having to go and fucking regime change.
Trump responding to the fact that there are large numbers of the U.S. population that don't think he's doing a fantastic
Trump
job.
is responding to a situation that is momentary. In other words, he's clearly getting somewhere with someone in Iran, and he views Netanyahu at that moment in time, not generally, as effing that up. So he's saying, like you would to a brother, just stop for a minute.
Yeah.
Just stop.
And in
I'm
the
trying to get
meantime,
this deal over the edge.
I'm going to draw Terry into the conversation because when I tried to break
like you would do to a brother.
break out the numbers in Pew, Democrats versus Republicans, we saw what we know from the last 2 years. Democrats, 80% Democrats within U.S. view Israel and Netanyahu
It's so weird to watch CNN like it is already Fox News.
unfavorably. The number that struck me is
It's just as
Republicans
bad.
going up to 41%. And it seemed to be in line with the world of what we have been calling marquee podcast land, right? Your Tucker Carlsons and whoever, even the Rogans of the world who are being very, who
Yeah, you mean the ones
expressing
that you're all
their
jealous of?
frustration,
The ones
with
that honestly
Netanyahu in
are
Israel
proving that you guys are not
to
worth your
their-
fucking weight.
to their constituencies, to their listeners.
Yeah, well, look, this is what happens when you get $5 a gallon for gas. Republicans are very frustrated. We did not vote for this at all. And I think a lot of the discrepancy is coming because Trump's trying to get a peace deal. He's trying to tone this down and get out of this and meanwhile take away Iran's nukes. But Israel doesn't want Iran to exist, right? That's the reality. And
don't you just love how they all say this with these fake smiles on their face?
And that's why they keep doing these things and screwing up our peace talks.
Yeah.
But you're
Yeah, they just want peace, and they just, they want peace for themselves, no one else, and it's almost like they want to use the U.S. and their weapons and their people against everyone else, but they also don't, they got to make sure that they don't get their hands dirty unless it's in the most like profoundly fucking
you're gonna see that
fucked up ways possible.
Number continue to tick up the longer this conflict goes on, and that's why it's very important that President Trump gets
Wrap it
to
up.
the
Agree at all. Israel, you're saying Israel does not want Iran to exist? Israel very much wants Iran to exist as a partnership. What they don't want.
Stop smiling. You look creepy as shit.
Want is the clerical regime to exist. There are about 90 million people in Iran, and about 88 million of them would love to be a peaceful partner of Israel.
Whoever the fuck is consulting these idiots before they go on camera, they just got to look back and be like, no.
The 2 million that don't happen to have all the money and the weapons.
Well, I think actions speak louder than words. I'll defer to you. You are the foreign policy expert, but I think that there's a lot of really bad things that we're seeing coming out of this entire conflict, and the quicker we can get out of it, I think the better it is going to be for our country and for the future of America.
Can I let you answer one more thing, just because he said screwing up the talks, and like that? This is, I guess, kind of the question I was asking. Can you respond to that world of and maybe Republican voter that thinks Israel is quote unquote screwing up the talks?
I think, unfortunately, and this sounds sort of unctuous, and I don't mean to, but I think the American public is not well educated on what Israel does for and with the United States and why Israel is such a key ally. And it's very popular right now.
Or we can drop it off and just not fucking support him at all and see what happens.
How to hate Bibi Netanyahu. But Bibi Netanyahu is fighting for the existence of his country. And when you're fighting for the existence of your country, which could be wiped out.
That's everyone, you dumb fuck! Iran is literally fighting for the existence of these dumb cunts. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. These fucking warhawk idiots.
Just like that. You take a very different position than when you...
Just remember, you're a stat to these people. He wouldn't fucking... He literally would not bat an eye.
You're just fighting for a little more territory or a little of this or a little of that. And that's the difference. This is a very long conversation, which I know we don't have time for. But what Bibi Netanyahu is doing, he will go down 20 or 30 years from now, long after he's gone, as one of the most consequential leaders in the world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, one little fucking stubborn mustache here that's being hurts a little. Well, let's get the breaking points take on this. At least it will be a little more nuanced than what the fuck that was. God.
Joining us now is our great friend Brandon Weichert. He is the new author of Weichert on Substack, where there will be a link down in the description. And Brandon, for our purposes, dissected a new highly controversial piece of legislation which was snuck into a congressional bill. Let's go ahead and put this up here on the screen from Brandon. Congress is quietly making Israel a permanent pillar of U.S. military modern.
Wouldn't that be a bitch? They institute the draft, and then a lot of us have to go fight because of Israel or for Israel at that point. Wow! America first. Yeah, baby.
You write, Brandon, buried deep within the NDAA is a provision that serves far more attention. On its face, Section 224, the United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative, appears to be a routine measure designed to improve military cooperation between these two long-standing allies. In reality, it may represent something much larger. Indeed, it is unprecedented. Break it down for us, Brandon. This is getting quite a lot of attention.
Yeah, so the social media claim is that, well, the U.S. and Israel militaries are merging. It's not quite accurate. And actually, it might actually be better for restraining Israel if our officers had more control in some ways over the IDF. But ultimately, the real issue here, and in many ways, it's bigger than if we were just merging command structures. This is a fusing of the U.S. and Israeli defense and technology innovation bases. And once those things are together, and I kind of track it in my article, once those things become one, you can't disentangle those two things, which I think is the point, because
this guy looks like he enjoys tummy time.
You know, Crystal, and I mean, you know this from the Democrats have been really at the forefront of sort of becoming skeptical of Israel. And then, of course, the Republicans are now, the young people on the right are kind of following that suit. But ultimately, the Israelis know that in the long run, they cannot rely on foreign aid as it is currently structured coming to them, because the next generation is rising in both parties and both sides are skeptical of Israel. So the Israelis have to be afraid that they're going to get cut off. If they do it this way, though, this is a backdoor way for Israel to ensure not only it continues to receive aid through this section, but also it allows them to basically have access to our entire tech base.
Wow.
So let me read a little bit of your piece here. You say Section 224 goes well beyond traditional forms of cooperation that we already have with Israel. You say the legislation directs the Secretary of Defense to appoint a dedicated executive agent to synchronize bilateral defense technology efforts. That official will be tasked with identifying Israeli origin technologies that could be incorporated into U.S. programs of record, facilitating their transition from research projects into actual procurement pipelines, and promoting industrial partnerships and co-production arrangements between American and Israeli firms. In other words, Congress is not merely encouraging cooperation, it is directing the Pentagon to actively search for Israeli technologies that could become part of the future U.S. military. And you paint a portrait of this integration making it very difficult if you had a future president who had a different view of the U.S.-Israel relationship to unwind this relationship, and also make it very difficult for a future Congress that may have other ideas to step back from what we are doing with regard to Israel without hurting our own national security.
That's 100% correct. And, you know, this is sort of quietly being admitted now, but it's an implied admission by our DC elites, both parties, that the U.S. defense industrial base, despite possibly getting $1.5 trillion next year, can't produce advanced technology reliably on its own. So now it's having to pivot and go to, other countries and say, hey, we need your stuff. So that's also sort of a subtext here, which is another significant crisis. But the whole thing here with Israel is, yes, they are a partner, but they have their own agenda, as all countries do. Why do we keep enmeshing ourselves with other countries that do not share our exact values or strategic outlook? at the level that we currently are. This is a tighter relationship if the bill passes as it's written. This will become a tighter relationship than even the special relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom. It will be closer than the U.S. and NATO's relationship. And we saw with Jonathan Pollard in the 80s, the Israelis will deploy spies or use spies to steal our stuff and then sell it to the highest bidder for their own purposes, throwing us under the bus. Imagine what they're going to be able to do with access to our most advanced quantum computing.
Thus proving that a bunch of these people that make that much money are genuinely evil people.
Biotech, etc. research.
Yeah, and let's go start actually with D1, guys. I'll read from some of this. So this is a field report from Lebanon. There is a growing debate over the military significance of Beaufort Castle, which observers are saying after 15 months of war, Israeli forces reached a symbolic historical site less than 4 kilometers from the border. Rather than capturing a key resistance stronghold, they contend the castle's value is primarily media and psychological, not operational. Brandon, you want to break some of this down? A castle which literally dates back to, what is it, the first... I'm going to get my Crusades mixed up. It's one of the Crusades.
I think it's the First Crusade.
Okay,
I might
so
be wrong,
Castle that goes to the First Crusade, clearly of significance to say we basically are the conquering heroes, the party, and it's a message to the world about this messianic enterprise that they're on.
Yeah. That's exactly right. And whenever armies start engaging in symbolic ideological sort of sideshows, which is what this is, at the expense of tactical and strategic gains, it doesn't usually end well for the invading army. And so this does look to me like the Israelis are saying, we're not going anywhere. In fact, we're going to expand our footprint. And in fact, they're moving beyond the Litani River at great cost to themselves. You had the IDF chief of staff twice now come out in the last 4 weeks saying if we keep going at this operational tempo, the IDF will be broken in southern Lebanon because they can't sustain the logistics chain. They can't keep losing. I mean, Merkava.
Hey, sure, Janet. I'm on a different stream. Most of my people watch vertical. I just put a horizontal stream out there for whoever wants to watch it that way.
Main battle tanks.
That's how this works.
Tanks upwards of 60 to 70 have been destroyed because they keep sending these things down the gut.
Not exactly
and
the
Hezbollah
flex you
just
think
keeps
it is.
popping them off, like the Ukrainians did in the beginning of the Ukraine war against those Russian tanks. So you see the IDF making really silly mistakes that you saw in World War II, that you're seeing silly mistakes now that are repeating what's happening in Ukraine. This is not A, going to end well for them, but B, it certainly means the Israelis are expanding their footprint. We're tethered to that now, and the question is, are we going to go further and now enmesh our technology base with whatever the heck they're planning to do in Israel?
Yeah. Brandon, talk a little bit about what both the Ukraine war and Iran's successful ability to repel our attacks and do tremendous damage to our bases across the region. And now Hezbollah using these fiber optic drones has really been able to exact a lot of damage on Israel. I mean, there is an article right now in Haaretz that says manufactured nostalgia for...
Because you're stupid, Janet. I have a vertical stream going on right now. That's where most of my people watch.
Lebanon's...
What do you not understand about this? It's called dual cast.
Beaufort masks a
dual stream.
Strategic failure. I mean, they are...
You're sitting there talking to yourself in a stream that, yeah. Okay. Like I said, it's there for people that like watching it in a different format.
Taking a lot of blows there and have not been able to achieve what they wanted to achieve. Putting all these things together, what does this tell you?
Again, it's probably like her 6th glass of wine. What am I talking about? Second box. Let's be real. We know her type.
About the reality of modern warfare.
It shows us that our strategic rivals...
They're not even understanding how YouTube
Russia,
works.
China, and I'm just saying, using that term kind of, academically,
TJX,
strategic rivals, because I know there's some argument about whether...
Good to see you, bro.
But the point is, technically, our strategic rivals have leapfrogged the U.S. military and the militaries of our allies with these denial technologies. They figured out the way you stop American and allied power projection in their parts of the world is with lots and lots of cheap drones, missiles, and even sometimes hypersonic weapons, which is a technology we have not yet fully developed or have defenses
Watching
against.
a barbecue.
And as you brought up the Ukraine and Iran wars together, and this has sort of been what I've been, the drum I've been banging
Actually,
for
no,
the last
hold off on that. I'm
week.
hungry.
In my opinion, if you look at the southern end of Ukraine, where the Russians are, and you look at the northern end of Iran, there is only a 621-mile gap between those two fronts. So if things continue as I suspect they will, I do not believe there will be any deals in either war.
Nope.
If things continue, you could see the ultimate coming together of those two conflicts in a true world war. And that's what I've been tracking, and that's what I'm afraid of. And frankly, our rivals have figured out how to stymie the American war machine. $1.5 trillion. What's it getting us? One strategic defeat after another.
Yep.
It is crazy, Brandon. And, actually, let's have you address this. So I recently, it was the CSIS
So much
chart,
winning.
but I'll describe it to you, Brandon. And I was ridiculed for saying this. I said it will take 5 years to replace 39 days of munitions used in the Iran war. It was called a liar, an American decliner, apparently.
Yep.
All I did was post
Ryan
the
Macbeth
chart.
went after you. I saw that.
He
went after me too, apparently.
Okay, so let's get into it then. All I did was post this chart, which said estimated return to pre-war inventory. That's it. Where it says for Tomahawk, late 2030, early 2031. For THAAD, mid to late 2029. You just referenced our timeline, an industrial base for $1.5 trillion. Why does it make it so vulnerable to the studying of the Iran conflict and of Ukraine whenever we have timelines like that? Or are the timelines fake, as he's saying?
No, I don't think the timelines are fake. I know that's what the Hawks are saying. You know, about a month ago, I was at an undisclosed military facility in Georgia. They had me on a panel with 3 Hawks versus me. They spent the entire time strafing me, but ultimately...
They spent the entire time eating mice and trying to claw my face off.
They couldn't answer the basic fact. If there's this secret supply somewhere, why haven't we seen it yet?
That was a Hawk.
And of course, the answer is there's no secret supply. And actually, my newest article on my Substack, I actually took part of what you were saying and I expanded on it because Ryan Macbeth also went after me, apparently. The bottom line here is this is math, okay? Math is like gravity. You can only resist it for so long. And the bottom line is it may take 30 days to assemble a single Tomahawk cruise missile, but this isn't like an IKEA, piece of furniture. This is a highly complex
too many dowels
system. If you have bottlenecks in the underlying,
it's like IKEA furniture. You're left with a whole bunch of pieces that you're just like, did I miss a step?
Supply chain, the rocket motor, the rocket fuel,
and
the rare earth minerals
then it falls
that China
apart
has
after 6 months.
Over.
God.
That 30-day timeline to assemble is extended for however long the bottleneck lasts. And so I actually said, Sagar, I think your timeline is too optimistic. This might be more than 6 years to 7 years, especially if current operational tempo remains the same or increases. The defense industrial base in 14...
I mean, I have to be very honest. I'm quite the fan of the Fjord.
14 key weapon systems, precision-guided munitions like the Tomahawk, but
dude,
also...
Wait a minute. Why do you want a women's vanity? We knew it.
These air defense interceptors, those 14 munitions, they can't keep up with. They're depleting faster than they can replace. And at some point...
Oh, my bad. I meant the Shpurgin.
We're going to have to switch munitions. And I think, actually, that is informing Trump's ceasefire right now, is that he's trying to buy time for a little bit more.
Someone's watching this VOD, obviously not here in the... although I do reserve that there could be somebody watching from Norway that's watching the live, but I'm going to guess someone's watching the VOD just going, Shpurgin!
These systems to be built. I don't believe this is a real ceasefire.
Can you talk a little bit more about that? Because you did mention earlier
that
you
means
don't
stupid
think
American,
that
right?
we're likely to see a deal.
Yeah, well, there's no stasis in the argument between Iran and the United States. I mean, the fundamental issue is there's no way Iran is giving up control over the Strait
This guy looked like a baby just grew up. But never stop looking like a baby.
Moose, not without them getting, those transit fees and service fees, which is similar to what Turkey does, by the way, in the Turkish Straits. But that's another issue. There's no way. And then also,
dude, does he not have just the most pinchable cheeks ever? You want to go and give him a little pinchy? Oh, he's so cute.
The nuclear dust, the blessed dust. The bottom line with that is, the Iranians have just proven, even by just threatening to have nuclear weapons, they can break the back and the will of the U.S. and Israeli joint forces. We fought them for, how 4 months almost now.
Oh my God, he's got you as an adult.
Standstill, and the Iranian regime is still the Iranian regime, and we are the ones seeking immediate relief to all of their pressure. They're not going to stop.
Sending good vibes from New Zealand. Hell yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, Fallen. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Justin, bye y'all. Thanks. One love. Hell yeah.
So I think what Trump is doing.
Sub to the channel if you haven't already. And I'm pointing to all of you fine folks because you know that you want to.
Is he's.
You know it. It's somewhere in that subconscious of yours where it's the FOMO. The FOMO should be there because you never know. If this channel blows up and then you're like, oh, I could have followed in the early day of Pep Talks. I mean, damn, you could have been an early investor. What's up?
Trying to calm the markets.
Then I would have given you like free shout outs. Now you got then you start watching me when you got to fucking pay for super chats just to get my attention. God, you don't know how good you have it.
It's the ceasefire, Crystal. That's only a 60-day memorandum of understanding. What happens on day 61? Because we are told that the president is insisting on day 61 they're going to meet with the Iranians and finally hash out the nuclear issue. Why would the Iranians give up the nuclear dust? They wouldn't. It's too much of an advantage for them. Second,
why are we calling it nuclear dust?
In this proposal,
it's called uranium. It's just called your rich uranium. He's a fucking moron. He's a fucking moron. He thinks that the nuclear dust was created by them dropping the bombs. He's that stupid that he thinks that we created that nuclear dust. We gotta go and get the dust that we created.
Deal, the 60-day moratorium. The Iranians have up to 30
Our president is so stupid. It's painful sometimes.
Days to get out of let
some
up
people
control
are like, it's so
of the
smart.
Strait of Hormuz for the remainder of that temporary deal. What makes anybody think that the Iranians are just going to slow down their control until maybe day 30? So we're going to go another 30 days of Iranian blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. This is not boding well. And so there's no incentive. And frankly, Trump cannot obviously negotiate for two reasons. He's going to look weak. He'll look like he lost. And the Israeli factor. Netanyahu can't afford to have the war end. So we are just in a pause until some greater positioning can be had, and then I fear the war will begin, or we'll just be in a permanent frozen conflict, which, again, Strait of Hormuz remains closed. The economy collapses in either event.
What a disaster. Everybody go subscribe
of our
to
own making.
Brandon's Substack, as you just saw.
What
excellent
a disaster.
And if I could just say as well, Brandon is on the right. He's taken a lot of professional risk to tell the truth about this war. So please, guys, consider going and supporting his Substack. Yeah, he does great work, and he also really deserves and earns your support
genuine
as well.
personal sacrifice, which is rare for somebody who actually just wants to say what he thinks. So we support you 100%. We hope everybody else will as well. You see you later, man.
Thank you. See ya.
Okay. We got the big baby's take on this. Now we can get their take on the BB thing. I kind of fucked up on the clips in the... Yeah, whatever.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. Bro show. People live for the pound. It's good to see you, Ryan.
Even Ryan was just like, I don't want to do it. Oh, we're doing the thing. Oh, fine.
Thank you very much for joining me here on this great Tuesday. Oh my God, what a difficult job setting up the elements. Iran. We're going to start with Iran. An explosive alleged new phone call between Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu, where he cusses him out. What else does he say? He cusses him out. He says, "I saved you." Everybody hates Israel.
Hates you.
All of this allegedly.
What the F are you doing?
Yeah, what the fuck are you doing? Allegedly, Netanyahu and his proxies are denying it. All of this, of course, on the heels of this fire that from the Israeli
side. How can one man be this uncool and this popular on YouTube? That's the thing that really gets to me is like, are they actually watching for him?
Onto,
or is it Crystal? I think it's Crystal.
Lebanon after some
I do get bothered
Hezbollah
by
rockets
the fact that,
over Israel. Trump says allegedly it's all over. We'll see a little bit about that in terms of the ceasefire. We're going to talk about AI. Anthropic filing for its IPO. Their stocks skyrocketing, $1 trillion valuations. Stock markets are literally at all-time highs. Meanwhile, the Florida Attorney General actually suing OpenAI for harm to children. And we're basically just going to spend some time time on this. The backbone of the entire U.S. economy is AI. I guess hope it works out, and I guess hope it doesn't work out. It's kind of screwed either way.
Yes.
I'm going to talk about J.D. Vance. There's a
believe
New
he has
York
the
Times
cashews.
story saying Trump is hesitant on him being the 2028 the front runner, asking and polling some people as Marco Rubio's stock apparently is rising behind the scenes. Dave Rubin, we had to do it. I mean, we don't usually do these types of segments. No, that's true, we do. He traveled to the Jubilee set. He did Surrounded, and right before he went on,
Surrounded really, or Jubilee just needs to make their clips fucking available to every creator. It is insane how they will not allow things under fair use unless you give them permissions, because the big thing that they're doing is they're essentially just okay, if you want to use our stuff, fine, but since you cover this type of stuff, we reserve the right to take your stuff. And they have a really weird system.
Surrounded, there was actually a mashup of all of his failed predictions on the Iran war, and it's one of the rare cases of these 20-year-olds just absolutely schooling this dude to its face. It's just fun. Let's all revel in it together.
Looking forward to that one.
And then finally, David Dayen of the
you saw they ghosted me. Yeah,
American Prospect. He lives in California. He's going to join us actually here in studio. We are going to break down the California governor's race and then the LA mayor's race, the two highest profile.
They don't know that they're missing the most real motherfucker on the panel. Trust me.
Races in their jungle primary system, which starts today. But Ryan, I believe we're not going to know the results for quite some time because of the mail-in ballots and the way that things get tabulated.
And we'll see. And I'll probe Dayen about some of the key House races out there, which reminds me, are there no House Republican contests other than Massey?
I can't think of one.
I haven't heard of
Troy. There are a few
Democrats
little
have half dozen races around the country and it growing where there's a real contest. For the direction of the party. It doesn't seem like that's happening.
No, it's all just about Trump. I mean, right now, in terms of the Trump endorsement, there's a few.
Because they all vote with Trump, so what's the...
Exactly, so there's really nothing to be said. Part of why it's so boring and haven't even really spent that much time on it. Thank you to everybody who has been subscribing to the show, BreakingPoints.com. This is going to be a big month for us. Yesterday was actually our 5-year anniversary. We didn't even mention it. So here we go, 5 years here of Breaking Points. Now we have Ryan.
Oh, mainly to slow the spread of clips of people that make people look bad, that they don't want looking bad. Yes. Okay. So yes, they do have a fucking agenda.
We have Emily. We have a new big thing launching this month, so you're going to want to get in for that. BreakingPoints.com. Become a premium subscriber. If you're watching this on YouTube, please hit subscribe. And if you're listening to this podcast, please share an episode with a friend. It really helps other people find the show or rate us 5 stars. But let's go ahead and start with the...
By the way, guys, I'm 2 followers away from 600 over on Twitch.
Alleged big bust phone call. Let's put it up here on the screen from Mark Caputo and Barak Ravid, the dynamic duo over at Axios. What the fuck are you doing? Trump lit into Netanyahu over the Lebanon bombing. You are fucking crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this. Now, Ryan, this allegedly happened in a Trump-Netanyahu phone call yesterday afternoon, okay? It came on the heels of that dramatic announcement from Netanyahu that they will be expanding their operation in Lebanon to include issuing an evacuation order in the Dahiya district of Beirut. And so what it signaled was renewed massive strikes on the Lebanese capital, all in the midst of these alleged ceasefire negotiations and things that had been happening. We did report yesterday that there was some, ceasefire talk and all of that going on. Trump, by the way, has now said that Hezbollah has agreed. We'll get to that here in a second. But let's throw the next element up there on the screen. Just to show you what the reaction is like from neocons here in Washington. Mark Levin saying that the leak in Axios was a violation of federal law.
You know how many leaks have come talking about
the
the fucking Iranian discussion?
Whomever leaked that story to Barak Ravid at
so many
Axios did
leaks
a great
that literally got people killed
country, to
that
our president,
were coming
Israel.
to be the fucking people to discuss peace. You understand that? And we just, we kind of brushed over that one.
To Israel's prime minister. Wow, to Israel's prime minister. It must be treasonous, right? The Iranian regime will benefit from that leak, viewing us as weak, desperate for a deal. Yes, true. Even coming to Hezbollah's defense, the Israeli people will be furious. The missiles are aimed at them, not Washington. For 100 other reasons, what was thought to be a devastating political hit in Netanyahu by the leakers about a private phone call has done much damage to us in our military and our diplomatic strategy. If the leakers or others believe Israel should abandon its survival for some deal, they will have a hard lesson to learn. If the substance of the call is accurate, it is bad enough in my view. You know, I mean, what I think is just really shocking, Ryan, is in any way that this phone call where he curses him out is indicative of real policy.
Right.
We have seen this time and time and time again from 5 American presidents now who curse Netanyahu in private. Sometimes they even curse him in public. And yet, when it comes time for the dollars, for the bombs, for the Iron Dome, and for the THAAD, man, it sure does seem like they get every single thing that they want, doesn't it?
Yeah, we can talk about like how it happened, what precise words he might have used, the severity of his anger, the number of cuss words he threw at him. But you're right. Like what matters is what's on the ground, and that is that Trump is still stuck in, and I hate to glaze the whole Professor Pape, but stuck in that escalation trap.
Escalation trap is
He's
true.
stuck right in there.
No, it's true.
And okay, so you know, it does look like he got him to not bomb Beirut. Right now, which probably saved hundreds of lives in the for the near term. Israel has killed thousands of people in Lebanon, southern Lebanon. They continue to encroach forward. They've pushed across the Litani River at this point. And the agreement that Netanyahu is saying he's reached is that, okay, well, we won't shoot at them as long as Hezbollah doesn't shoot inside Israel. What Netanyahu seems to be trying to do is lock in the kind of territorial gains that they have made to this point, to say like, okay, now we're everywhere that we are. You can't shoot your FPV drones at us anymore. You can't attack us. We're just claiming all of this.
Right.
And Hezbollah's like, no. Here's an idea.
That's what they were doing with Gaza too. They were just going in and just being like, oh no, this is the line now. It's like new border. It's like, so you're just land grabbing? No. We're just keeping it warm for the next Gazans.
Like leave Lebanon. Like go back to Israel. If you don't want us to shoot at you in Lebanon, don't be in Lebanon anymore. And they are taking significant casualties. Like yesterday, they took that stupid Beaufort Crusader castle, or they took it a couple days ago.
Yep, we covered that.
And then yesterday, it looks like 3 Israelis were killed with FPV drone attacks in that castle, or right around outside of that castle. And according to my colleague Maz, what Hezbollah is saying is that because Israel celebrated their conquest of this Crusader castle and put up videos, Hezbollah was able to study exactly where they were and just quickly sent a drone swarm and killed several of them. And it's also a pointless fort to be holding.
Which Griffin told me there's actually a film from like 2007 about the futility of taking this castle. It's almost like these religious crusader wars don't usually have a point and don't particularly work out for anybody involved. I guess for the people who
We'll get a sequel. We'll get a sequel of that film.
Hopefully. Let's put this next one up here on the screen. Netanyahu's proxy, Amit Segal of Israel, says exclusive, according to a very...
What did Trump do this time? Not make a deal and lied to the American people about it?
Senior official on the PM's team.
He's made somebody like put together a compilation of all of Trump's times that he has opened. So there's 7 times that the Strait of Hormuz is opened, apparently. But the amount of times that he has made a deal with Iran, it was like it was like 20 something.
I wonder who that is.
But you guys ignore that. It's okay.
The Axios report is inaccurate. Trump did not make personal remarks about jail or claim Netanyahu was hated globally. Instead, he focused on the
Wasn't including you in those guys.
Conflicting social media posts. Trump felt Netanyahu implied that the war was continuing at full intensity.
Didn't Jon
while
Stewart do that
Netanyahu
last
felt
night?
Trump
Do what?
implied a total ceasefire. Trump did note that defending Israel's global position is difficult and breeds hatred. Ultimately, the call ended with an understanding Israel will hold off on striking Beirut as long as it's not attacked within its own borders. So that last part actually makes a lot of sense because
I could help this time.
what Netanyahu currently has been trying to do is saying that every time Israelis who are occupying southern Lebanon, IDF soldiers get attacked, that is then itself a pretext. However, remember, they are occupying almost half of the entire country, not just occupying, saying, we're not leaving. Like, you don't take casualties.
You can't be here. You have to evacuate.
You have to leave. Like, literally.
Yeah.
I mean, the craziest thing.
Oh, the Daily Show had a bunch of clips of Trump claiming the war was... Oh, is that what... Okay, so, yeah, I saw a TikTok of that, so I guess that's where that came from.
I think you guys reported this, was when they were contacting
watch
Sunni and Christian families and being like, hey, if you've got any Shia people, they got to go.
Right, yeah, the Christian villages. Yeah.
Right, yeah, going to the Christian villages, but any Shia residents, they have to go. And if you shelter them, we're going to kill you.
You're checking the attics.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like, bro. Really?
Yeah, exactly. Very right. Yeah, you can draw the historical parallel there for yourself. Let's put A1 up here on the screen. This is Trump's readout of the call. I had a very productive call with Netanyahu. There will be no troops going to Beirut. Any troops that are on their way have already turned back, which, by the way, was a real breaking news because that's not even originally what was being told. They said they were going to bomb them.
Yeah,
we didn't know that they were going to Beirut. I mean, they may be, though, Ryan.
Yes.
They may have actually been on their way. Likewise, through highly placed representatives, I had a very good call with Hezbollah. They agreed that all shooting will stop, that Israel will not attack them, and they will not attack Israel. Remember, Hezbollah has already come out and said, no, that's not true. We will definitely attack Israelis who are in Lebanon. In terms of striking Israel, sure, if they don't hit Dahiya in Beirut, then yeah, we won't hit them in Israel. But in the interim, war in Lebanon is still on. Let's put A2 up here on the screen just to show you some of the video, Ryan. It came out in the Lebanese city of Tyre. I apologize if I'm saying these incorrectly. Several buildings, including a hospital, was struck. I know there were multiple casualties that were reported.
Jesus
so yeah, you can see. Dude. I mean, this was literally.
Yeah, but if this was Israel or America, dude, everybody would be losing their shit, saying how these barbarians are bombing hospitals.
Yesterday, in terms of the Israeli strikes that were on this city, allegedly, again, always a Hezbollah stronghold. So you can see why in Lebanon you have already had, hundreds of thousands of people displaced, IDF soldiers occupying a significant part of the country, issuing evacuation orders, which thousands actually abided by in the Dahiya district of Beirut. They were like, okay, hey, we got to go. They're about to level this place. Now, Trump did hold back on those strikes. However, we all know it's just a matter of time before anything like that happens again. Let's put A3 up here on the screen. This seems to have been the precipitating event behind Trump calling off the strikes and calling Netanyahu. Iran had suspended all diplomatic communication and messages with the U.S., according to Iranian state media. The decision was reportedly due to Iranian opposition to the Israeli strikes against Hezbollah. And so, again, to bring it back, I think, to Professor Pape's analysis here on the show. He said two things. First, he has his framework of the escalation trap. But the second was about how Iran has turned into a world power. And what...
Yes, they are... I mean, dude, the Strait of Hormuz was just not controlled by them before.
You have watched now is this great strategic folly of it.
What I hate is when they're kind of bringing up how much of a failure like this whole thing was, but they somehow undersell it as like, oh, it's not as big of a failure. I mean,
Iran's leverage over the Strait of Hormuz and over
much dumber
the
than we
nuclear
thought,
issue and the ability to not surrender to the United States has enabled them to use the Strait of Hormuz and diplomatic talks, which Trump desperately wants, as leverage to obtain restraint on Israeli action in Lebanon. And so whenever they say, hey, we're pulling out of the deal or we're suspending all talks if these strikes are going to continue, Trump immediately has to pick up the phone and restrain Israel. First of all, it shows why this is probably a doomed effort in the long run because Israel is there and constantly wants to be pushing these things, but it demonstrates Iranian veto power. And this is really what Mark Levin and others are freaking.
Why are we ignoring the fact that the military-industrial complex is still fucking doing gangbusters over this shit? Like, this was so, like, obvious during the Bush administration that we talked about this shit a lot, but for some reason, never mentioned.
Freaking out about is that for them, it's intolerable because they created this monster with Iran, able to shut the Strait of Hormuz, able to have all this leverage in diplomatic talks, while also having literal Israeli action, even, yes, extreme Israeli action, be restrained. I'm not going to say they haven't won, in the near term with all their occupation, but the fact that Iran has that ability literally to just come in and say, nope, The entire thing is off if this continues, and then the president has to pick up the phone and call them, only demonstrates their power in these negotiations.
Yes, absolutely. That's the key point. Iran said, as a result of all of these
Rebecca, take care.
Israeli attacks on Lebanon,
we
are cutting off contact
Much love.
with the American mediators, the mediators between us and the United States. And Trump immediately called.
Like,
yes, that is the key point. But Trump does not seem to want to take that to the next step.
Exactly.
Which is, okay, if that is genuinely the power relationship that exists here at this moment, certainly given oil prices and the global economy like approaching free fall, then I need to do something about this. He gets that, but the something, he just can't get himself to it. Because there's just no way to thread the needle of resolving this without it being utterly humiliating. I mean, I would sign on to some type of thing. I won't make fun of him for 2 weeks, a month. Like, what do you need?
Like, put A4, because this is where I really want your analysis, because it's really complicated. Let's put A4 up here on the screen. The Lebanese embassy issued a statement yesterday. They said, with the framework of the efforts undertaken by the Lebanese state to preserve stability and spare Lebanon, following communication, etc., under the proposed arrangement, Israeli strikes on the southern suburbs of Beirut would cease in exchange for Hezbollah refraining from carrying attacks against Israel, with the scope of the ceasefire subsequently being expanded to encompass the entirety of Lebanese territory. So they're claiming that Hezbollah has agreed not only to cease attacks on Israel, but also to cease attacks on all IDF soldiers in Lebanese territory as a request of the Lebanese government, which again is not Hezbollah, but they're, have some sort of back channel. How much faith should we put into this? Because again, Hezbollah had denied at least some of this in part. We don't know yet how much of it is true, but could you explain those dynamics of the Lebanese government, Hezbollah, the current ceasefire talks? Because it doesn't actually include Hezbollah. That's what's so confusing.
The key line here, and the way it's phrased is, with the scope of the ceasefire subsequently being expanded.
I didn't realize this. My wife's surgeon looks just like Ryan Grimm.
To encompass the entirety of Lebanese territory. So what that means
is
like it's
millions
going in phases.
of dollars in clothing on him.
Israeli strikes on Beirut have to stop, and then
Fucking
Hezbollah
watch,
strikes
they could pay for that whole studio.
Will have to stop. Then some other things have to happen. And that's what's left unsaid in between the comma and the with here. And then subsequently, there would be a ceasefire across all of Lebanon. So then that's where that's where the devil resides in between there. What is Hezbollah asking for? A full agreement with Iran, and that includes Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon, which is Iran's demand. In which case, subsequently not firing within Lebanese territory would make sense because there would be no IDF troops there. They withdrew last time.
Americans are never going to learn unless we're paying taxes directly to Israel.
Hoping that they will withdraw again.
Oh,
Israel
they might want to pay attention.
Doesn't have any intention of doing so. So this is a very difficult difference to bridge here.
Yeah, and let's put A5 up there on the screen. Immediately after his Netanyahu call leaked Trump truths, talks are continuing at a rapid pace with the Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And so, look, all of this was market related because what happened is Netanyahu, as we covered yesterday, announced we're going to strike Beirut, and immediately you had Iran cut off talks. So oil spiked.
Bab el-Mandeb.
And then, that's right. They also threatened the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Trump picks up the phone. But in the meantime, Brent crude surges by 8%. Stock futures drop after the Trump phone call with Netanyahu leaks and his Truth Social post goes up. Then the stock futures went up, and I believe some oil went down. But let's not forget. I mean, what's the Brent crude
85,
currently at? Let's
86.
see. $93 a barrel. So, I mean, it's still high. And if I were to look at gas prices nationally, it's still $4.29 a gallon, and diesel still sitting around $5.43 a gallon, which is only 40 cents or so off of the all-time high back in 2022. All of this together, it's not like anything is really happening. I mean,
and this
last week,
inventories and strategic reserves depleted.
Yeah, yesterday, I believe that the SPR will reach its lowest level ever by next week. Total oil inventory is near record lows. All
Stan,
of
the
we
rightful
were gonna
king
cover
has
this yesterday.
returned.
The Chevron CEO
did kick him out.
was talking about how it's basically inevitable for oil to go to 140, 150 a barrel, which to translate it to gas terms is roughly $6 a gallon. Simply because he's like, look, we don't have any more oil.
Nationally.
He's like, we don't have that much oil. It's like,
you want it, you gotta
yeah,
pay.
Yeah, he's like, somebody's gonna have to pay for it. It's a global commodity. The straits close. Japan, Korea, you have multiple months now where, it takes a long time for these tankers to move across the ocean. So a lot of the orders placed in the middle of the war, some of them are already just now either arriving here or are on their way to their current destination. And, it takes a while for all of this stuff to empty, but the bill's coming due. And I mean, basically already due with gas at $4.29 a gallon. Yep. Let's go to A6 here from Trump. This was also his immediate reaction. By the way, just to show you how flailing this entire thing, when the news initially broke that Iran was going to cut off talks, he told this to an NBC News reporter. I think we've been talking too much, if you want to know the truth. I think going silent would be very good, and that could be for a long time. It doesn't mean we're going to go and start dropping bombs all there. We'll just go silent. We'll keep the blockade. Blockade is a piece of steel. I think I can wait as long as they want.
You know what
They're
that
losing
means?
a fortune.
Hold on.
The Art
This
of
is
the
telling.
Deal author, he
This
said.
is Trump figuring out that the markets aren't moving at as quickly or as frequently as he was able to make that happen. So now he's just like, yeah, fuck it. If the markets aren't going to move, then we'll stop with all of our information sharing.
That also seemed to have been some grudging respect for negotiators. When I first asked
that's
about
kind of
reports
funny.
they're
That
suspending
piss off a
talks,
few people
well,
where they're
it's
just
an
like,
appropriate thing to
"No!
say because they're better
How am I
negotiators
supposed
than
to
they are
fucking work the
fighters.
market? God.
I mean, Trump is
Pretty good
beginning-
fighters too, apparently.
Yeah, they're not bad. I think what they are seeing is the futility of this Gordian knot that they are in. He can either buckle or he can escalate, and that's the escalation trap ultimately. In the meantime, they're trying to
Months
have
of this
everything
bullshit.
half-assed, and even
You can
just
either quit
with Israel. Can we all
or-
ruminate for a second that
We've already lost.
The
We're losing
Titanic
this.
phone call is over. It really strikes on Beirut, not the occupation of half of the country, which they claim will never be given back to the residents ever again. They literally say it. They like, what do they say about Lebanon, southern Lebanon? They're like, you will never return.
Right.
You will literally never return. They just say it out loud. And that's the ceasefire.
It's for greater Israel. It's almost like they've been telling us this is what they're going to do. This is why they need us to eventually turn on the people that we have made deals with, like Saudi Arabia. This is where, realistically, the Arab world, they kind of need to determine whether or not they care more about their religion or money.
If anything, by the way, the Hezbollah and Iran and all of them
'Cause,
not
yeah,
willing to
guys,
fight
you're next.
while half of their country is occupied is nuts. I mean, from
According
their
to Trump.
perspective.
And it's also crazy that the sticking point between two countries, the United States and Iran, when it comes to reaching a deal, is what Israel wants to do in Lebanon. Like, if you just came to this cold, you'd be like, well, that sounds like a separate thing because the war is between the United States and Iran, as far as we're told, and it's like anti-Semitic to say anything else. So then why is it being hung up by this other conflict that doesn't have anything to do with us?
Yeah. If you were to say, hey, we could all pay less in gas and we can negotiate bilaterally tomorrow, but Israel just has to withdraw from a country which is literally not theirs, everyone would be like, oh, okay. Yeah, cool. The only people who wouldn't sign that deal are the Israelis, right? Who are for them, it's intolerable. Yeah, we're like, okay, cool. Yeah,
we
fine.
should still reach a deal with Iran.
Yeah, we could just reach a deal with Iran. You guys just have to leave Lebanon. It sucks for you.
And if not, Iran can
it's
deal
not
with
really
it.
our problem.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. But ultimately, that's why, maybe we can edit this in post. I've just been thinking about this all day. So one of my friends sent it to me. This is the mindset of Mark Levin, who basically is a traitor to the United States for doing something like this. We will soon celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. We're off to a good start, Ryan. The Declaration was, in essence, a declaration of war against the most powerful military force on earth, the British Empire. He ruminates on the patriotism. Every delegate who signed that document had signed their own death warrant. Here's where it gets good. Let us remember this when we listen to the debates about whether or not we should defeat the Iranian regime. So we have a full paragraph here, which is all about the courage of the American Revolution and how much everything was on the line. And now he goes, all the arguments and even excuses against it, despite 47 years of its killing, maiming thousands of our fellow countrymen, 47 years of lies and deceit, to decades of developing nuclear and missile technology to obliterate our nation, and a far more dangerous and diabolical ideological agenda than that of the British monarchy. Yet, George Washington and the brave founders of our country personally risked everything. Ultimately, the British forces surrenders. The Iranian regime will never surrender. They will never abide by a deal any more than they've abided by a ceasefire. I am mindful.
It's because Uni's not home.
Only 35% of colonists supported war with Britain. My
They
view may be
revolt.
similarly be a minority view today. I hope not. But it's
Stan Pete on. Oh shit! Excuse me. Stan Pete on the floor.
It is, so be it.
Well,
so he links
I was gone last night.
pluckiness
He doesn't do
and
that.
the courage of the founders of the American Revolution to
And I let him
his
out right
support
before I
for
left,
the
so
war
there
with
was like,
Iran,
yeah.
which he now says
I was
is
only gone
unpopular by his
from,
own view, but is as just of a
like
cause
11:30
as the American founding
last
was.
night to 7 a.m.
Imagine the
Like,
psychology of that.
He
The
never
irony, of
has that
course, which I
problem.
bet a bunch of viewers have
Yeah.
picked up on, is that the Iranian revolutionaries were inspired by the American
Yes,
revolutionaries.
you're right.
We both threw off the British.
Yeah.
Like the Iranians threw off the British. Like the Shah was an American and British puppet. Like we installed the Shah because
Oh yeah! Happy Pride Month, everybody.
because Iran had nationalized British petroleum, like a British oil company, and the Brits wanted us to take it back for them.
Yeah.
And so then the Iranian
And they weren't
revolution
even that powerful.
threw them back.
I don't even know why
How's
we
it going,
did it.
man?
In retrospect, when you read it, you're like,
We're
why
doing
did
well.
we do this?
Yeah, why do we do
Why?
this? They wanted to be our allies. They were a democratic government. They just wanted like control over their oil resources, which is a completely
Normal.
reasonable thing. to
By
want.
the way, I'm probably capping
And-
stream
And we're not
at
talking about
5 hours tonight.
1912,
So
when the British Empire is at its peak. We're talking about what is it, 1950?
Possibly
Yeah,
4
yeah, yeah.
hours,
Freaking
30 minutes.
Suez,
Depends
they
on
were
how
on
long
their
the
way
segments
out.
go.
Like, why are we fighting for these people? Yeah. So, yes, there are parallels to the American Revolution and the overthrow of the British monarchy, but it doesn't go in the direction that
It's just, I
Lynn
mean,
thinks it
reading
does.
this and seeing, I mean, but you could only read this and say, and to compare support for the American Revolution to support for war with Iran, which is existential in no way whatsoever for the United States, but is existential for one country, to Israel. You should ask, okay, who are you loyal to?
Great job,
Literally,
Iranian people.
If you believe that it's so existential, then that means
It's okay.
that you seem
Just
to be
keep
much
tone
more
down the slurs. I try to
loyal to Israel than to the United States. Because you know what's more existential to the U.S.? Oh, I don't know, $6 a gallon gasoline, which
Hey, if I have to be good, you have to too. Okay. I saw the error of my ways.
by the way, he even says is not that big
The
of a deal.
enemy-
So
it is the weapon of
he's
the
willing
enemy.
to
You do not need to use it.
sacrifice all of you, for his war and to try and tell you that you're just like George Washington if you support it. And that's the level, though. In some ways, it's good. If that's how reductive the propaganda has gotten, then it shows how untenable support the war is for itself. Because this is what the Iraq War was like, and I remember it well.
As the founding fathers said, we must always go in search of monsters to destroy.
Thank you.
I think that's what it said, right?
Yeah, George Washington famously in his farewell address said, "We must go abroad in search of monsters to destroy." So well said. All right, let's get to AI.
All right. Yeah, let's get to AI. All right, so this is not what we're covering. We're going to cover... We already did this one. Told you I already had that one pulled up. Okay, so bit of good news. Trump retreated on the payout to the Jan 6ers because apparently, there was some pushback, and even some Republicans were just like, yeah, no, fool.
The Justice Department saying just within the last few minutes that it, quote, strongly disagrees with the decision to block, at least temporarily, the president's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund, but confirms that they will abide by that decision and put it on pause. This fund is something that's caused major friction among Republicans. It's basically prompted senators to grind things to a halt over concerns the money could go to people who assaulted police officers on January 6th.
No, this was, dude, we're all fucking paying more at the pump, at the grocery store. Inflation does not show any signs of coming down. And then these assholes were like, yeah, we're going to take your tax dollars and pay these guys that he pardoned, which means that they were guilty of committing the crime. Like, it's fucking insane what they are trying to do by fucking whitewashing this. And honestly, I think it might work. I really do, because there's no pushback to keep this into the to keep the historical context of this alive.
Majority Leader John Thune.
God, you got people literally saying like, yeah, maybe it was stolen. That never did before.
Told our team on Capitol Hill about an hour ago that the administration should just, quote, shut it down. You know, the DOJ puts out this statement. It says they disagree, but they're going to comply. Do they have an option? Like, was not complying an option?
Yeah, it's not much of a...
No, this is their way of making it sound like a W.
Concession, Casey. You have to comply with a valid order from a federal district court judge, whether you like it or not. You certainly can appeal. But coming out with this long announcement, dramatically announcing that they will comply, I think Kristen Holmes's assessment we just heard is
looting the Treasury. I mean, they literally are, and this is the shit that I had to hear that like Biden was doing for 4 years.
There's got to be a reason for that. There's got to be some signaling and some messaging behind it. And Casey, bigger picture, I think anywhere you
look, I'm a Jedi.
Turn political branch, judiciary branch. This slush fund is doomed. It's running into dead ends left and right, and I think it's only a matter of time before the plug gets pulled altogether when you assess the landscape out there.
So, David Urban, I mean, from a political perspective, is this exactly what Ellie is essentially outlining here? Like, they needed to send a message to Republicans on Capitol Hill, so they made a big deal about announcing something that, you know, they have to do?
Yeah, I think, I'm not so sure. It's like in that Monty Python movie where I'm not dead yet. They're dragging people out to the cart. It may not be completely dead, but it's pretty dead. And I think.
What about the cart? That's not the same movie.
You know what's helped in this a little.
Oh wait. Well, he's conflating the "Bring Out Your Dead" and then the black. Okay,
is that Mike Johnson? Maybe
he is just mixing up his Monty Python.
It's okay. And I don't know how those conversations went, but if I were either of those gentlemen,
God,
I would
the text
say,
chain is so
hey,
pathetic.
Listen, you just took out Massey. You really made Nancy Mace angry. These people are going to go crazy when you get up here. They're going to make this so difficult for us to do. And Thune could have the same discussion. Now we've got all these wild card Republicans. They're going to make it impossible. And so neither Johnson nor Thune has to be the bad person in that conversation. We could point out to the president, it's going to be impossible for us to get this through. So let's focus on something else, right? And maybe the president heard that at this finally, and now we have this court order there. So, not dead yet, but pretty close to dead.
Well, let's look
Red
at,
Hood
and
forever.
David, I do take your point on the way you.
Are we talking Joker Red Hood or Jason
President
Todd
Trump
Red
to try to
Hood?
get to do something if you're a Republican, as many have learned, it can be tricky business.
Jason Todd? Hell yeah.
This is probably
He ain't
not
going
someone
nowhere.
he necessarily
He ironically was the Robin who died, but now he can't die.
was listening to as these decisions have been unfolding in Washington, but it's still
Weird how that
pretty
works.
noteworthy that Donald Trump's former vice president, Mike Pence, spoke out over the weekend about this so-called weaponization.
Yeah, I had heard about
fund.
this. I saved this
Here's what he had to
specifically
say.
for the show.
It's deeply offensive to me.
It's
that
deeply
you could
offensive.
have a fund that could even possibly compensate people who assaulted police officers or vandalized the Capitol on January 6th.
Dude, and then you got JD Vance, who's like super unpopular now in Trump world, like that, just because Trump said, maybe we want Marco Rubio. Rubio's a much stronger leader, right? Right?
And I think that's broadly held by most Republicans
Fuck that couch boy.
and most Americans.
David, let me just stick with you. I mean,
Well, Mike Pence is like, listen, wait, hold on. You're gonna give people who are trying to kill me money? Like, I find that offensive. I think that's Mike Pence's take on it all right.
Well, and it seems
I'm
like
not
a
speaking
fair
for the former vice
take.
president, but you don't have to be a genius to kind of get where he's coming from.
yeah. Alex Thompson, when you kind of are reporting and are talking to people on Capitol Hill, Republicans, Democrats, I mean, what do you hear about this fund and why it more than anything else has been such a problem for the president?
Well, some of this is just timing, and it's a sign that the Republican Senate is no longer a rubber stamp for Donald Trump, and some of that's the consequence of Trump's own actions, because Trump endorsed against Bill Cassidy, against John Cornyn. They only have 53 votes. You also have Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, and Mitch McConnell, who aren't automatic yeses. They do not.
Get to the
Mariana
Democrats
Sotomayor,
part.
one piece of the puzzle here is what Democrats have been planning to do in this
There
reconciliation
we go.
fight. It's all very much down in the weeds, but basically, because the Republicans want to do this, they open themselves up to a situation where Democrats get to basically force them to vote on things that otherwise they wouldn't be forced to vote on. And Chuck Schumer said,
Jimmy Dore just had a heart
We'll
attack.
be ready to use
Force the vote.
amendments to try to kill this fund, to put them all on the record on the fund. How much is that playing into all of this?
I mean, yeah, Democrats are definitely lining up a number of amendments. Just think of, for example, Lisa Slotkin, Mark Kelly, Adam Schiff. They are claiming that they have been, quote unquote, weaponized by the government because they have been investigated by the
government has been weaponized
against them. Exactly.
Yeah.
So they're like, okay,
Who
if
the
you
fuck
are allowing
actually
that
wa-
opportunity
okay, like,
for.
We watch this just to inform ourselves of like the news of the day. Who the hell sits there watching cable TV and just listens to these idiots and then looks at their faces and is just like, yeah, I really like them. They seem so super trustworthy. And honestly, I would go have a coffee with these gals. Like, ugh, gross. All right, fuck it. We're moving on. Trump appoints Bill Pluty as acting Department of National Intelligence. Yeah, our National Intelligence Agency is now being headed by a mortgage broker. Isn't that fun? All right. Well, fuck it. Let's get to the Cenk and Hasan stuff. I don't know why I was teasing this as long as I was, but like I said, got to have a tighter show tonight because I do got to get back to the hospital at some point tonight. So, let's get to it.
Welcome back to the Young Turks. Cenk Uyger, Anna Kasparian, and Hasan Piker joins us. So now that in some way...
What the shit? What the shit? What the fuck was that?
Welcome back to the Young Turks. Cenk Uyger, Anna Kasparian, and Hasan Piker
Okay, that was a really weird glitch.
joins us. So now that both Hasan and I are here, you are at serious risk of public disorder.
Trump buying stocks before the Dell deal. Yeah, I know.
So mayhem might break out at any second now. So we're both on Hasan's stream.
But for every idiot that's out there saying, just pay attention to what Trump says with this, it's like, yeah, but they don't get the insides on like the, when they need to sell.
On Twitch and...
it's that whole left holding the bag thing, but they think they're too smart to be holding the bag because, they do this.
Our show on YouTube and everywhere else. So Haas,
that insider trading. Oh yeah, I mean if that actually mattered, except for just Nancy Pelosi, but we're so fucking stupid as a nation that we'll listen to any Republican talking about how insider trading is bad for Democrats, but we will not tolerate questioning that for Republicans. That's absurd.
Can I start off with something a little different? So we're going to talk about Cenk and Hasan getting banned from the UK, but I see this as part of a broader campaign targeting you, Haas, because I don't like being put in a situation where I have to defend you. I'm just going to keep it 100. But Dave Rubin...
Dude, she low-key just said Haas, I really don't like you.
Went on a show and claimed that you harassed me and other women at work, which was a brazen
Anna,
lie.
what are you doing?
I went out and said that it was a brazen lie. You never once harassed me at work. What do you think this is about? And why do you think it's okay, or why do they think it's okay to just make up lies about you like that? I mean, sexual harassment is a serious allegation.
Because they conflated Jimmy Dore with Hasan, and they also think that it's easy because they're just like, look, you can believe it, right?
And for Dave Rubin, who I haven't spoken to in over a decade, to speak on my behalf like that and make something up is insane.
Yeah, I think it's a campaign of misinformation and smearing prominent critics of Israel, no matter which way they can. And it's very obvious that they're getting increasingly more desperate. Now, with Dave Rubin, it's a unique predicament because on the one hand, I'm thinking is this a part of a broader, sophisticated smear campaign? Or rather, is it simply just Dave Rubin being stupid? Because he's just so unbelievably stupid. So with Dave Rubin, you got to think about both of the options.
True.
But yeah,
my wife just texted me to be like, "Ooh, hey, I think Anna's a Swiftie."
I do see a coordinated effort. Fox News is probably watching this broadcast right now. They have people stationed
on that one.
On my broadcast every single day. They just do like a transcript readout of every single thing that I talk about and post about it and publish it. On the other side, this is obviously escalated since the subpoena, which I never received, by the way.
Why is he dressed like a valet?
But Will Cain was talking about how some counter protesters that were at the Delaney facility in New Jersey that I went to with Adam Hamawi, who's running for Congress.
I don't know. I read that comment. I'm like, yeah, is it? And then I like really got a good look at him. I'm like, oh my God, he does look like he's like, here, hey, Haas, take care of her.
In New Jersey, to check out the heinous conditions inside of the facility, and to hear from the protesters about the ways in which the state troopers in New Jersey and the federal ICE officers were actually brutalizing them for exercising their First Amendment rights. There were a lot of agitators, a lot of counter protesters that were pro-ICE and disruptors that were there specifically to yell at the protesters. They, of course, yelled at me as well. And Will Cain earlier today covered that as though it was actually the ICE protesters that were yelling at me. So I feel like there's this like effort to slander and smear
like Jordan Peterson.
prominent critics of Israel, prominent critics of the Trump.
I have a very sharp suit.
Administration, no matter which way they can. There's obviously a bipartisan
Sophie,
effort in some respects.
Hey, Pep, missed hearing from you for the past few days. I appreciate that.
Josh
Well, I'm back.
Gottheimer earlier today also said
We're here. We're good.
because I called the Israel Day parade that took place that had
We'll
Bezalel
also be live
Smotrich
tomorrow.
on a Nazi parade. I said there's Nazis at this parade. It's a Nazi parade, and prominent Democrats like
Thursday,
Chuck Schumer
maybe.
and Kathy Hochul were participating in a Nazi parade, and Josh Gottheimer didn't like that. And he was saying, I've defended Hamas, and therefore, maybe my read for who's a Nazi is broken. He's been ducking me. I've told him I'd be willing to have, like regular discourse with him. But yeah, none of these guys want to actually entertain the conversation. They can't actually attack the message. They can't counter message, so they attack the messenger and disparage. That's all they know.
No, Andrew will just start shouting at you and laughing like, you don't believe this? You don't believe it? What, you believe in utilitarianism?
But I think people are fed up with it.
Like,
they'll call you anti-Semitic, but they'll never call you wrong. Right? They never engage with the substance of what you're saying. So it doesn't surprise me at all that Gottheimer's running away. If he sat down and engaged in a debate with you, I mean, what's the substance of his argument? You can't defend the indefensible. We all see what's happening in Gaza. We all see what's happening in Lebanon. We see the entire global economy being destroyed right now as we speak because of this war that the US got dragged into against Iran by Israel. So I just feel like, look, everything that's happening right now, they think it's gonna work. Like these bans, they think it's gonna work. The censorship, they think it's gonna work. Everyone sees what's going on, and in fact, everything they're doing is actually incredibly counterproductive to what they want to accomplish here.
Yeah. So Haas, to that point, how do you think that the rest of this plays out, right? And I don't mean about the UK. We'll come back to them in terms of whether we're ever allowed to go there again. I mean, it's hilarious. You were just there a little while ago. I was just there a little while ago.
By the way, guys, my chat froze again. So if I miss a chat, I apologize. I'm trying to reset it, but it's not working.
Mayhem didn't break out. The public order wasn't immediately destroyed, right? But like, so it feels like the powerful in the US and the UK and in a lot of Western countries, but not all of them, are starting to tighten their grip, and that they've lost the media wars. So they're just going to outright oppression. But now the overwhelming majority of British citizens and American citizens are on our side, not their side. So how does this movie end?
I mean, I think inevitably there's going to be too much public pressure. And once there's too much public pressure, governments, like our government here in the United States.
Literally, the first message I see after I fix my chat is Pep can't see us talk shit.
And governments in the UK and far beyond in Europe as well are going to have to make a decision.
I should have just let
Quick
you go.
question. When was the last time you went to bed before midnight without your phone lighting up your
Oh, shut up. I get it, man. God, more and more of this shit where it's like, here's an app to get you off the phone. What?
Returns and a 30-night trial so you can test it out, dream big, and wake up better.
You know what's funny? Pokemon Sleep does the same thing.
The headlines will still be there in the morning. You might as well wake up ready for them.
Do they want to drop all pretense that they have a democratic process, that they care about like liberal humanitarian values that they claim to espouse, they claim to care about, or are they going to increase the repression? And unfortunately, what a lot of people either don't understand or are moving in the direction of is exactly that. What did the UK do? They prescribed Palestine Action as a terrorist organization, and then they started arresting en masse thousands of pensioners, disabled protesters, young people that would dare to say that they support Palestine Action.
I mean, this goes back to that one girl being picked up from her campus.
So dangerous. They're so dangerous. All those elderly people that they rounded up and arrested, so dangerous. And by the way, Haas, Cenk alluded to the fact that you were in the UK not that long ago. And I want to show everyone what you were talking about when you were in the UK not too long ago. Let's take a look at that.
This is...
Anti-Semitism is a canary in the coal mine of fascism. It's one of the oldest bigotries that has caused those of the Jewish faith a tremendous amount of pain. From pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for instability and economic volatility people in power cause. A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat, especially as economic instability makes those in power seek out old targets. They're not very creative, usually. They just always rehash the same propaganda over and over again. This is precisely the reason why I am terrified of the conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. The conflation is dangerous. Valid criticisms against the state, especially as all of the violence is unfolding, and everyone can see it, valid criticisms against the state committing these atrocities and tying it back to Judaism is a cynical ploy to stop all matter of conversation is truly terrifying. And I think it directly causes anti-Semitism to fester.
And look, I agree with everything you said there, and I don't see the Zionist project as a project that seeks to protect the Jewish population. In fact, they couldn't care less about anti-Zionist Jews, and the treatment of anti-Zionist Jews makes that abundantly clear to me. I mean, look at the way they talk about people like Dave Smith, Glenn Greenwald, and others, and it's amazing to me that the people who are getting punished right now are those who have a problem with mass slaughter campaigns and land theft. It's insane. That's not really a question. I just wanted to make that statement.
Yeah, but I'm curious for Hans to finish his thought.
Yeah.
So now that the audience has seen, of course you didn't say anything anti-Semitic. In fact, you said the exact opposite. Literally the exact opposite, right? So, but how does this movie end? Because now our governments say, we don't care what you think. It doesn't matter. We're just going to oppress you on behalf of Israel.
Yeah, I don't know. There's only two options out of this, obviously. It's either de-escalation on behalf of the British government, on behalf of the American government. And we have seen some de-escalation on other issues from the American government, like in Minneapolis, where there was far too much public pressure through these people-backed campaigns of people going out and protesting against ICE activity. It was an occupation by the Trump administration, and there was some success there. So even the most powerful country on earth, the United States of America, was able to cave and capitulate to the demands by the public when it got far too heated, I guess. And of course, they ended up assassinating 2 American citizens in broad daylight in the process. I guess a similar thing could take place in the UK with this issue as long as the protests continue, because like I said, at the end of the day, they have to make a decision. Are they going to allow fascism to manifest, or are they going to maintain the pretense that democracy and the democratic process still works? Because it's gotten to a degree where the overwhelming majorities of masses in almost all of the Western countries have realized what's going on, and they can't really arrest every single person, right? So they might have the moneyed interests, they might have a pervasive, sophisticated influence peddling operation that they've utilized for decades, but we have the people, and the people are not. They're not giving in. As a matter of fact, this kind of additional state repression only angers the people further. And it actually causes people who were maybe on the sidelines, who might have seen the violence, but never really thought about it all that much because it's just happening over there. Or maybe you're afraid of Muslims and think they might have deserved this kind of violence or whatever.
Like they did
to
the
now
Streisand effect
second
with them.
guess, to now actually.
It's just like now now people who just didn't really care about him are interested in him.
Become participants,
And
because
also they
what people
don't
don't
necessarily
appreciate.
agree with what the UK did, because like they are kind of, for lack of a better term, America first, where they're just like, yeah, we believe in freedom of speech, therefore, you know what? I mean, some people have principles like that. Some. Listen, I'm
Is
not trying
being
to say
bullied.
like
What
all
people
MAGAs
don't
out
like
there
is
saying this,
cancel
okay?
culture, and Israel loves
He's a good
bullying
communicator.
people.
I will never take that away from him.
Israel's envoys, Israel's most prominent defenders, are
Not
some
that I
of
could,
the most
wouldn't say
annoying
otherwise.
people you've ever encountered. So when they go on television and demand with maximum arrogance, with maximum hubris, unconditional support, and then they turn around and say, if you say no to that unconditional support, you're an enemy and you need to be deplatformed, you need to lose your job, you can't live in polite society anymore, you can't exist as a normal person. Well, then that causes a lot of people to get frustrated at Israel even more than they previously would have. I've even brought this example up with the UAE. There is no United Arab Emirates lobby in the United States of America. Sure, they directly, give money as little Israel to Donald Trump and whatnot. But ultimately, there isn't this like sophisticated media machine working at the behest of the United Arab Emirates that says like, oh, if you ever bring up Sudan, you're actually an Islamophobe, and therefore you need to be punished. You need to lose your job. But if that was the case, I think that a lot more Americans would be paying attention to what the United Arab Emirates is doing. And I think the Zionist lobby is suffering from its own success. For years and years, they went uncontested. It was unconditional. There's bipartisan support for Israel, and anyone that ever questioned that would be called an anti-Semite, and there was a lot of weight to that criticism. There was a lot of weight to that accusation. Now that's gone. And the reason why that's gone is because everyone understands that Israel is committing a genocide. And that genocide has caused people to look back at Israel's history, Israel's development, and Zionism as an ideology. And it's caused people to understand that perhaps they totally misunderstood the history of Israel for the longest time. And the toothpaste is out of the tube. So either governments that are controlled and have some sense of responsibility to the masses will turn around and say, all right, enough is enough. We have to cut ties with Israel. We have to restrain Israel. This coalition that we've designed can't continue. Or they're going to become just like Israel, as I said. They're going to turn into fascist countries.
I'm worried. I mean, things look very bleak. And, you pointed to the event that took place in New York City over the weekend. And I want to kind of flesh that out a little bit for the audience in case they missed that story. Because, Israel's far-right finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, was seen in New York City alongside Democrats. This is for the Israel Day parade over the weekend. Now, Zoran Mamdani, the mayor of New York City, he was facing all this backlash because he's the first mayor in 61 years who refused to attend the Israel Day parade. And I'm glad that he did refuse, considering the fact that there was a literal war criminal there. So let's take a look at this J Street post on X. They write Bezalel Smotrich should be sanctioned by American political and Jewish communal leaders, not marching alongside them in the streets of New York City. Smotrich is the architect of the Israeli government's policies to ultimately annex the West Bank, said that it may be just and moral to starve 2 million Gaza residents, but no one in the world would let us. He is a supporter of Greater Israel. We all know what that is. Believes Palestinians aren't even real people or a people, and is someone who has played a huge role in annexing parts of the West Bank, forcing people, Palestinians namely, out of their homes. The International Criminal Court even has a warrant out for his arrest. Take a look at this headline: exclusive ICC prosecutor's office seeks arrest warrant for Israel Smotrich. He's marching alongside Chuck Schumer and a whole host of other Democrats at this parade over the same weekend that you and Cenk get banned from the UK because you speak out against these atrocities.
It's a flex. There's no other way to read it than it's a flex. They're flexing on us. They get to have tremendous
Netanyahu literally just being like, "Come on, arrest us."
Power and tremendous influence over what Western countries do and can't do. And this is a product of that. There's no other way to read it as anything but a direct threat to what the American government or what the American public has to say. That's what I think is going on. It's about sending a message. That's why Bezalel Smotrich is there. And you brought up J Street, and I find that really funny because, like, liberal Zionism is inherently contradictory. This is one of the things that people get very mad at me about, because I say liberal Zionism is like saying you're a liberal Nazi, because Zionism is racism, Zionism is Nazism.
I agree with you, yeah.
And a lot of people get very frustrated with this. And as a matter of fact, J Street's president has gotten very frustrated with this. He's had conversations about the sentiment with the Pod Johns over at Pod Save America. And this is a direct demonstration of that inherent contradiction, because there were a lot of statements that came in the aftermath of the news articles that came out about Bezalel Smotrich being at the Israel parade, and some people were trying to say, oh, he snuck in, or some people were claiming that, like, no one knew he was going to be there, and it's like, it's the Israel parade. If you go to the Klan march, you're gonna have the Grand Wizard of the KKK at the Klan march. You can't turn around and be shocked and act all surprised that you know, a member of the Israeli cabinet, the finance minister of the nation state that you're choosing to celebrate, appear at the actual celebration. Of course he's going to be there, right? So I think all of the ass covering that Kathy Hochul and even Alex Boris, which is very disappointing that he attended that as well. He's too young. He knows better, and his father knows better too. But all these people that are like, oh, I can't believe that the Nazi was at the Nazi parade, are just trying to engage in this same liberal cognitive dissonance. The idea that liberal Zionism is in some ways different than the ultra Zionism demonstrated by Bezalel Smotrich. It's not. He's a part of the Israeli government. He is perhaps the purest expression of the Israeli state's violence against Palestinians. It's racism that it harbors against non-Jews and Jewish supremacy. Of course, he's going to be there. He was elected. And he has every right to be there. If you're going to throw an Israel Day parade, you shouldn't throw an Israel Day parade, and you certainly shouldn't participate in the Israel parade if you don't want to be caught next to war criminals.
Yeah, he's cooking no notes. Like,
Yeah.
literally,
So,
there's nothing I can
Hasan,
say.
I was going to
like,
ask you about labor and
that adds
Democrats.
to that.
I'll come back to that. But there's something
good
you
on
said
him.
there that I'm curious about. So look, you look back at Zionism, and I think you're totally right about one of the things that you said, where you said,
Why does Anna look so salty? What's up with the Salt Queen? I mean, I know that's like her thing, but Jesus.
now that all these atrocities has made us look back, and we were taught in America when I was growing up here that 1948 was the Arabs attacked the poor Israelis for no reason at all. And like the Israelis were the victims. Now you realize, no, it was ethnic cleansing. That's what the Nakba was. They drove out 750,000 Palestinians from their lands. They slaughtered them and killed them, and that's why people had to run. And so our media lied to us about that. They lied to us about 1967, where again, Israel attacked its neighbors. We were taught that they were attacked. It's just not true. Now people go, oh yeah. Well, of course we lied about that. So I understand all that background, no question about it. And so when you look back at it, should they have done this Zionism idea, which has ethnic cleansing built into it in order to be a settler colony? Now, that seems hard to defend, certainly. Now, Israel already exists. So if today Israel and the Palestinians made a deal and they had 2 states, assume for a second that that's remotely possible, and it was based on the 1967 borders, and they were both 2 independent, safe states, I would take that deal in a second, no matter how wrong Zionism was in the beginning. Would you take that deal, or do you think that's, since Zionism is wrong, it's unconscionable?
Oh, I personally think that it's just not up to me. I think that whatever is good for the Palestinians, like Palestinian statehood is good for the Palestinians. That's what they're trying to move towards. If that means that there is a 2-state deal with 1967 borders and Palestinians are happy with that, then who am I to tell them no? I say I'm a one-stater for the reasons that you just brought up, right? And there are some people who actually disagree with me on this as well. But the reason why I say I'm a one-stater is the same reason why Avi Shalom also eventually arrived at that same conclusion. And I believe so did Ilan Pappé. These are two very prominent new historians from Israel. They're Jewish. They uncovered a lot of the atrocities that took place during the Nakba and after the Nakba as well. Avi Shalom specifically about what the experience for Arab Jews was like moving to Israel and why they had to move to Israel. And then Ilan Pappé specifically about Plan Dalet. So their assessment is the same as mine. They look at 750,000 Jewish settlers that now illegally occupy both Eastern Jerusalem and the rest of the West Bank, the occupied West Bank that is currently occupied illegally by the Israeli state, to specifically design a non-contiguous Palestinian state. And the removal of 750,000 Jewish settlers from the occupied West Bank is virtually impossible. I don't think that they would ever do it. Israel had a very hard time removing settlers from the Sinai Peninsula at the time. And they had an even harder time removing only 7,000 Israeli Jewish settlers from the Gaza Strip when they pulled out of the Gaza Strip to like hermetically seal it and create the world's largest open air prison. They had to genuinely go there by force and remove people at gunpoint, right? 750,000 of the most rabid ultra-Zionists are most likely never going to leave unless they have to leave because they have to live in a binational state or a single solitary secular state that now places non-Jews and Jews in the same civil court system. What I envision is what would look a lot like Reconstruction, but hopefully not a failure like Reconstruction inevitably was. What I predict in that situation would that there would still be violence, of course, in the initial stages, but most likely violence resembling the Klan violence that took place in segregated in the segregated American South. But that is my North Star. That's what I think is the best possible outcome here. That's the most moral outcome, which of course would still offer reparations to the Palestinians for stolen land and also death and destruction that befell them at the hands of Israel. And beyond the reparations, certainly a right to return to all 15 million Palestinians. So that's what I believe is just and moral, and that's what I will continue to advocate for. But if there's a 1967 boundary two-state with a standing military, not something that Yitzhak Rabin even was on board with. If you recall, a lot of Israelis will say he was a peacenik, he was a blowhard. Yitzhak Rabin was the head of security, internal security at the time when the first Intifada was taking place, and he was famous for demanding that the Israeli military break the bones of little children. They did this by the tens of thousands, little Palestinian kids whose hands were broken on purpose because stone throwing had become a symbol of the Palestinian resistance in the first Intifada. That guy always said that there would be a two-state, but the second state would never be a full state. It would be a reduced version of an actual state. And what that implies is that the Palestinians would never have full sovereignty. They would never have a standing military, for example. So that's the reason why I always look at the two-state solution as simply a continuation of what's actually taking place right now. A one-state that is an apartheid state, a one state that is dominating and occupying Gaza and also occupying the West Bank as well, and destroying Palestinian lives and livelihood in both of these territories, and dangling this fake two-state solution in front of liberal blowhards in the Western world to make it seem like there is actually a peaceable solution out when it's just a continuation of the destruction of Palestinians.
This is what I don't like.
With the final purpose of.
I'm not in disagreement with him, but the practical reality behind this is the fact that, dude, they are wiping out the entirety of Gaza so they can build a fucking a Saudi Arabia style, UAE, like Dubai, all that bullshit. Like, dude, it's so obvious. Trump has said it so many fucking times. So like, this is great, like great in theory. But it's just not gonna, I hate to be this guy, but in this reality that we live in, it's not gonna happen at all. Like, fuck, dude, we're gonna be lucky if the Palestinians exist as a people at all after this fucking regime.
Of complete ethnic cleansing from their indigenous lands.
Yeah.
And they're not going to stop there, as
No.
we've learned with what they're currently doing.
No, they're literally going for fucking Lebanon now. And like,
in
dude, we are seeing it. When they say Greater Israel, they're telling us exactly what the fuck they want and what they're doing. And it's not hyperbole. It's not like they're going to back off. And then on top of it, I love how we always talk about the fact that, like, oh, the jihadis, the Arabs, like, fuck you. Fuck you. These motherfuckers are so much more bloodthirsty than any Arab I've ever fucking seen.
And
this is going back to 9/11. I'm not even kidding. Like, the fucking bloodlust that these motherfuckers exude. Like, when I see a Ben Gvir, that makes me look and just go, oh, holy shit. Like, that's a Nazi. That is a fucked up individual who takes pleasure in the pain and the suffering of other people. He's a fucking psychopath.
This is a project that spans far beyond Palestinian territory. And it's not
What are my thoughts on the Bible? Same thing.
going to stop unless...
The thing is, the only thing that saves America from this is the fact that they're so lazy in their, like, actual conviction as, like, a religious entity. Like, nobody in America is gonna die for their Bible, like en masse, you know. Like, we're talking about, like, okay, yes, you're gonna have a very small contingent that's just like, I would die for my belief in God. Most of these people, they don't. Yeah.
These so-called liberal democracies do something to stop it and stop enabling and emboldening the Israelis to do it.
Yeah. So I think last thing here. So I agree with you guys on a bunch of things, including at some point the dam's going to break. I mean, so like people get offended that Haas called them Nazis or whatever, right? But wait a minute, the Knesset voted that Palestinians will never be free. The Israelis have said, even their theoretical peaceniks, that no, the Palestinians can never have a full state. Right? Let alone, I don't mean all the peaceniks. There's a lot of good people like Gideon Levy, et cetera, in Israel, right? But any of the
anti-Zionists.
Yeah, but the Zionists say no. The Palestinians will never be free. Presumably they'll always live in these open air camps, or can I say
Day of Judgment
concentration camp? They are concentrated
That's cute.
In a tiny area of Gaza. Netanyahu bragged that they've taken 70% of Gaza and they've stuffed 2.2 million people of what's left of the small portion of Gaza. I mean, what is that if it's not a camp where that is concentrated full of millions of people? So if you're offended by our words instead of what Israel has actually done, well, that shows moral weakness on your part.
Let me read some offensive words real quick. This is a statement from Bezalel Smotrich on Channel 14. This is one of his latest comments. In the West Bank, we are destroying more Palestinian family homes than they can build. We are demolishing residential buildings of 4, 5, and even 6 stories. Now there is much more destruction and demolition of Palestinian homes. I think those are the types of statements that people should be offended by.
Yeah, and we're going to show later in the show, Ben Gvir talking about how they're going to bomb the suburbs of Beirut and mass civilian casualties, and because that's what Israel does. And then we have, look, to me, the number one thing holding this dam together is American mainstream media. Because without the propaganda, this is not a close question. Why would anybody want to finance these sick atrocities? Now, the American people are not anywhere near that evil. American media is that evil. They say you have to finance it, otherwise we'll ruin your life by calling you an anti-Semite. Anyway, so look, all this is clear. tyt.com/UK.
Is he really doing a plug right now?
Okay, ban it's just a little petition to say reverse the ban. That's fun. But Haas, the last question I wanted to ask you is, so you see labor wrapping their arms, bear hugging Isaac Herzog, the head of the Israeli Air Force, and going, oh my God, these guys who committed a genocide are wonderful. Oh, but the guys opposed to a genocide are evil, right? And then here in America, as you guys were pointing out, the Democrats are like, oh yeah, I'll go to a parade with guy who committed a genocide, and in fact is one of the biggest advocates. If there was any justice in the world, would be the first guy up in the Nuremberg type of trials. And they go, yeah, that's legitimate, but Hasan campaigning with Abdullah al-Said, disqualifying and illegitimate, etc. So is there any hope left for the Democratic Party and the Labor Party, which appear to be the fake left in
you like the Darth Maul pick? Thanks.
both of these countries?
Appreciate that.
And if there is no hope, what do we do next?
So I don't think there's any hope left for the Labor Party, and that is entirely in the hands of the Jeremy Corbyn assassin himself, Keir Starmer. They deliberately destroyed the actual populist wing of their party. And they did it at the behest of Israel as well. Labor Friends of Israel was a huge part of the fake anti-Semitism smears and accusations that Jeremy Corbyn was inundated with. And Keir Starmer famously said, if you don't like what I'm doing, you can leave the party. And many people did. Where did they go? They went to the Green Party that is being led by Zach Polanski, who is a wonderful guy. He's an anti-Zionist. He's also Jewish. They attack him quite a bit because of his anti-Zionism, ironically enough. He has withstood some of the most heinous smears I've ever seen. British media can be very, very vicious, even far more vicious than the American media at times. And so there is an alternative there.
Yeah, but where do you think that we kind of got it from?
With the Democratic Party.
Like, look at New York Post and tell me that they didn't learn everything from the fucking Daily Mirror.
A lot of people get mad at me for saying this as well, but I see a very weak party. The party is not a real party, right? It's a coalition of different corporate interests and, foreign lobbies at times. And by foreign lobbies, I just mean Israel. Let's be real. There isn't like a profound Estonian lobby that is dominating Democratic Party attitudes, if we're being real. But there is a real disconnect between those who are voting for the Democrats and what their demands are and what the Democrats are willing to concede to on those demands. And therefore, I see this as a wonderful opportunity in all of this weakness to force in as many responsive politicians in this insurgent Bernie-crat coalition that is forming all around the country. There are plenty of democratic socialists who are open socialists, and even those who aren't socialists but have similar interests and similar goals, similar policy goals, who are willing to be the fighters that will hopefully change American trajectory from the downward trajectory that we've been experiencing for the past couple of decades into a more positive one. People who aren't afraid to say, why do we have so much loyalty to the nation state of Israel when it's very clear that it's done a genocide, when it's very clear that it's an apartheid state? Why are we constantly waging wars with other countries and spending billions of dollars of tax revenue? We should instead take that money and spend it on ourselves, all this productive output that's being stolen from the average American. Things that actually Donald Trump lied about. And lied his way to the office twice, as a matter of fact. Isolationism, America first. These were important concepts that Trump advanced that he never really followed through on. But I do believe that there are those who are invested in following through on this. And as long as the Democrats don't, expel people like myself and the candidates that I work with in the primary system, as they've had a very hard time dealing with Democrats who are actively pushing the needle on these issues, I'm going to continue trying to win as much power for people who do abide by anti-Zionism and who want Medicare for all, who want to end America's endless militarism.
Yep. All right. So everybody check out Hasan's show on Twitch, but you can also see clips on YouTube. So check out his channel there as well. We've got a fun shirt up on shoptyt.com about how we were both banned in the UK. I guess we're outlaws and enemies of the crown, which is kind of badass. And by the way,
cringe.
So I realized this today. We, I believe, are the only ones to have 2 family members banned by the United Kingdom. So hence the most dangerous family in the history of the British Empire is right here. Okay, so I didn't think that we'd get that kind of, I don't know, in a sense, an accolade or an honor of some sort. And let me double down on what Haas said. Zach Polanski, head of the Green Party in the UK, is awesome. Make sure you check that out. And that's a really legitimate way to go in the United Kingdom. And here in America, the takeover of the Democratic Party, I don't believe in 2028 should even be that difficult. So most of the candidates are going to be pro-Israel and tell us how wonderful that country is. And you will find the candidates that are authentically in favor of American sovereignty instead of serving another country. And I think that we could do that in 28. And thanks, Haas. We appreciate it. And we'll see if we can ever go back to the UK, and maybe we'll do that speech at Oxford Union together anyway, because Oxford Union is trying to put that together, even if it's virtual. So that might even be later this week, so everybody can check that out.
Oh, that'd be cool. Actually, that'd probably get more eyes on it.
And when we come back later in the program, what we're going to do next is how Israel's currently destroying the peace plan that we have.
God, it's like Anna's mad that she's not part of this news cycle.
By defying Donald Trump and bombing Lebanon.
All right, so then we got, how long is this one? 12 minutes? All right, we'll go for it.
Tell me this, were you told why you'd been banned?
No, I only know through the reporting on the Times. They said that, that I had criticized the king. I'm sorry, Israel. Or same thing.
Cenk trying to get that. Well, the thing is, if he gets the Hasan orbit, that means that he's trying to bring leftists back to TYT, which realistically, I'm just gonna, like, that's a good thing, guys. Like, yes, do we at some point kind of demand, like, hey, can you, I don't know, apologize for being such a dickhead? But realistically, if they pivot left, that's a good thing. Just bottom line.
So that was unacceptable.
Now, if Anna does, yeah, that's a different story.
By the way,
but it seems like Cenk is actually, like, genuinely kind of like, I might have fucked up, and then not capitalizing on his, relationship with Hasan and the fact that Hasan's audience,
as the British government, all I like. I can criticize the king all I like.
Technically, we're all TYT viewers.
Anyone on planet Earth, all I like, except Israel. So now you know who rules you.
Who rules us?
Israel, obviously.
Well,
I mean, like.
All right, so this is the reason that I played the LBC one, is because she does play dumb.
In Britain,
because most of LBC is actually freaking conservative. There's only like a few hosts that are kind of liberal.
History that the gravest offense is insulting the king.
I'll be right back.
Well, I've insulted Israel apparently, so now you know who your new king is.
That's not the gravest offense in this country. You can insult the king as much as you like in this country.
No, I'm saying historically. Of course not today.
I'm glad you started where you've started there, because I did want to ask you about something you said. And again, I don't know the reason you've been banned either. We don't have that information from the Home Secretary, but I know what your critics have said about you, so I'll make our conversation in part about that, but only in part. In your conversation with Piers Morgan yesterday, you said, and if I'm misquoting you in any way, you must correct me. You said it's ironic to say we're banning criticism of Israel by saying our government is controlled by Israel. And based on what you just said to me a moment ago, when you say our government, do you mean the UK government? Do you really believe it is controlled by Israel?
No, until they banned me, I didn't think that necessarily at all. I was saying about the American government, and the American government is indisputable. The Israeli lobby gives to 94% of Congress. They're the #1 lifetime donor to Joe Biden, to Donald Trump, to all of our leaders. And American media now, apparently the British government says you must ignore the evidence of your eyes and ears. It is our most essential command. So no, and by the way, they're not alone. Big Pharma also controls the American Congress, and so does big oil and defense contractors. A lot of people don't know this because American media keeps it hidden from you, but America legalized bribery. That happened in Supreme Court decisions in 76, 78, and then, of course, famously in Citizens United. So people can just purchase our politicians. The Adelson family alone has given Donald Trump over $300 million to win these elections.
When you said, certainly your critics say that you said that 94% of Congress is essentially funded by Israel. Do you mean Jews via lobby groups? Because that's different, isn't it? Jewish people in America who have stuff to say, like other lobby groups have stuff to say. That's slightly different, isn't it, than Israel controls Congress. Do you really mean Jews control Congress?
Yeah, no, look, not at all, and
You
I'll
don't?
tell you why.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll tell you why. So two reasons. Number one, as I explained to everyone, this isn't this actually at the core of it has nothing to do with Israel. Israel's the tip of the iceberg. It's a symptom. The cause of the problem is the money in politics, corruption. Literally anyone can buy our politicians.
Yeah.
If Britain
I mean,
wanted
this
to,
would
you
solve
could
that
buy our
problem.
politicians.
It would solve a lot of
So,
problems,
and everyone
actually.
has bought our politicians. They're the most deeply
The
corrupt
American people
on
that
planet
this
Earth.
actually affects.
So all the
But
Israeli
they're always gonna
lobby has
fucking-
done is figure out.
They're gonna pay as much money as they can to change our minds, and it seems like, dude, it's isn't it fucked up how they succeed in this brainwashing? But it's not like they're paying anybody. Like these people, they do it for free. That's
Not the same thing as the drug companies, etc. Hey, these guys are up for sale, and you'd actually be irrational if you weren't buying American politicians. Now, why is it not all Jews? Well, of course it's not all Jews. All Jews don't agree. That's a preposterous and I would say anti-Semitic thing to say. I have Jewish
Can I
family.
explain-
Hold on.
Well, no, hang on.
I
Can
have
I
Jewish
explain myself,
family.
given that you've just suggested I might have been anti-Semitic? Can I explain why I asked you the difference in that particular instance between Israeli and Jewish? Is that when you talk about Israel buying Congress, that conjures a particular thing. But if American Jews want to donate to AIPAC, want to donate and lobby politicians, that's perfectly acceptable. That's why I asked you that distinction. It's not because I'm anti-Semitic.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit further, okay? So number one, like I said, anyone can purchase Congress. So that if you're an American citizen, you can do that. But does that mean that, so does that mean
Hey, why did Etch? You might have accidentally just deleted DJX's stuff.
that they represent all Jewish people?
You didn't just accidentally ban him, did you?
Of course not. Some of the best fighters in the peace movement and against Israel's war crimes are Jewish folks, both in America and in the UK. Zach Polanski is terrific, the leader of the Green Party. Bernie Sanders is terrific. Literally, some of our best fighters are Jewish Americans, Jewish Brits, etc. I have Jewish family. I grew up with nothing but Jewish friends, and they're not for these wars. They're not for this genocide. So are most of the people contributing to AIPAC and the Israeli lobby Jewish? Probably, but not all. There's tons of Christian Zionists, and they also contribute. So what unites them is not their religion. What unites them is their ideology, which is Zionism in this case.
Can I ask you, you use the word genocide there, and again, your critics who say this is a justified ban, again, we don't know the reasons for the ban, but your critics say that you describe the nation of Israel's actions as genocide, and you're within your rights to do so. It's not been established as truth, but you're within your rights to do so.
It's definitely true.
All right, we'll let the ICC make the judgment in the appropriate way.
I just realized I'm probably not going to be live for the California primary results.
You've described Israel as barbaric and savage. You've claimed Israel uses Jews as human shields. You've claimed that the global war on terror was a global war against Israel's enemies.
Man, she's really selling Jake as like being more base than I remember.
That America, we've talked about Congress. You talked about it being occupied by Israel. On those words, your critics claim that you're sitting dangerously close to the kind of language that is creating the kind of conspiratorial fever that's led to a huge amount of anti-Semitism on our streets. Now, we cannot lay all of that at your feet. Of course we can't.
Wait a minute.
Question the language
Does she have the same opinion about that one jackass that is the soccer hooligan that's out there fucking stirring up all the bullshit about the fucking, the Arab grape gangs and all that? Shut the fuck up. No. You guys only do this when it's convenient with Israel and the Zionists. Like, for fucking real. It's so fucking obvious at this point, too. Like, God damn.
Not at all. I question.
Like, when you're out here making Cenk Uyger look like the fucking, like, lefty of lefties, yeah, you might have lost the plot.
Whether it should be tougher. We're all going to ask ourselves later, what did we do to stop a genocide? A genocide was happening not only in our lives, but with our money, especially if you're an American. They're literally robbing us.
I swear it's like a dialogue scene that came up and she chose the anti-Semitism
pay
choice.
For the most disgusting genocide you'll ever see. And so what people who are Zionists and fervent supporters of Israel do is they hide behind anti-Semitism, and they use anti-Semitism as a weaponized charge to defend a disgusting,
Gonna go late?
immoral
I don't know. I don't think so because I got to get back to the hospital.
actions of a foreign government. Governments do terrible things. They don't represent all the people in that government. I was born in Turkey, and I'm an American citizen now. But my God, I hope that people don't judge me as a Turk based on the Turkish government, or even based as an American based on what the American government has done. This is obvious to any elementary thinker, except the Israeli propagandists try to manipulate everyone by saying, no, the only country on earth you're not allowed to criticize is Israel because we're going to hide behind Jewish civilians. And by the way, cause them harm because you don't represent them and you're pretending to.
For what it's worth, and I speak to the British public every day for 3 hours, 5 days a week, nobody in this country thinks you can't criticize Israel. I want to ask
I just got banned for it.
Well, we'll see. We'll see exactly what the reasons were given, and then you may be right that has happened. But people,
But that is the reason they gave.
No, that's
they
the
gave it to the
government.
press.
That's the government. I'm talking about the people of the country. Can I ask
the
you?
people of the country are beautiful. They agree with me.
Well, not all of them do, but can I ask you about this conversation that's been reported by Axios between Donald Trump and Benjamin
All right, this is worth watching.
Netanyahu? Clearly, Donald Trump has given him all 4 barrels. Do you think Netanyahu will listen to that and change anything that he's doing?
The actual fuck was that
So
answer?
We're talking at an absolutely critical time, and people are going to get to see with their own eyes and ears what happens next. That's a great question. I believe, so it's obvious that Netanyahu is not going to listen to Trump. Netanyahu never listens to anyone, never listens to Trump, never listens to America, never tells the truth. He's a genocidal monster, and the fact that we've given him even $1 is a great shame and is a stain on the morality of all of our countries. So no, the genocidal monster will not stop. He will attack. He said it yesterday. So he said, no, I'm never going to stop. I'm going to keep attacking Lebanon. I'm going to bomb Beirut. Ben Gvir is talking about bombing the civilians in the suburbs of Beirut.
Do you accept that the bombs are coming the other direction as well?
No, that's not true. So first, in 2024, Hezbollah and Israel made a ceasefire deal. Hezbollah, until the Iran war began, never violated it. Israel violated it over 1,000 times. There's a ceasefire in Gaza right now. Israel hasn't listened to it at all. They've murdered over 900 people since the ceasefire. They will not stop murdering all of their neighbors. So we've got to stop funding these people.
I'm
this
glad
is
that
a
he's
moral
just,
stain on all of us.
barreling
And
over
our
her on
governments
this
are
one.
so sick that they serve these Zionists, and they're making us morally complicit in these crimes against humanity. So what's going to happen next is Israel's going to drive us further into the war.
Okay, you've
and
used,
we'd be insane to follow them. Insane.
If I can come back in, you've used the genocide word a lot, you've used genocidal a lot, and you've directly said that Benjamin Netanyahu is essentially a genocidal maniac. You said to me a moment ago, this will, the Gaza
allegedly
situation,
about that one. Fucking Christ.
Will go down as the most disgusting genocide you'll ever see. Again, death is death. Dead children are dead children. It's an utter tragedy, however and wherever it happens.
Here's the but.
But is that not the kind of inflammatory language that might have contributed to being banning? Because let me finish my question. More disgusting than the Holocaust, more disgusting than Cambodia.
In our lifetime.
More disgusting.
In our lifetime,
they've all been. Well, Cambodia and Rwanda have both been in my lifetime. Cambodia, Rwanda, the Holocaust. That's the kind of inflammatory stuff that does get people fired up.
Okay, no.
It does.
Pep, you staying on the hospital pullout couch then? Yep.
People fired up in
It's
Jews
not that
against
bad.
Britain. I've seen it happen.
No, that's insane. So wait a minute. You want me to just give a pass to this foreign government?
No.
That's so no. Then how? No. These are all tricks. These are all tricks to say don't criticize this way, don't criticize that way. No, you're immoral if you're not deeply criticizing the Israeli government, if you're not deeply criticizing the slaughter of 23,000 children. So we were all told after October 7th, including by me, that you should be disgusted by the actions of Hamas. They killed 36 kids. What did they have to do with the government of Israel? 36
Were you
kids,
disgusted
right?
by the actions of Hamas?
What's that?
You mentioned the actions of Hamas. You were required to be disgusted by. Were you disgusted by them?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. I
Yeah,
led
are
the
you
charge
listening
saying
to
this
him?
is unacceptable.
No.
You can't kill civilians. If you're for the
Just
peace
too
movement,
caught up on
you
her
have to be for
gotcha.
peace. If you're for nonviolence, you have to be for nonviolence for everyone. So your heart should break over the 1,200 people killed, the 36 kids killed. Now, everyone agrees there, and the media said, absolutely, you should hate the Palestinians. Look at what they did, right? And they said over and over again, they're terrorists. Okay, I agree. 36 kids, terrible. 1,200 people, terrible. On the other side, 76,000 dead at a bare minimum. 23.
I heard you earlier say how comfortable the hospital pullout was. Agree with you. You need to check your home mattress. I know.
3,000.
I gotta get a new mattress. It's been almost 20 years.
A stadium full of children murdered, 23,000. And they go, not
Jesus,
as big
it
a
has been
deal.
20
Hey, don't drive hate. We get to murder. Don't drive hate. Don't drive hate. Well, how about you stop murdering children? Did that ever occur to the Israelis? And then they blamed other people for, they're saying, oh, you have offended me. Israeli feelings are more important than Palestinian children. Are you kidding me? Okay. Has Britain banned anyone for
Jesus, 20 years? Yeah.
Trying to actually, look, I don't know.
That sleep number bed, baby, and it still works.
Britain is a different
still
thing than America.
Inflates and deflates and doesn't,
in terms of
lose
the
all its air.
Palestinians, no one cares
No
about their
flipping out those
feelings.
lumps.
Only the Zionists say.
I can't flip my mattress.
You have to care about our feelings, and our feelings are paramount and more important than your lives.
Well, again,
so I'm not interested.
Yeah, one of them fancy blow-up beds.
In that.
I have to.
Well, used to be fancy. Now it's kind of.
To leave you there just for time reasons. It's time for our bulletin. But thank you for joining me, Cenk Uyger, for joining me today.
Hey, skin flakes. Come on now. You acting like I don't do my fucking bed laundry. I fucking wash my sheets sometimes twice a week. I want to hear it from you. Also, wash all my bedding at least, once to twice a month as far as like my comforter and all that shit. Yeah. I got standards. Ooh, I used to have one of those. The foam walls suck. Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, okay. I'm going to just say it. I enjoyed it for I enjoyed it for about 15 years. I have not been able to afford a new bed. So, I sleep on what I got. At least it's a bed. Listen, some people don't even have a bed. Okay? Remember, there's starving kids in Africa. All right, here we go. Here's the Piers Morgan bit. Let's go for it.
I go to the airport and they just say that I've been rejected.
We are going to hear this a lot tonight.
20 minutes later, that Times article that.
What I will say.
What the actual fuck? It happened again. This is fucking insane.
I go to the airport and they just say that I've been rejected. 20 minutes later, that Times article that you mentioned, Piers, comes out. And it says because I criticize Israel, over 60% of Americans are critical of Israel. Will we all be banned from the UK?
I disagree with Cenk on basically everything. And the United Kingdom, or at least
the sound of the air compressor inflating the mattress.
Government.
That is how it sounds.
Hate Israel.
Valentina Gomez. I think she's a appalling human being. Just wants to whip up racial hatred.
The sound is very
Who would
telltale.
you not let in?
I don't even agree with you on Valentina Gomez.
Really?
Yeah, she's a nutcase, but so what? I believe we're the only family to have 2 members banned from Britain. Are we the most dangerous family in the world?
I'm happy to host you and Cenk and all these other guys too, because this is, as we say over here, fucking bullshit.
Well, coming up, the debate that was too hot for Britain to handle, Cenk Uyger returns to the show after being barred from entering Britain. We'll begin with Megyn Kelly, host of the Megyn Kelly Show, and the breaking news of Iran pulling out of ceasefire talks over Israel's escalating attacks on Lebanon. Megyn, great to see you.
You as well, Piers. What a news day.
I maybe would have led with Cenk.
Amazing news day, and literally as we're about to...
Damn, dude. I know I've said this before, but I don't know, man. I don't know what it is about, like, the whole just...
chat. We've got this breaking news of Iran suspending
I'm not sure if it's the cameras, but goddamn.
US now announcing they're moving to completely block the Strait of Hormuz again, and we know how damaging
closer and
that
closer
has
to
been to date
Crypt
for the global economy. Never mind anything else. You and I have talked about this war now since the start of it, and expressed deep reservations about what it was supposed to be achieving and how it would be achieved and how long it would all take. Here we are, months into this, and it's going nowhere, isn't it?
Yeah. And Israel's gotten its way again, which is to queer the deal by bombing Lebanon over and over and over. I mean, the so-called ceasefire was meant to include Lebanon, and our side said that from the beginning. And the Pakistani mediator said that when he announced the ceasefire. Only Israel denied that that was part of the deal negotiated by us with Iran. And they began bombing Lebanon, already like messing up the ceasefire right from the get-go. And then they spoke to President Trump, and President Trump apparently ceded the argument to Bibi and allowed him to bomb Lebanon. And off we were to the races, where the ceasefire was never really all that ceasefire-y. And here they are bombing them yet again, as we reach this tentative deal where we say, okay, let's have no more bombing in the entire region. And what does Israel do? They start bombing them again. Now, in the interim, there's been bombs going Israel's way as well. So it's like, as with everything in the Middle East, it's hard to say like who started with whom and when. But there's been clarity from the beginning that Israel refuses to abide by our attempted promise to have it stop bombing Lebanon. And that's been a problem in putting this thing to rest from the beginning. And I don't see it letting up anytime soon. The Israelis are determined to do to Beirut what they did to Gaza. And no one seems inclined to stop them. We're really the only ones who can stop them.
Oh, by the way, I do find it funny. Perfect. What a perfect fucking freeze frame. Oh, God. All right, that one is, yeah, that's a print. Like, this is going to be a thumbnail. Oof. That's a good one. But yeah, I'm just going to say, like, I heard recently that she and a few other, like, right-wing commentators are being transvestigated, and that just, I'm sorry, but that kind of made me happy that, you know, these absolute fucking ghouls are now being, like, they're the victims of what they created, and they deserve it.
And we don't seem to have that as an agenda item. So our ceasefire is falling apart as our attempt to put an end on a wider basis to this war falls apart.
I do, Jesus.
And the real problem here is that the Iranians know we don't have any cards to play. We've done what we can do. And President Trump, to his credit, is not willing to sacrifice more American blood and treasure on this war, which was never ours to begin with, because he understands there's zero support back home for that.
Oh,
and therefore,
Jillian Michaels, she was also being transvestigated. Hey.
we don't have the muscle to force Iran
Let 'em go.
into doing anything, and they know it. They understand that we're in a
No
weakened
reverse,
position,
yep.
and that we don't have any cards to play. You know, this standoff in the Strait is hurting President Trump. It's hurting the Iranians too. But we had calculated from the beginning that they would never play that card. They wouldn't seize the Strait. It would be too economically painful for them. And we underestimated how much pain they're willing to inflict on themselves in order to hurt us. And we're not barbarians here. We don't have an Iranian Revolutionary Guard running our country that doesn't really give two figs about its countrymen as they do.
ICE.
And we underestimated their capacity for self-pain, and now we're paying the price.
Melania.
As we head
Actually, I think Melania deserves it.
the U.S. and the world into a potential national and then global recession as we head into a midterm election cycle that the president's party cannot afford to lose. We assume we're going to lose the House on Team GOP, but now more and more political pundits are predicting that the Republicans are going to lose the Senate as well. And the map doesn't get any easier for Republicans 2 years
Yay.
after these midterms when we go
That's
into
good
2028
news.
with a presidential election and yet another election for House members and some Senate seats. So all the math is bad. We don't have the cards to play. It's already a quagmire. Yes, it's only 13 weeks or whatever it is, but it's already a quagmire because there's no easy solution left. Even if we just pack up our bags and leave, which is what we should do.
You know what? That's what I've been saying, is that take any kind of Pyrrhic victory you like, but get out of this, because there's not going to be some
Take
great
any victory.
total surrender, as
Just
Donald
admit,
Trump talked about
oh
early
my
on.
God, they're never going to admit that they lost.
There's not going to be
It's just how it is.
a
Okay,
dismantling
cool.
of the IRGC. They now know if they control the Strait of Hormuz, they basically can have the cards, right? And they know if they want to let off some rockets at their neighboring Gulf states, that will just intensify the pressure, which means that the military battle being waged by America and Israel with the bombardment and so on, yeah, fine, you can win that. But what you can't do is you can't stop the Iranians controlling the waterways, which are the waterways to the world's energy. You know, Donald Trump has posted on Truth Social a little earlier, Iran really wants to make a deal. It will be a good one for USA and those that are with us, but don't the Democrats and various seemingly unpatriotic Republicans understand it's much tougher.
I have a picture of them laying together, except I was essentially the bed.
Negotiate.
One of them was on my left side, one of them was on my right side, and they kind of like, they both rolled over together, so they were back to back. It was
go to war or not go
one
to
of my
war or
favorite
whatever.
pictures.
Just sit back and relax. It will all work out well in the end. It always does, President Trump. Now, the problem with that is the person who's doing most of the chirping is President Trump.
Thank
right?
you.
Who is telling us in real
Fish
time
Guru, how you
every
doing?
day
Welcome to the show.
either there's about to be a great deal or he's about to wipe Iran off the
Good
face
to
of
see
the
you.
earth, and so on and so on. Constant mixed messaging, very extremes either way. He is leading the agenda here himself. The chirping is coming from Donald Trump. And, you know, my message to him back would be, don't worry what other people are saying about this. I would stop being so vocal on your social media feeds and try and work a way to extricate the United States from this before the damage becomes irreparable.
The only way
Kind of seems like that's
force
already
the
happened, but
Iranians to give us what
okay.
we want in Iran is with boots on the ground. And there is zero appetite for that here
less
amongst
than
the
zero.
American people. Right. And especially because the war was never sold to us. It never had majority support. The reasoning for it has been all over the board.
You're
the
more
first thing that
lamenting
was
that it
really said
wasn't.
publicly was we did it for Israel. And then they
Yeah.
realized that caused quite a
God,
backlash.
she's
They
literally
tried
giving
to
the
tell us
game
that
away.
wasn't
She's
true,
just
but
mad
it's
that
all
she
on
didn't have a
tape from
fucking
the
talking
House
point that she
Speaker
could
and
actually
the
go
Secretary
with.
of State / National Security Advisor.
And then she had to do the whole thing where she's like, well, we are very unpopular right now. Oh.
And so there's never been majority support. And as things have gotten worse and stickier and weirder and harder, the support that was there is starting to dwindle. Even amongst Republicans now, there's less and less support. And President Trump knows that. For the first time that I've watched him in history, he's not attacking the polls as wrong or biased or unreliable, because it's all the polls from every single outlet that say he's underwater with
She has a good
every
point there.
constituency.
I didn't
He's
think about
lost
that.
all the gains he made
He
with
has got to stop saying fake polls.
Latinos. He's lost all the gains he made with black
Eh.
voters. He has lost the white working class. That is as core MAGA as you can get. Once you've lost them as President Donald Trump, you have no one
it's Megyn
left
Kelly,
other than
yeah.
the boomer crowd watching Fox News. That's the only one still in his corner, and that's not enough. That's not enough to keep the Republicans in power in the House and the Senate. And if he loses both of those bodies going into this November, he's immediately a lame duck. And not just that, but he's facing 2 years of investigations of himself and his family and every executive order and every allegation of corruption that's been leveled against him and his family. I mean, he's really back to what was happening to him when he was out of power those 4 years. So the chirping, though, Piers, I mean, it's really amazing because the president was the chief critic of the wars that we had in Iraq and our involvement in the Middle East. And that's one of the reasons why he was elected president, for all the chirping he did, giving voice to those who are very skeptical of our wars over there. It's one of the reasons why he was elected. And now he's gone and done the very thing he promised us he wouldn't do without getting the majority support. And so, sure, he's got a lot of critics, not only on the left, but on the right, too.
Yeah.
And he's not going to silence them by saying, stop criticizing me. That's not the way this works. No one supported this, and no one but the hardcore neocons wanted it. So you still have those guys sort of in your corner, sort of. They're starting to drift as you won't launch a ground war against Iran. And they're going to be gone from him in 2 seconds, Piers, if this deal is basically reopen the strait and here's $12 billion in your Iranian assets that we had under our control, which is what the deal is looking like.
Yeah.
That's what it's starting to look like, and, which just puts us back to square
I mean,
one.
that's what
Only Iran
that's
is a
what
lot
it's looked like a few
richer
times.
and has a new
I mean,
weapon,
it's
a
changed.
geopolitical weapon, the strait, which it didn't know it had, with no progress on the nuclear front. Those people are going to abandon him in 2 seconds flat. But he's lost majority support with all the other key constituencies. So this wasn't worth it. And I think sober, honest analysis would show any fair-minded person that it wasn't.
I think
and
he
the question
knows.
now is just cutting the losses.
I think he knows. And I think that for all his support of Netanyahu publicly, I think he must be bitterly regretting believing the Netanyahu playbook for this, which was you decapitate the leadership, the IRGC collapse from within, the people rise up, it's going to be straightforward. None of that has happened apart from the initial decapitation, and the Ayatollah got replaced with his son, right? So nothing's really changed other than Iran now knows it has cards it didn't know it had. And that's kind of the worst scenario of all, where they've now gone, okay, great. Now, every time we shut the Strait of Hormuz, the entire world goes nuts, right? We've got everybody over a barrel, quite literally over a barrel of oil.
Well, and one other thing has changed, which is incredibly, we've gone from the Ayatollah to more radical leadership in Iran. I mean, it's unbelievable.
good job.
We had a guy who at least had a fatwa on actually developing a nuclear weapon to a team of people who I think would be just fine doing that. And a guy who understood that they could potentially seize control of the Strait of Hormuz, but never actually did it because he understood that would be a next level move that would actually really upset the world economy and the Iranian economy. And now we have these guys who are just,
he looks like a dumbass in front of the world because he got played by both sides. Yep.
Bastards who are like, let's fight dirty. You know, this is existential for us. And they've done it.
He's still going to come out and be like, I win.
We, to the extent we have regime change, we've gone from radical to extremely radical.
He's going to throw, he's just going to push the table over.
They don't have to bargain with us at all.
I win.
That the pain we're withstanding is worse than the pain they're withstanding, and that we're likely to bend the knee before they are because they see the numbers over here that 70% of the American populace does not like this war. And it's up to in the 90s when you ask who is opposed to ground troops. So while Mark Levin would really like, you know, us to send boots on the ground over there and to have, I don't know how many aircraft carriers over in the Strait of Hormuz patrolling it forever, he's in a growingly small cabal. And President Trump, while he continues to tell us to watch Mark Levin's show, and Mark Levin defines who's MAGA and who's not, understands that that's a very small group, and that's not a group big enough to win elections.
The other person who's gone very quiet is Ben Shapiro, our friend, who loved to whack us for our supposed, terrible positions on all this. But he's gone very quiet because his own business is now getting seriously damaged in people running away from watching his show because they know the narrative he's been putting out there has been proven in front of our eyes to be incredibly unsuccessful. Yeah. And actually working out the exact opposite to how he assured us it would happen. On the issue of Israel and criticism, how concerned are you about booking any holiday or vacation anytime soon to the United Kingdom? Because Cenk Uyger, who, you would disagree with pretty much every word that comes out of his mouth, but he's a regular guest on my show. He's a very, very aggressive critic of the Israeli government.
How can they still control if the U.S. took out Iran's Navy? Because they didn't.
I've never heard him utter...
It's because Trump has been lying.
A word that I would construe to be anti-Semitic. I never sensed...
Yes. Yeah. They're so powerless that, we just decided not to make a fucking peace deal.
From him at all. He hates Jewish people in any way at all. He just does not like what the Israeli government has been doing in the name of the Israeli people, and he doesn't like the hold the Israeli government appears to have had over the American government. And as a result of his comments, including on my show, overnight he was about to fly.
The saddest part is if Mr. Beast decided to fucking go endorse a candidate, that would have sway. That's what pisses me off.
And do a debate
idiots that
with
know
a
nothing
big
about politics are the ones that could fucking sway it.
Instead, they have revoked his visa. Now, the context of this is a few weeks ago they revoked a number of visas for people who were going to come to the Tommy Robinson March. Some of them I was mystified by, I'll be honest, about why they had been banned and didn't like that or agree with it. Some I could see the merit. I think if you're espousing violence or you're
might not need to go back to the hospital.
Bigoted against a group of people based on their ethnicity or their religion, I think that's acceptable reasons to...
All right, if I don't have to go back to the hospital, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cover the results, but then I got to go to bed.
Not let people into the country.
I cannot do
but if you're not
a
doing
late
that, all
night
you're doing
tonight.
is criticizing a government for the actions
Regardless,
it's
I'll have
taken.
to wake up early and go to the hospital tomorrow morning.
Mercilessly over the Iraq War in 2003. Should I be banned from my own country?
The sad part is, because I got better sleep on that little cot, I'm like, oh, maybe I
you feel about this? This whole area of free speech, who should be allowed to go where, what they should be allowed to say. You know, to me, if you're not espousing violence and you're not targeting a group based on ethnicity or religion or whatever it may be, but you're criticizing a government, why is that not protected?
I mean, I think they should both be protected. Here in America, you're allowed to be a racist or a bigot or a transphobe. You know, I've been called all those things. You probably have too, unfairly. And
As I said, transvestigate this bitch. Just fucking use their tactics on them. That's what works.
Justly, but okay, that's fine.
Like, I get it. You guys don't want me using the R word anymore, and I'm not going to. But fucking A, with this one, it's like, no. This one really does hurt them. When you call them gay, that hurts them.
You're allowed to be those things.
Because realistically, they are super insecure.
What's not allowed is
So,
making, for example, an employment decision
makes their brain
based on
go,
those biases. But there's no law against having racist feelings or having transphobic feelings or having sexist feelings. People are complicated, Piers. And one person's definition of transphobe is another person's definition of standing up for women's rights. And, you know, you could go down the list of these terrible names and make the same argument. I mean, my feeling watching this from over here is
Hashtag Megyn Kelly's penis.
we're about to celebrate our 250th anniversary of independence from Great Britain. And one of the reasons we broke away was because they were too overbearing on matters like this, and to the point where we felt the need to write it into our Constitution with our First Amendment.
No, but it makes you a shitty person. Wait. What, me saying that I think that Megyn Kelly has a penis?
The government wasn't allowed to crack down on speech like this. They couldn't police opinions in this way. And it seems to me that the
Oh, dude, you know that she's rocking a massive hog.
government of Great Britain is looking to create another one of those revolutions
Fucking full on Hunter Biden over here.
by the folks like you who are over there not wanting to live like this. These excesses are beyond.
Welcome
I mean,
to
as
PepTalks.
I understand it, in the UK right now, you got
Let
a
me
group
guess.
of cops
There goes the sub.
that let a young man die
I've had
after
that
being
happen.
stabbed to death
Oh.
by some Sikh gentleman
Yeah? Oh.
who they told him as he lay dying that he wasn't stabbed as he was bleeding out, and nothing's happened to those cops. But meanwhile, you've got the
Oh, yeah,
government
Ann Coulter. She was being transvestigated, too.
and the police
That's
authorities over at Oxford shutting down a similar debate about
Ah,
Islam's
I
role
liked
in the
it.
UK.
Let's go.
And at the same
Let's
time,
go.
stopping Cenk Uyger and his nephew, Hasan
You give me a
Cenk Uyger, from
pass?
even
Hell
coming
yeah.
into the country because of
No, because I know how much this pisses them off.
their criticisms
Like, if you said that shit to Megyn Kelly's face, she would fucking flip on you.
of Israel.
How dare you? How dare you?
So basically,
And then they would also try to say the same thing, like, that's not very liberal of you. It's like, no, but you also, like, the onus of proof is on you.
this entire debate, which is very relevant within the UK of all places, since it does have a growing Muslim population, and there are
And then I could be like, see? You see how that makes people feel? You don't like that, do you?
pockets where it's gotten extremely controversial.
And she whips her hog out and we're all
not allowed to talk about it.
fucking, what was that movie? Some Sleepaway Camp?
What the hell kind of solution is
It's
that?
Megyn Kelly.
How are you going to solve anything if you're not allowed to talk about it? That's the very basis of starting to problem solve. So I think this is hypocritical. It's outrageous. And of all times to
She's so obsessed she probably named her Dick Hunter
be
Biden.
doing it, as we over here are celebrating our independence from you guys, more and more of your folks, including some of the folks shut down by that Oxford Union, are going to come to America. I'm actually
Oh,
in the
God.
talks right now to help host this thing, Piers.
There's a
and I'm
part of
happy
me
to
that
host
just
you
feels
and
bad, but there's also a part of me that's just like, nah, bitch, you brought this one
Cenk and
out.
all these other guys too, because this is, as we say over here, fucking bullshit.
Actually, that
and needs to.
Oh, trans women investigating Republican women for being trans is unironically, that is something that could, oh my God, that's great. That's great.
The government should have
go for it.
Absolutely no.
Listen, I understand that a lot of times you want to be the bigger person. Not in this case. This is one of those things that would really work. I'm telling you.
Say over what the opinions are in your head, the opinions that you speak out of your mouth. What it should police is when you use those biases, if they exist,
this
to
is good.
actually hurt people.
This is good.
Physically.
Because I've
or
seen how
via
viscerally these guys act when you like suggest that they might suck dick.
employment,
Or like enjoy sucking dick.
etc.
Or they think about dick all the time.
Just
Oh, yeah.
quickly, I know you got to go, Megan, but you mentioned the 250th. This whole row has
Tim
been
Heidecker?
breaking out over America's 250th
This is why I need to work at the
birthday,
new
musical
InfoWars
performances,
from
supposedly
home.
celebrating it. A number of artists now dropping out, citing the event's affiliation with the White House. What do you feel about that? I mean, Trump's
When they
responded,
go low,
as
you
you'd
find the
expect,
basement?
saying, cancel it on True Social, calling the performance
when they go low, here I am with my demons just knocking up, like, keep it down up there.
overpriced and boring.
Don't make me come up there.
Should it be cancelled?
If I do, you're going to regret
Are these
it.
people overreacting? Are they politicizing it themselves by pulling out? What's your view?
Yeah, I think it's really unfortunate. I think, whoever booked them, if they didn't make perfectly clear exactly what they were being asked to do and why, failed and set the White House up for an embarrassment, because it's pretty foreseeable that anybody saying they're going to perform at a Trump event
I
is
don't
going
know.
to
I think Candace Owens more so needs to be investigated to see if her mother or father was indeed a sloth.
political blowback. But honestly,
The eye to the eye separation ratio is just insane on her face. When you really study her face, and it's like if you were to draw her, no caricature artist could ever do her justice because they would all make her just like, well, I mean, I was doing the best I can, but like I can only focus on one eye at a time. It's like you got no give there.
shame on them for not just being more clear. I think the real reason that they are canceling is not really that people said, oh, Trump is bad. I think the real reason is the reaction on the left and the right to the list of performers was, shall we say, disappointed. I mean, people were mocking it.
Oh my God, Sid the Sloth. Hey!
Endlessly, because with respect to these bands, it's like mostly a bunch of has-beens with a few
That's a good
exceptions.
one.
And so
Good
people
pull,
kind
good
of
pull.
scoffed at it, and then suddenly nobody wanted to be associated with it because it lost all cool factor. And I think they blamed it on the Trump thing, which was disingenuous, in my opinion. The sad thing is now what we have instead is Trump being like, it'll just be me giving a great speech. And it's like, all right. The Trump faithful love Trump, and they'll be thrilled to hear Trump.
I can't focus on the fact that fucking Casper Van Dyne fucking transitioned, and here she is, more successful than ever. I loved her in Starship Troopers.
We get it, but like the 250th is supposed to be about the country.
Deep cut.
We're supposed to be getting beyond core MAGA and everybody in their MAGA hat. It's supposed to be something about our United States of America. And this is becoming one of those just sort of like Trump rallies.
That would suck if I got his name wrong.
Which is fine for the party faithful, but not inspirational for the party, not unifying in any way. And I think I'm feeling shame on those artists for not just taking the black eye. You said you'd do it. Just because people weren't impressed with the ultimate lineup, shame on you. You should find out.
I agree.
As you and I both know, when somebody invites us someplace, we say, who else is going?
Yeah.
Who are the other speakers? You make sure in advance that you're comfortable with the people who are going to be around you. And I think, I don't use the P word, Piers, but these people are a bunch of P words for chickening out, of showing up. And
Hang on, which people?
She said fuck earlier, and now she's like, I don't want to use the P word because I don't have one.
What are you
Sorry. That was
talking about?
fucking...
Well, it has another word for it is cat.
Damn!
I've got to say, my only disappointment today, Megan, is we've been
Spice
speaking for 20
Trump out
minutes. You
tonight.
haven't yet congratulated me on my football team winning the Premier League.
Even
Arsenal.
I was just like,
Would you
oh,
to-
goddamn.
Would you like to correct this
What's
problem?
fun?
I don't know anything about it, but I celebrate from here the
Let the
joyful
clicks.
pictures you post because this seems near and dear to your
The
heart.
P word is
and all I
Piers.
think when I see it is I wish I had a sports team I felt that way about.
Okay,
Congratulations.
rewind.
Thank you.
And way to commit.
There was a moment when Declan Rice, the superstar player for Arsenal, in my eyes,
Oh, God,
ran
we get
over
it.
when he saw me at the
You're a
trophy
pain in my arsenal.
lifting ceremony, put his winner's medal over my neck in front of my three sons and said, we did it, mate, we did it. And I turned to my sons and I said, guys, this is the greatest moment of my life, including your
No, it would be the C word because she's a cunt.
3 births. And they looked at me and said, Dad, we get it. We feel exactly the same way.
Congratulations. You've had a rough year with the hip and all that, Pierce, so
Everything.
you deserve this.
Well, I've gone from a broken hip to hip, hip, hooray. Megan, love it.
Boo. Fucking boo. Boo this man.
Talk to you. Thank you very much.
See you soon.
Well, Cenk Uyger means many things to many people. He's a progressive YouTuber whose self-made business was at the vanguard of a shift from legacy to digital media. He's an outspoken critic of America's meddling in foreign conflicts and of foreign meddling in America's politics. He's a failed presidential candidate, an unashamed hothead, an acquired taste. One thing he's certainly not, though, is an extremist or a dangerous purveyor of
Get off the stage!
Threatening hate speech, unless that is you're the British government. Last night, Cenk Uyger planned to board a flight to
Be more funny.
London, and to be told that the UK authorities had revoked his permission to enter the country. Among other things, he'd been invited to speak at South by Southwest London, to give a speech at Oxford University, and to take part in a debate in this very studio. The UK Home Office doesn't publicly disclose why it bans anyone, but Cenk says he was told that he poses a serious risk to public order because of his commentary on Israel. Well, a very detailed report
With TV, be more funny. There we
in
go.
the Times newspaper quickly after Cenk himself got the news. It refers to his framing of the Gaza war as a genocide and his view that the pro-Israel lobby has a big influence on US politics, as well as other comments made on my show. You may not agree with any of Cenk's positions, but anyone with even the faintest grasp of popular discourse will know they are mainstream opinions which are freely debated almost every single day. By this standard, half of the guests on the show will be banned from Britain. And on that point, Cenk's nephew, Hasan Cenk, another uncensored guest and a very popular streamer, is also banned. He's mainstream enough to appear alongside leading Democrats like Ro Khanna and AOC, but apparently he's too hot for we Brits to handle. Well, Cenk Uyger actually joked about all this a few weeks ago.
I'm coming to London in a couple of weeks, as you know, Piers, and I intend to greatly offend Israel. I don't know if I'll be arrested over there. You know, they have some absurd laws in England. My nephew, Hasan Cenk, is coming with me, and he might be arrested because some pro-Israel people think that they can say anything they want about Muslims, but the minute you touch Israel, not even Judaism, they think you should be arrested. Obviously, that kind of double standard is unacceptable and is the, refuge of cowards.
Well, he hasn't been arrested, but he has been banned, and all of this amounts to a colossal embarrassment for the UK, which already has an unwanted global reputation for authoritarian crackdowns on social media users. And it's yet another example of censoring the criticism of Israel. It should be blindingly obvious that there's a huge difference between criticising the actions of a nation state and its government and the hate-filled diatribes of Kanye West or indeed Valentina Gomez. But my country is losing the ability to see that difference. It won't be long before that's something which threatens all of us. Well, joining me now is Cenk Uyger, founder and CEO of the Young Turks, and Shabbos Kestenbaum, commentator with PragerU, both of whom are due to be in this studio with me to debate in person before the British Home Office intervened. Well, before I get to Cenk, Shabbos, credit to you, because your first reaction publicly about this was to say how outraged you were by this ban and how wrong it was. Just explain why.
Sure. Well, it's good to see both of you, if not in person, at least virtually. And that's because of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk always taught me that the best way to combat bad ideas is with
Charlie Kirk.
Better ideas. It's not with censorship. I'm half British, as I think I mentioned on the show before.
Thank
my
you
parents
for
were born
the
and raised
DJ
here. My
cat.
whole extended family still live in London. And
like
to me, England is a country that produced the...
Can I just say that, unironically, YouTube actually did a good job on the whole
Magna Carta.
the bits
thing. This is a
they,
country of thinkers like John Locke and Edmund Burke, and I find the deterioration of free speech, the erosion of free speech in the United Kingdom in particular, to be incredibly worrisome.
Actually, looked like my
I
old
would
cat,
add, I'm not entirely clear what
cute.
the reasons were, because I think, Cenk, if you're being intellectually honest, you will also admit you were not given specific reasons. Was it because you're anti-Israel? It's possible. I'm not disputing that. But we also have to keep in mind that there are a whole host of people that have been barred from entering the UK that did not elicit the same outrage. People like
1.25?
Levant.
Or this guy just speak that fast?
He's pro-Israel as they come,
He
and
is
I'm not
destiny.
entirely clear why he was rejected. People like Don Keith, people like Dominic Tarczynski,
know,
I
I
was on
talk
your show.
fast
Well, I had Don Keith
too,
on
but
only last week after the Tommy Robinson march, and I gave him plenty of time to try and explain why he felt he'd been banned, and I didn't understand it. Now, Valentina Gomez to me is a different situation. She's somebody who is openly, brazenly, hatefully bigoted towards Muslim people because they're all Muslim. She hates them all and wants to whip up hatred about them. I didn't see Don Keith in that category at all, and I don't see you, Cenk Uyger, in that category at all either. You've been probably my most regular guest on Uncensored since we began. And sometimes I'm concerned about your blood vessels But when it comes to what you say about Israel, I've been, listening very intently. You've always been very careful to maintain your criticism of Israel and its government in particular and its decisions. But I've never heard you espouse any anti-Semitism. Never heard you be hateful about Jewish people or anyone because of their faith or their ethnicity. So I just don't understand what rationale the UK government could possibly have for banning you. Have you been able to find out any more?
Yeah, so let's break it down.
Why are you gay?
So I go to the airport and they just say that I've been rejected by the British government and I'm not allowed to enter and hence I can't board the plane. They don't give any stated reason. Then about 20 minutes later, that Times article that you mentioned, Piers, comes out and it says because I criticize Israel in the wrong ways.
Meanwhile, this guy would be freaking the fuck out if I criticized Israel to his face.
Now, I don't know if the British government is going to put out a list of the acceptable ways to criticize Israel and the unacceptable ways to criticize Israel. That might be helpful because apparently we're going to need it. Over 60% of Americans are critical of Israel. Will we all be banned from the UK? Should everyone be careful about traveling to the United Kingdom because they might ruin your plans at the end if a different government is unsatisfied with you? Can they put out a list of things you're not allowed to say about Israel? And what's amazing is that you're allowed to say anything you want about the United Kingdom or about America or any other country. And they said the only thing they could grasp at, because I've never said anything anti-Semitic because I don't believe that. In fact, I believe the opposite. Is that they said that I said that America is controlled by Israel, the Congress is, because they're the top donor in this election, in this last election cycle. Well, that is empirically true. That is a fact. So are facts anti-Semitic now? Are news people not allowed to deliver facts to people? And if you say, hey, someone who is deeply anti-Semitic says the Jews are terrible and it's their fault and Hitler's good, etc., is in the same camp as a guy who says, no, this has nothing to do with Jewish people. In fact, 63% of Jewish Americans are opposed to the current Israeli government. And I make that distinction on the Young Turks almost every day.
You made it on this show regularly.
He does it regularly.
Yeah, and if you put us in the same category, well, you're destroying the idea of combating actual bigotry. It's almost like pulling a Jussie Smollett on a national level and saying we don't care.
Now he's starting to get it.
And it's also
the thing is, it took this to happen to him for him to finally turn around on this.
It's deeply ironic to say that we're going to ban you for criticizing Israel.
But then again, I want to be fair here. Welcome back to the left, I guess, Cenk. You know what?
The other point I read in the Times piece actually
by the way, guys, okay, so final word is I'm going to be able to stick around until 11 to cover
directly
the results.
This show, because the Times said the decision to ban you was also based
11 Eastern, so actually 15 minutes we should start to see some results.
On some appearances on Uncensored,
in which
just
farted,
in which he dismissed evidence relating to grooming gangs in towns such as Rotherham, where official inquiries have identified an estimated 1,400 victims. Well, let's take a look at the clip we think they're talking about.
And then they go, it's the Muslims. I mean, it's almost comical. It's
I remember this one.
And then we're talking about,
she was
grooming
not
gangs,
happy the
going after
entire
kids
time.
or whatever. Oh, that comes out just as everyone's talking about the Epstein files and how a bunch of pro-Israeli figures raped American girls. Oh, it's the Muslims. It's the Muslims. So next time you hear it's the Muslims, I guarantee you that it's Israeli propaganda trying to divert you from something that's in the news now.
Can you address it?
Can you shut up and let me address it?
Can you address it without mentioning Israel?
Yeah,
Or
he's on a new medication that has made his farts like
grooming gangs.
No,
he never used to have as bad of farts as my Labrador. He has worse farts now.
Because that's the whole
my lab though. Holy fuck, the frequency that she would do it.
The reason we're having this conversation because your Israeli buddies wanted a distraction from the Epstein files. That's why they threw this garbage into the media. So now let me
Pierce just explained to you.
Pierce
just explained to you that that's been going on for 30 years.
Will you shut up and let me address it?
Going on for 30
You're
years.
asking me a question and I'll answer it. You're asking me a question and I'll answer it. This is super easy. Why don't you arrest everyone who's committed a crime?
So if Pakistani grooming gangs exist, and I'm sure they do, then arrest them. Where's the question?
but they didn't. They didn't arrest them, did they? Because of people like
shut
you.
up and let me
didn't arrest
finish.
them.
If there's people, shut up and let me finish. So if there's a white gang of people who are raping people, arrest them. If there's a bunch of super powerful people who are raping American girls, arrest them.
Now, again, you know, people can disagree with you, agree with you, whatever, right? You know, the reality of the grooming gang scandal was that it went on over several decades. It was covered up. It involved predominantly Pakistani British Muslim men abusing young white English girls. That was what happened, and many of them eventually got brought to justice and put in prison.
Nah,
but not
I'm sorry. Like, so this one, it was like an Alpo fart mixed with medication.
before a gigantic
like
cover-up went on.
I don't know.
and
His
that
new
is
medication. It's got like that.
indisputable and was a disgusting scandal.
You know,
which
medication
shamed
smell.
my country. However, nothing that you've said about that.
I hate to say chemo smell, but a little bit.
Would contest, and I would argue with you that I've not seen clear
It's not
evidence
chemo,
of
so.
any concerted
By
Israeli
the way, guys, if you
campaign
haven't already
to
followed on Twitch,
hide
I'm
the
one away
Epstein
from
scandal
600.
thing
So
around re-inflaming
if
the
you're
Muslim
interested in being the
grooming gang
600th
scandal, because to me they're
follower
two totally
on
different things.
PepTalks, there you
And
go.
the grooming scandal continues to make news because of developments involving it. So I would say that you're wrong about that, Cenk, but it doesn't really matter whether you're wrong about it or not. You are perfectly entitled to express that opinion and to express that suspicion, and people on the panel can argue with you, disagree with you, or agree with you. The idea that again, as the Times reports, was one of the reasons apparently the British government used to ban you from coming to my country, I just find completely ridiculous and shameful. You know, people say to me, what is going on with your country? And they try and say, you're being overrun by Muslims. And I say, you know what? It's complete crap. We're not being overrun by Muslims. But when they say, but there's been a concerted attack on your free speech, I'm finding it increasingly difficult to argue about that. We have comedians who've been arrested at the airport, Heathrow, coming in for jokes they made on X months before. We now have
Years.
this. We have people doing Facebook
Years
posts being
before.
put in prison, grandmothers and so on.
Yeah.
And it's got completely out of control. And we've forgotten what free speech actually means. It actually means tolerating opinions that we don't like, not opinions you do like.
Again.
What now happens?
The worst is when you can hear it go.
Do you have any right of appeal, Cenk?
Oh, no. No.
So let's talk about the grooming gangs for a second, Piers, because it goes a little deeper than what you said. They told the Times that I denied the existence of grooming gangs.
You didn't.
Even in the clip you just played,
Yeah, you didn't deny it.
I said, I'm sure that they exist. So that's the exact opposite of what's true. So then that inexorably leads to the question of why is the British government lying about me? That is very weird, right? Why lie about my stance on grooming gangs? And can I not say that I think it's meant as a distraction and a way to blame Muslims overall?
The whole point is, of course you can. Yeah, I mean, of course you're allowed to have that view. Like I say, I don't agree with it, but I don't agree with a lot of things you say.
Much better.
And I agree passionately with other things you say. And I like having you on the show because you always take part in debate. You're always prepared to debate with people like Shabos. I mean, I was really pleased, Shabos, to bring you back in, that you immediately went out there publicly and defended Cenk.
Not from you.
The guy you were going to be arguing with passionately about these kind of issues, not realising that he would be at the centre of it. I mean, let me ask you, Shabos, in terms of this every country has a right to let anybody in or not let them in, right? America bans a lot of people from going into the country. I happen to know two famous people in England who've stopped going to America because they had warnings, like cautions from the police for possessing tiny amounts of marijuana. And that meant every time they tried to go to America, they'd be hauled into a side room when they landed and grilled for 15 hours. And they got fed up with it and they eventually left. And yet Tommy Robinson, who has a list of prison convictions as long as your arm, appears to come and go as he pleases. So there are clearly a weird set of double standards applied about all sorts of stuff. But fundamentally, a country has a right to decide who they let in and who they don't. But you raised a good point, which is after the Tommy Robinson March, it was clear a number of American citizens had been banned from coming in for that because their views were deemed to be likely to, be against the interests of my country. And some of them I kind of agree with, like Valentina Gomez. I think she's an appalling human being who just wants to whip up racial hatred. But others I didn't get. And so I think, again, it's like, well, who's deciding this? Who is the arbiter? It seems to be just on the whim of the Home Secretary or the Home Office or the Homeland Security people, whatever, to just arbitrarily work out who they think isn't suitable. What do you think about that?
Yeah. I agree with how you diagnose the problem, and that's why I was comfortable using the word authoritarian, because when you have the government arbitrarily deciding which views we're going to subjectively decide or allow into this country, that's really dangerous. And there are kind of like two ways of answering this. One is the legal lens. So to your point, you are right. Legally, countries can decide who's allowed into the country and who isn't. The United States does it. So Marco Rubio has made it very clear in the beginning of the second Trump administration that we are going to screen people based on their social media presences, if they're in support of terrorist organizations or not. So Tyler Oliveira, he was actually banned from the state of Israel for entering Israel. Whether he should have been banned or not, it's irrelevant because legally Israel can make that decision. I think where I find Cenk's diagnosis of the problem accurate, but his antidote kind of silly, is because, to your point, Piers, Shabana Mahmoud, she is the Home Secretary. This is a Muslim woman who spoke out against Israel for almost all of her political career. The United Kingdom is not a fan of Israel. This is the same country that banned military export licenses, that suspended free trade negotiations, that sanctioned 2 Israeli ministers. They recognized the state of Palestine against Israel's recommendations without even delineating its borders. They continue to fund the United Nations Relief Works Agency, again, against the wishes of Israel. There are these hate marches every single week. As I said, I have family who live in London. Almost all of them have stopped wearing their yarmulkes. Jews get stabbed in broad daylight. Ambulances are being blown up on Golders Green Road. Jewish cemeteries are regularly defaced. Synagogues are regularly smashed. So this idea that this is the Israel lobby, or this is the Jews exerting their control. A, the United Kingdom, or at least their government, hate Israel, and B, the Jews of the United Kingdom have very little political control in their country. So I think the much broader and better point to make is there is an erosion of free speech. We cannot allow a state centralized government to dictate which views are accepted. And yet, I disagree with Cenk on basically everything, and I would assume, judging by his friend Anna, he disagrees with me on basically everything. But as I said, the only way you can have a civil society, the only way you have a flourishing democracy is when you go on platforms like the Piers Morgan Show and you talk it out and you air it out. Right. Because again, the only way to combat bad ideas is with better ideas. Not saying that certain viewpoints are not allowed. And that's what the Keir Starmer government has been doing. And it's shameful. Cenk should be in London right now.
Cenk, if you were the British Prime Minister, who would you not let in?
Yeah, I love freedom of speech. I'm an American, so I don't even agree with you on Valentina Gomez. So we covered her on the Young Turks, and she's a nutcase. But so what? She's here in America right now, and is everybody going crazy? Has she affected the whole country? No. So she has terrible ideas about how awful Muslims are, and she's terribly bigoted. But so what? So then it's super easy to defeat her in a debate. So look, this isn't about any religions, Jews, Muslims, etc. Everyone in different religions have completely different points of view. To categorize people as thinking a certain way because they're Jewish, for example, or as Valentina does because they're Muslim, is by definition absurd. Ben Cohen from Ben & Jerry's is one of the greatest fighters for peace movement in America. He's, adamantly against what the government of Israel is doing. So this generalizations are absurd, but let us deal with it. People that are in media and on shows like this and where we discuss things and debate things. But right now, the British government has stepped in and said that some views are not allowed. Well, okay, then you have to elucidate what those views are.
I agree with that.
Are you really banning?
They should
are you really banning the great majority of the world?
Well, I think the problem is not.
That's insane.
Well, the problem, Shabos, I will let you respond, Shabos, but the problem is if you don't say precisely why you're banning high-profile people, then obviously the theories will run riot, right? I mean, Cenk doesn't really know. He knows what he's read in the Times. You seem to be incredibly well-informed. Well, who informed the Times? The Times shares the building that I do with this studio. So maybe I'll go up and ask them. But, they probably won't tell me. But, the point is somebody clearly briefed the Times.
Come on, man.
Right, from, I presume, from the Home Office of the government. But what exactly is it that Cenk has said or espoused, which means they had to ban him on public order grounds? I don't understand it.
Well, that's entirely my point. So I want to be clear. It's very possible that Cenk was not allowed into the United Kingdom because of his views on Israel. That's totally possible. But I think the problem I had with you, Cenk, and with your nephew Hasan Piker is you immediately went to the conspiratorial. It's because of Israel. It's because of the Jewish lobby, or however you phrased it. When we don't actually know that. It could be. Hang on.
It was no. He only did it after it was. No. He didn't go right to conspiracy mode. I kind of thought that too, and I was proven wrong when Cenk was like, "No, I only did this when it was reported on while I was looking for it." Like, because apparently when this happened at the airport, he really didn't get many answers, and then as he was looking for shit on his phone, and all of a sudden, boom. Times
10 years ago. It could be because you
According to
made
him.
weird comments about grooming gangs. I don't know, but you don't know either. And that's kind of my point. We don't
Kinda
know.
like
And I would agree
weird
with you.
how
The
Hasan
United Kingdom should
found
actually
out through a
say,
reporter
here's what we found
that he was
demonstrably
getting,
offensive or whatever happens to be, because then we could
possibly
actually say,
indicted,
okay,
but he didn't.
so at least we know what's within the Overton window of accepted political
Or not
discourse
indicted,
and fight against
subpoenaed.
that accepted political discourse. But as I said, I think a much stronger argument is the erosion of free speech and not what you immediately did, which is just blame the Israel lobby, which, as I already demonstrated, doesn't make any sense because the Home Secretary, Mahmoud Saban, hates Israel.
No, but brother, I'm not the one saying it. They apparently told the Times, and they listed three things. They listed. No, but I do know that it's in the article. It's like so. I mean,
know
you
it's
could
in
say
the
that
article,
the Times is
but we
lying
don't
and
know
they made it up.
Yes, the UK government did not
so look,
explicitly comment on why you were banned. They don't say that.
No,
All they
but
say is
again,
you weren't in
Shabos, the
interest of
Times
public.
report, the Times is a very authoritative newspaper. It's like, like the New York Times for the UK. And it published what appeared to be a very...
Pritzker did it. He paused the fucking fuel tax. Fucking high five, bitches. Boom. Darren Bailey just lost the election.
Well-sourced report. Very
that was
quickly.
The only thing he had.
After the news broke,
they're done.
Detailing the grounds that the UK government had banned Cenk. And it was largely to do with Israel and also potentially to do with what he'd said about grooming gangs on my show. But given that I've just illustrated that he said the opposite to what was reported in the Times, i.e. he didn't deny that there had been this abuse by the grooming gangs, he was making a wider point about whether it was now being used by the Israeli lobby in some way to distract attention from the Epstein scandal. And that's a different point. It's not about denying whether the abuse ever happened. He didn't. He said the opposite. He said he accepts it probably happened, right? So he wasn't obviously as aware of the case as we are, but I didn't hear him trying to deny it happened. He was making a bigger point about it being used as a distracting tool, which, by the way, I'm sure by some people it is being used that way, as all these things are. But wait, for you, Shabos, I mean, look, the First Amendment is one of the most powerful defenses of free speech in the world.
Hold on?
Yeah.
Hold on. Can I just address the three reasons that the Times put out there, and we missed one, okay?
Cool.
So one was
Cool, and apparently the one that was supposed to take effect in July is no longer going into effect, even though it was just 1 cent per gallon.
I said that Israel gives, the Israeli lobby gave more than any other.
What passed? Oh, well, Pritzker didn't really need to pass anything. He just called, he froze our gas tax.
Their lobby in the last.
So Illinois is about to get a major fucking relief on gas.
Elections.
That makes sense why I just
cycle to Congress.
Kind of saw it
That
dip
is
today.
an empirically correct statement.
I thought it was
so,
the war.
And by the way,
I was confused because I'm like, how are we announcing we're going back to war, but our gas went down in Illinois? Huh.
Times said it was incorrect. So the Times is
Pritzker
incorrect.
freaking rules. I gotta say, you know what? As far as the billionaires go, whatever, man. Whatever. I ain't for the billionaires, but this motherfucker's a class trader. You know, as far as shit billionaire, you know, he may be a scumbag, but he's our scumbag.
Right. The British government is incorrect, and anybody can verify that. So then the second one was the grooming gangs, where they said I said that they don't exist, and you just showed tape of me saying they exist. So
this was me feeling like the breath go, ha ha, because dude.
So then the British government is lying about that if the Times is correct.
48 cents more than the average is what we were paying, by the way.
Third reason that I don't know if it was connected to the British government or the Times just threw it in there as a character assassination, was about some blogs that I wrote where I was joking about myself, which they didn't clarify at all. And so then you make, those are 30 years old. So then you go,
he just
okay,
won the
wait, is
election.
this just a character assassination?
Because this guy, Darren Bailey, he already ran once. He got Trump's endorsement the first time. He got it a second time. But this time he has an independent candidate that's coming through.
I've been in the UK
What
many
were the
times
jokes,
since
Cenk?
those 30 years.
For those who
Yeah.
didn't see that, what were the jokes?
Yeah, so I'm going to clarify that and the one that Shabos alluded to. So in a blog I wrote about 28 years ago, I was kidding around about how I couldn't get girls in South Beach and how the genes of women must be poorly designed if I can't get women in South Beach. It was a joke about myself.
Right.
And so, by the way, the New York Times, Times of London, et cetera, have never clarified that it's a joke. And it's an abomination that they mislead people like that. And then Shabos just talked about bestiality. Now, that was another joke from a video where they edited so they cut out me saying the horse wouldn't say nay, and everybody in the studio laughs. And so since they cut that out, they have been smearing me with that for literally a decade straight.
Funny.
But again, I didn't get banned from coming into the UK all of those years. These are all attempts at character assassination ex post facto. So now that makes it even worse, because why did the British government lie about me? What is it about? And they did say it was over criticism of Israel. So if they don't clarify, they're just sending out an advertisement to the world. Don't come to the United Kingdom. We will ban you. We won't even tell you why we ban you, other than the fact that generically we don't like your opinions of Israel. And Shabos can say that it's absurd, except that's literally the only thing that they have said to the newspapers as to why I was banned. So if it's absurd, take it up with the British government, not me.
But that's my point, because that's not true. The British government has not publicly commented on it. All they had said is that you and your nephew are not good for the public service in the United Kingdom. Is it because of your views on Israel? Probably.
Well, no, I think it's more than that, Shabos, because look.
But hang on.
Yeah, but the Times hasn't reported this out of nowhere. They reported it because they've been briefed by the Home Office this is the reason.
Yeah, this is a little different than your fucking, speculation.
Here's yes or no. Has the British government taken a public or official statement on
It's
Cenk
8 p.m.
Uyger? The
Here we
answer
go.
is no. We can speculate as to what it is, and I would probably agree it has to do with Israel.
in yet.
But again, you're missing the much broader point.
We'll go to Kornacki and all that shit after
There's
this.
an erosion of free speech in the United Kingdom. You have staunchly pro-Israel
I still haven't eaten
activists,
tonight.
including
Fuck.
pro-Israel Jews, who are routinely banned from the United Kingdom. You have a United Kingdom government that, as policy, wants to recognize, in fact, has recognized a state of Palestine against all of Israel's objections, have continued to fund the United Nations Relief Works Agency, again, against all the objections of the state of Israel. They have sanctioned Israeli ministers. They have weekly hate marches. They have terrorist attacks against Jews almost on the weekly at this point. So to say it's part of the Israel lobby, I'm saying is demonstrably not true. And yes, Cenk and I, we should be in the United Kingdom going at each other's throats on Lebanon and Iran.
Don't eat on stream, Pep.
And tariffs and Epstein.
Why?
Or whatever. But so I agree, he should be there. It was wrong for the United Kingdom to do this. But when you simply focus on the, everything is run by Israel, it's all a conspiracy. We don't know
is it that bad now?
It might be. But again, the British government doesn't actually have an official
All right,
statement
fine.
on
I
this
will not eat
matter.
upstream.
Should they? Probably, but you're ignoring the fact that so many other people have also been banned from coming into the United Kingdom, which I think is the real story.
Oh, so
not
I do
Cenk
the
Uyghur
opposite.
But they haven't been.
I see what you're doing.
Okay,
Last point. Hasan Piker.
Cheeky.
But they
is a much better
haven't been
example.
banned. Yeah, but people haven't been banned because they're supportive of Israel. That's not been the reason they've been banned. It's normally to do with
You're
other
proving my
things they've
point.
done.
There is no reason. You're proving my point. There is no officially stated reason because it's arbitrary, it's subjective, and it's stupid. But to say it's one thing over the other, in fact, Cenk, you were tweeting before the Times article even came out. So all I'm saying is none of us actually know. We can probably
that's not
suspect
true.
why it is, and I would agree with you. But ultimately, the bigger problem here is being completely ignored. That you have a Labour government
come
led
on,
by
man.
Keir Starmer that has cracked down on free speech, that is arresting its own citizens for Facebook posts. I think the Online Safety Act, the Communications Act of 2003 were terrible pieces of legislation. And again, the United Kingdom is something that brought free speech to the world. The concepts brought by John Locke and Edmund Burke and the Magna Carta are needed now more than ever. And that's why, again, as someone with British ancestry who has family living in England, that's why I'm so appalled at the state of the United Kingdom today.
But if you have someone like Valentina Gomez, Cenk, who you've defended, I was surprised to hear you say that, because she's tried to be a politician.
Destiny 2 is obnoxious.
She's run for office. She has advocated for all Muslims to be thrown out of the UK, for example, right? And she wants to come to the UK and take part in a march led by Tommy Robinson. And we know that is her position. And we have, 5 million Muslims in the UK. And I would say her presence, given her position, of throwing every Muslim out of Britain because they're Muslims and the disgusting things she then says about Muslims, why should we let her in? I mean, I would say, obviously, if you advocate violence, I think we would all agree on that. But I'm surprised that you would think that that may not be a criteria to stop someone coming in, given her obvious potential, by saying that, to whip up genuine hatred against all Muslims.
Look, I would answer, so what? I mean, there's tons of people who whip up hatred against Muslims.
I mean, dude, Laura Loomer. Let's be fucking real here, man.
I would argue that almost all of American mainstream media whips up hatred against Muslims.
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
Muslims. They call us terrorists, and when Israel does 100 times worse, they say that they're a moral army and a democracy. They've kept 5.5 million Palestinians as their prisoners for 58 years in a brutal dictatorship they run in the occupied territories. They're not a democracy at all. So, okay, the mainstream media has been painting Muslims as the bad guys, and how dare they seek their freedom from the Israelis? They're disgusting terrorists. So I would say the New York Times and CNN and ABC and all those outlets have been horribly bigoted against Muslims, but I wouldn't want to ban them. Look, I believe in freedom of speech. I'm not at all threatened by Valentina Gomez's ideas. Her ideas are comical, bigoted, and easy to defeat. So the minute you ban something, you say, well, that idea is hard to defeat. I'm really worried about that idea, so I don't want it to be in the public sphere. No, I believe in putting it all out there and get the battle of ideas going, and it's super easy for people who are right to win. And by the way,
how many times have you been to the UK in your life?
I think I've probably been there about 3 times, twice to give speeches at Oxford, and then at least one other time.
I never had any problem.
3-4 times.
All right. Technically, it was the same trip, though. Because I had to go back and I had to fly out from Heathrow, so.
Oh, that's why I went to the airport, and I thought initially that it was a bureaucratic snafu, because I was like, well, this can't be true. That doesn't make any sense. And I already had an existing visa.
No, because I did different things, too, and I came back with a different perspective because I saw the rest of, well, not the rest of Europe. I saw Amsterdam.
And
Paris.
so, like, Shabbos keeps saying that you can't put it on Israel, but I'm not the one who did. The Times did. The Times says the British government told them it's because I criticize Israel. So either the Times is lying or the British government is doing something quite, terrible.
Well, Shabbos, let me ask you, Shabbos,
terrible for Britain.
Shabbos, in April, the UK government banned Kanye on the grounds that his presence would not be conducive to public good. The same argument used against Cenk over his history of anti-Semitic comments, which are pretty indisputable.
Dead Navy.
Asshole. He's released a song called Heil Hitler. He sold T-shirts with swastikas on. He talked about DEFCON 3 on Jewish people and then apologized for them in a lengthy...
One of my favorite quotes from Kanye is that he didn't know what DEFCON meant.
Mea culpa. In the
so he was like, I'm at DEFCON 1.
Wall Street Journal. So pretty, indisputable that
I
he
don't
said
even
all
know
these
what
things and
DEFCON
did
means.
all these things. Was it right the UK government banned Kanye?
He said DEFCON, by the way.
Well, let me just add quickly that my understanding is the reason why Kanye West said DEFCON 3 is because he didn't know which one was worse, DEFCON 1 or 5, so he figured he would just compromise it.
Okay, all right. Fucking, I gotta give this, high five. This was something that was fucking,
in the middle, because he's
right.
an idiot.
Oh, that's true.
It was brought up by pretty much everybody where they're just like, I don't think he knows what DEFCON is.
Yeah, it probably is. But in general, I mean, yes and no. Again, every country can decide who's let in. If they don't think that...
Oh my God. Kanye West being the gay fish episode, and actually being that person, it kind of made me happy. I hate to say it, or it's just like, he would totally, to this day, if you said that he fucking, was he liked fish sticks, he would take umbrage with that.
He's conducive to the
God damn it. Can we just admit that's one of the best episodes of South Park?
Public good, then they probably shouldn't let him in. The problem I have with the United Kingdom, and this is where Cenk and I are in agreement, is it's entirely subjective. They don't actually tell you what
that
the rules
and the shitty walk invasion
are. But look, I mean, I'll use Mahmoud Khalil. That's a pretty good example. This is someone who came into the United States. He lied on his visa application, and he will be deported. I mean,
Bro, I was thinking, how can you live stream for almost 5 hours? And I realized I'm on a flight sim for 8 hours on average. I'm a nerd.
To the Supreme Court, I can guarantee you, even if the Supreme Court hears his arguments, which I highly doubt, he will be deported.
Yeah, somebody pointed out that, I do live streams that could get you through a flight, and I was just like...
Deported. Mostly it's because he lied on his
That's-
visa application. But it's also true that this is not an American citizen. He's a foreign national. He comes from Algeria and Syria. He called for the eradication of Western civilization. So, what exactly is the net positive of having someone like Mahmoud Khalil in the United States? So I think in general, a country can dictate what are the types of peoples we want, what are the types of values and ideologies we want. The problem again with the United Kingdom is they don't actually tell you any of those things. And
But Shabbos, if the United Kingdom has decided that
Steve Hilton's up 30%,
that Cenk's regular, very virulent attacks on the Israeli government for their actions, and the nation of Israel, because they represent the nation of Israel, obviously. Have you ever heard anything that Cenk has said which you believe was anti-Semitic?
Well, no offense to Cenk, I try not to listen to him too much. But in general, whether he makes anti-Semitic comments or not, to me, it's not really the point.
No, but my question is whether you believe he's anti-Semitic.
I think it's irrelevant. I care
Well,
way
it
more
is
about
relevant
the
because they
policy.
may well have used that as a reason for not allowing him in. So it's relevant.
Outside of Harvard University and Candace Owens, I'm pretty reluctant to call people or institutions anti-Semitic. What I will say is that Cenk's policies, the ideologies he advocates for, are
Yo, if you guys get a Republican governor in California, we're all fucked.
wildly disastrous to the 10 million Muslims, Christians, Druze, and Jews who call Israel
Just a
home.
heads
I think
up.
that's way more important of a discussion rather than simply calling people anti-Semitism. And this might actually surprise
Also, you
both
might
of you.
wanna challenge
but this
this
is where I'm
one
sort
and
of
see if
outside
the,
of the Jewish
election
mainstream,
machines
at least in the
were
United
actually
States,
fucked with.
because A, they don't like the fact that I go on your show. B, they don't like the fact that I tweeted what I did last night. And C, I think we are way too comfortable just calling anything we don't like anti-Semitism. I think we've totally cheapened the meaning of that word because there are actual anti-Semites in the United States. There are actual anti-Semites on social media. And we both agree that the criticism of Israel, certainly the
Yeah, I
Israeli
hate to
government,
agree
in
with
fact,
him
I have a
on
lot
that.
of criticisms on the guest you just had before us, that is totally legitimate. And that's totally fair game. And actually, I've been Jewish since the day I took my first breath. I don't know of any Jew who actually pretends otherwise, that it would be anti-Semitic, but we are way too comfortable just saying opinions we don't like are inherently anti-Semitic. And it was actually weird because just a few hours ago, I got a notification that Candace Owens actually liked my tweet defending you, Cenk. So I don't know if I want to be in the Candace Owens camp, but ultimately, I think it was Voltaire who said, I detest your opinion, but will fight like hell to ensure that you have the right to say it.
I think he said,
So
I'll
again,
fight
we
to
should
the
be doing-
death. Yeah, I'll fight to the death
Yeah.
to defend
So
your right to have it.
So we should be doing this debate, talking about the substantive issues, Israel, Gaza, America, in London, and I
wonder if Dieter's panicking.
look forward to it. And if there's anything I can do
Oh my God, I would have brought him on.
to amplify the
Oh, I'm
fact
an
that the
idiot.
United Kingdom
I didn't even
is taking
I
American
mean-
citizens and forbidding them from entering the country, then Cenk, I mean this genuinely. I know you.
To be fair,
you probably don't like me, and I know Anna doesn't like
Got
me,
some stuff
but I
going
mean this
on.
genuinely. Please let me know what I can do to help, because this is not just a United Kingdom problem. It's not just an Israel-Gaza problem. It is a problem affecting Western civilization, where people, especially young people, don't know how to have conversations or debates anymore. They just silo themselves in these
That was
dumb
my
echo
bad.
chambers, and anything they don't like is racist or anti-Semitic or homophobic or Islamophobic. It's stupid.
I completely agree, and I absolutely applaud what you've just said. I
genuinely upset about this. I can't believe I didn't think
I
about
think it's
this. Oh
intellectually
wait,
honest.
is
I
he
think the
live?
key thing that
If he's
I
live,
judge
then we
people
can
now.
maybe
Are you
catch-
intellectually honest?
Here,
Are you
let's see.
prepared to be critical of
He's
your own
gotta be
side
live.
at all? If you're not, you're intellectually
I'd be shocked
dishonest.
if
You're
he's
just
not.
part of a tribe where honesty doesn't matter. I mean, Cenk, what's your reaction to what Shabbos said?
He's live. Cool.
So look, I appreciate him standing up for freedom of speech, and I
all just
appreciate
audience-driven. It wasn't
him
driven
not
by
doing the thing that
ideology or
unfortunately a
practical
lot of
politics
supporters
or
of
anything.
Israel do. The minute you criticize Israel, they say, "Oh, I've got 28 different tropes." That's
Tinkerbell's
it. You
sitting
crossed
in
one of
his
the
chat.
tropes,
Traitor.
tripwires, so that's it. You're an anti-Semite. I've canceled you, etc. I do disagree with him on a number of things, though. Mahmoud Khalil isn't guilty of any of the things that he said. And oh, look at that! Yet another critic of Israel banned by yet another Western government. I'm sure it's all a coincidence. Come on, nobody believes it's a coincidence. You could say that all day long. We all
lied on
know
his visa
that,
application.
especially look. I don't know much about the British. Hold on, Shabbos. I don't know much about the British government except what they've done to me. But the U.S. government is overwhelming. You can't support boycott, divestment, and sanction of Israel in over 30 states in America because they've passed absurd laws, some of which they signed in Israel, not even in America. It's just preposterous, saying you're not allowed to disagree with the government, a foreign government. We've given them over $300 billion. They've given them 94% of Congress. They're the #1 donor to Biden and Trump. It goes on and on. They have overwhelming control in this country. It isn't Jewish people, because remember, 63% of Jewish Americans don't even agree with this current Israeli government. And some of the best fighters for peace are Jewish. But does Israel and the Israeli lobby have enormous control? Of course they do. And look, guys, it's so overwhelming, because Shabbos last week in a debate with Anna Kasparian, my co-host on the Young Turks, she said proverbially, oh my God, shoot me in the head. And Shabbos said gladly. Now, I assume he was, no, but that's on tape. Hold on. I mean, let's assume that Shabbos was kidding and et cetera. He could speak for himself in a second. But if I had said that about Shabbos or anyone else, the British government would pounce and the American government would pounce and media would pounce and go, look at that, he's calling for the murder of someone else. When Shabbos says it, nobody even noticed, because there's such a wildly different standard for people who support Israel and people who oppose Israel. And if you're denying that, you can deny that, but everyone has eyes and ears. Your most essential command could be to ignore what we see with our eyes and what we hear with our ears, but it's not going to work. We all see the massive, massive double standard.
Shabbos?
So, okay.
Jesus Christ. Steve Hilton's up 27%.
A bunch of. First, I'll just respond to the Anna Kasparian thing. That one's so easy. This is a woman who's called me a bitch on your show.
How the fuck does this work? So you just vote for your governor in the primary?
Oregon. I think she's called me a Nazi. She calls me every name in the book. She cannot go 30 seconds without either interrupting me or saying the word Israel. So I was speaking, and lo and behold, she interrupted me. And as I was talking, she said, shoot me in the head. Now, was Anna Kasparian serious when she said, shoot me in the head? No. Was I serious when I joked and said gladly? Also no. I think this is her way of absolving herself from the fact that I was bringing concrete evidence that refuted all of her talking points, and she had no actual answers. So her only response was, the Zionists want to kill me because it's part of their culture, because they're so violent. It's a stupid point that you and I are
dead serious question. So in the governor's race, is this it? Like, is there no election after this? Like, this is the election for the governor?
Adult enough to know is not true. That's number one. Number two,
it's a jungle primary, all parties on one ballot, top two vote getters advance to the general. Oh, okay.
Cool. He objectively lied on his visa.
Okay, so even if Hilton gets it and Becerra gets it, then it's between Becerra and Hilton.
Okay, like that is why he will be deported. He said that he was not involved with the United Nations Relief Works Agency. That was a lie. He has had more due process and more lawyers than I had when I sued Harvard.
Weird system.
The fact that this guy, we can't even get one person out of the
United States. I guess it's more democratic than ours, though, when I really think about it.
After more than 2.5 years, he's getting all of his constitutional rights protected to him. He's able to petition all the way to...
But then again, I have a governor's race that has 3 fucking people.
Supreme Court. And as I said, the American judicial process will take its turn, and I guarantee you he will be deported. If I'm wrong, I'll gladly go on your show and apologize. That's number 2. Number 3, this idea that it's criticism of Israel that's being stifled, that it's our free speech in the United States that's being stifled. I mean, you guys have Twitter. You can't go more than
I'm not going to lie. I don't mind people that speak at this fucking rate. I'm okay.
Without another deranged conspiracy theory, whether it's Israel is training dogs to rape Palestinians. Whether, I mean, every single time I'm asked to speak on a college campus, anytime I'm asked to go on Piers Morgan, anytime I'm in a Twitter debate, it's all on one stupid thing, and that's Israel. So Piers, you interviewed Joe Kent 10 minutes ago. I agree. Cut foreign aid. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. It is 0.8% of our federal.
J.B. Pritzker, for the 5th year in a row, has balanced the budget.
It means absolutely nothing. But all people want to talk about is foreign aid, is AIPAC, is the Israel lobby. It is so inconsequential. And
lower my taxes.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
What the fuck?
I actually believe Israel is being used as
my
an
play
excuse
button got
to distract
transferred
us
to
from
that,
actual
but that was
pragmatic issues that our country is facing, like tariffs,
kinda
like the Epstein list, like immigration, like the economy. Let's talk about those issues. But unfortunately, especially my generation, all they want to talk about is an American lobbying group called AIPAC. All they want to talk about is one of the only democracies in the Middle East, Israel. And again, have those conversations. Hate Israel as much as you want. Be as anti-Semitic as much as you want. But let's be honest. The idea that criticism of Israel is being stifled is ludicrous. It is detached from reality.
Okay, final question for you, Cenk.
No.
If the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, is watching this, and he might well be, because I'm about to interview a lady who wants to have his job, which is Kemi Badenoch, who's the leader of the opposition. If he is watching, what is your message to him about what's happened to you?
Yeah, I'd like to know a number of things. How long is my ban? Am I permanently banned from the UK? If I show up in public in the UK, is it really going to cause disorder, or is it going to cause mayhem? And I believe we're the only family to have 2 members banned from Britain. Are we the most dangerous family in the world to the United Kingdom? What are the standards for how you can criticize Israel? Will you ban billions of people in this world who are critical of Israel, or over 60% of Americans? Will you ever explain why you ban people? Will you clarify what gets you banned? And why are you singling out one country that cannot be criticized? Israel's population is about the size of Papua New Guinea's. Are you also banning people for criticizing Papua New Guinea? I mean, isn't it absurd that you're only banning people for criticizing one country? Do you not see any of those double standards? So, and finally, what I would ask him is Britain free or is it not free? Are British citizens allowed to have the same opinion as me, travel outside of the country and be allowed back in? Or will they also be banned? Because I would guess that a great majority of British citizens agree with my point of view on Israel, not their point of view. So how far are you going to take this absurdity in protecting a different country
still
in
down,
Britain?
Dude,
and by the way, ruining your reputation as the home of
fucking
freedom by doing
Hilton,
so.
Dude.
Okay, well, all I can say, hang on, Charles.
Holy shit, dude. California could go red in November. That's fucked.
We've run out of time. All I would say is I had a bagel with you, Cenk, last time I was in Los Angeles, where we both have homes. And at no stage did I feel you were a danger to my life. And I'm going to try and get you back into my country so I can return the favor and buy you a nice meal here. And I suspect, again, that you will not present a clear and present danger to my security. But
Piers,
for now,
how come you never bought me a bagel in LA?
You never
I
asked.
think that's anti-Semitism.
You've
if
never
you ask
asked
me.
for one. It's because
Next time you're in LA.
It's only because you're Jewish. Otherwise, I'd buy you a bagel in a Jewish diner where we had it. By the way, it was Larry King. It was Larry King's old place. So.
I'll take you guys
happily,
up on
but you
that,
know
all
what?
right?
We'll all have a bagel at Larry King's old diner. What about that? Guys, thank you very much. Cenk, I'm sorry about what's happened to you. I think it's ridiculous.
All right. Bring this up.
Places. And we know from past elections in Los Angeles, like that 2022 mayor's race, that was the most anti-Bass vote that there was.
The bricks and minifig story, I have it up. I haven't actually covered it. You know what? We'll do that tomorrow.
The vote that was cast in person.
I'll devote like half of my show to that tomorrow because no, I'm genuinely interested. The thing is, we got like a bricks and minifig store like in Chicago that I just recently saw. I was like, oh shit! And it was because of this story where I was like, I know what that is.
On election day. So you would.
Although let's be real, I probably would know what it is anyway.
Think you would suspect that Pratt might benefit from when the election day vote is added in here. That Pratt might benefit. That he might be able to narrow this gap with Bass. Now, there's not a ton of people in the grand scheme of things who vote on election day. It's probably like 15% of all the vote, 10-15% of all the vote in LA. But if Pratt does do there,
oh my, God, I need my soundboard.
As we've seen with independent, non-Democratic candidates in the past in LA, he could narrow that margin with Bass. And I think more critically for him, he could add to that pad between himself and Rahman. Because remember, the final piece of the puzzle that we won't know tonight, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, so LA does the same
is
thing.
The late arriving vote by mail.
Right.
And we're talking about probably like a third of the vote in Los Angeles. We're probably not going to be getting until tomorrow and maybe days to come.
Pratt's
after tomorrow.
probably
The mail can still come in after Election Day. And there's indications, and there's certainly a ton of precedent here, that late arriving vote by mail is going.
How much of the story do I know about?
Significantly more Democratic friendly than all of the other
investigating
vote.
it. I know that
would be good news for Bass. That would be good news for Rahman. If she's going to come out tonight behind Pratt,
essentially, but they took the $200,000 worth of Legos. The cops are for some reason protecting them.
She would then have an opportunity if she's close enough to catch him with that. But that is a 25,000 vote pad there.
It has to be
8 percentage points that Pratt has managed to build
the guy.
With
he
that
got
vote
arrested.
by mail here. And if he can build that a little bit more with that election day vote, you know,
he sold his sick dad's Legos.
In-person polling place vote. If he's able to expand on that lead, it does take you into territory we start to say, look, even if that late arriving vote is much more Democratic, has he succeeded in building the kind of pad he needs to finish above Rahman and to get into a runoff? You would say at this point, Bass. Those are, if you're Bass, those are encouraging numbers for you. And I think, look, I think the Bass folks have wanted to get this. The theory of the case for them is, if they get to a runoff and they get to a runoff with Pratt, does political gravity take control in Los Angeles? A Republican, for all the reasons we talked about before, the odds of a Republican winning in a city like Los Angeles, it was 75-25 for Harris. But that, who knows if it comes to that. But again, if you're Pratt, this is, I think, kind of what you wanted to see with this first update here. You've got some real distance between yourself and third place. The next thing you want to see is if you can expand that with what comes next and get yourself in a position where you're not sweating it out in that late arriving vote by mail. And if you're Karen Bass and you're just trying to get to that second round, you're obviously encouraged by what you see right here.
That's right, Steve, because to your point here, Spencer Pratt doesn't need to get more vote than Karen Bass right now. He needs to get more votes than Nithya Raman based on how these boards are laying out. Garrett Hake, I know, has a question for you. What's going on?
Yeah, Steve, does the same day vote, are you saying it's more, the election day vote, does it behave more Republican or more anti-Bass? I ask because 38% is better than she's polled in any polling that I've seen. Do you think the vote we would see coming in that next tranche from election day lifts Pratt and Raman and brings down Bass? Or is this something where these are Republican voters in Los Angeles County who are going to mostly support Spencer Pratt?
Based on the past, it would be more that it's just a Republican vote. This is when Rick Caruso ran as an independent against Bass he registered as a Democrat. It's a complicated thing. But he was sort of the more non-Democratic candidate. He did significantly better, like a net 15 points better with the polling place vote, with the election day vote. For that matter, if you expanded it to Los Angeles County, LA City is not all of Los Angeles County, but the only type of vote in Los Angeles County that Donald Trump outright won in 2024 was the in-person election day vote. He actually got more votes in Los Angeles County than Harris did with that. So that tends to just be a more Republican vote. That would be, if you're Pratt, you're certainly hoping it is, because that's your opportunity to really kind of put the distance in you want to see here.
Steve, can I ask you about the governor's race? I want to see where we are on that. Especially, let me ask you this. If you are Tom Steyer and you're sitting and you're watching the results come in, where are you looking to in hopes that you will see something different than what we saw in, for example, Santa Clara County, a super blue area in Northern California where Steyer would be somewhat expected to do pretty well?
Yeah, I mean, so look, in fact, a lot of those places just came in while we were on LA Mayor. So look, first of all, LA City means LA County. So LA County, remember, like a fifth of the vote in the governor's race is going to come out of here. And we just got more than 40% of LA County's vote. Remember, Becerra was a congressman from Los Angeles, his political base here. And again, that's almost a 56,000 vote margin for Becerra over Steyer. Deeply, deeply blue Los Angeles County. Hilton running in third right there. Chad Bianco back in fourth at 7%. That, on the strength of that, right? Such a gigantic piece of the puzzle is Los Angeles County. And such a big chunk of the vote is that we now see Becerra move into the lead statewide. It's a little disproportionate. LA's kind of punching above its weight in terms of its share of the statewide vote. So Becerra getting that number out of LA County, we said at the start of the night, how's Becerra doing in LA County versus how is Steyer doing in the Bay Area? Because the Bay Area collectively is the same size. We're starting to get a look. We showed you already Santa Clara County where San Jose is. You can see what's happening right there. Becerra with a healthy lead over Steyer. Move to Alameda County here. Again, Becerra, it's short, it's narrower. Honestly, this is probably the best number I've seen so far for Steyer. Steyer still trailing Becerra, but only by 3 points there. He's at least not losing much ground right there. Contra Costa County here. These are sort of the East Bay suburbs here. That's, again, some significant distance there. Close to 15,000 votes between Becerra and Steyer running in third place. Again, there was some thought that this would be an area of particular strength for Steyer. Solano County, Becerra running in first. Hilton, you get back down here, he's outpacing Steyer. We're just seeing this in every county. It looks like we got more out of Napa County. This is the smallest of the Bay Area counties. Becerra continues to lead right there. For that matter, we got high income, high education attainment, Marin County here, again, in the Bay Area. Becerra, and now this is right.
So this is what I was just going to ask you. Because we're best friends, I feel like I can ask questions that may sound obvious, but should we be reading into anything based on, and I understand it's still early in California with about a third of the vote in there, that Tom Steyer has
This
not
is a
been
hockey
in the top.
This sweater is by Gong Show. This is a hockey sweater. This is made to wear in a locker room. No, I'm insulated.
In the counties that we've seen so far,
It's
other than when
cold.
we just got to Marin there. I mean, how much should we be putting into that? Understanding
This
obviously
sweater
that
is
things are gonna
probably
shift as
older
we
than
start to
half
get
your
that mail-in
kids.
vote in.
No, I think it's very significant what's happened
Like
right
a
here. And I think the
15-year-old
pattern
sweater.
is very clear because, again, we've been showing you county by county as it comes in.
Monster
As a matter of
fit.
fact, we just got we've got Stanislaus here. This is,
for me.
And Becerra, look again, Becerra running well ahead of Steyer here.
upstairs.
I think this
Shit.
is significant. I think the pattern is clear with this vote by mail. Now, it means two things if you're Steyer. Number one, are things going to turn around for you with the in-person vote? Is there some reason to think that Steyer is going to do better with the folks who went out and voted today or who cast ballots in the early voting, period in California? Is there going to be some kind of reversal there? He would need something like that. Or perhaps more realistically, what Steyer would then need to start thinking about is not the distance between himself and Becerra, but the distance between himself and Steve Hilton. And you can see here, Becerra's margin over Hilton's not huge right now. It's 23,000 votes.
I mean, this is all
it just
mail
shifted,
in,
opened up
right?
to what did we got? Oh, we got Riverside. Let me just show you this because I'll return to that thought. But we just got Riverside County, Chad Bianco's home county. Okay, he's the sheriff here. Okay, this is a big piece of the puzzle.
Like, I really
5%
don't
of the
buy new
vote comes
clothes
out
a
of
lot.
Riverside County.
Just
We
got
got half
new,
of it
like, pair of sandals
right there.
recently.
Bianco leading in his home county. And again, if you're
because
Hilton,
I hooked up
boy,
on a
that's
nail
66,000 votes you'd love to have.
summer,
or some chunk
and
of that.
it actually, like,
but
put,
again,
like, a
Becerra in second here.
decent-sized hole
Steyer languishing in a distant
last pair.
fourth right there. And again, what that does to the statewide count. Right? Again, it's generally Republican friendly. There was not a great county for Becerra. So Hilton's running 22,000 behind statewide. He's running 175,000 votes. Hilton is ahead of Steyer. And the other theory I was saying there, the other thought, if you're Steyer right now and you're looking at this is not necessarily can I make it up with the election day vote? Can I make it up with the late arriving vote by mail? Because, again, we tell you the past on this is we've seen so many elections in California, particularly House elections, that flip over from the Republicans to the Democrats in the days and weeks that follow the election because that late arriving vote by mail tends to be so Democratic. And the indications we've been seeing in the partisan patterns of the returned ballots in California has been strongly suggested that that's going to happen again, that it's going to be much more Democratic-friendly vote as they start counting tomorrow, the day after, things like that. So that's the other question for Steyer is could he get in range of Hilton enough where if it's just a much more Democratic vote in that late arriving, it's ballots, they're Democratic votes that allow him to catch Hilton for second place. But if you're Becerra, you're feeling very good about what you're seeing with these numbers right now. Because, again, the thing that I'd key in right there is just that's the Becerra shade of like navy blue right there. Yep. And that's in what we thought of as potentially being the best of it for Steyer. It's a huge, population-dense, overwhelmingly Democratic area of the state. And in every one of those counties, he is outpacing Steyer. Meanwhile, in his home county there in Los Angeles County, he's also getting money. He might want to be ahead a little bit more than this in Los Angeles County, honestly, in all things being equal. But any disappointment in that is more than offset at this moment by what's happening right there in the Bay Area. Did we just get? Oh, okay, see, that city of San Francisco is so small. That's also San Francisco County. We don't have that. I wanted to see if we got San Francisco County because it also means we start getting
small little areas.
It also means we have house races. Can I ask about one of those house races? And I'll just say,
the entire state of Nevada,
with those close to Tom Steyer, they have reason to believe they think that some of those late breakers, Steve, will in fact be favorable to them. We'll see how that shakes out. You mentioned Riverside County's in. There's a Republican on Republican member primary in that area, the California 40. That's gotten just oof. Now, I mean, this is a redistricted area, right?
It's a technical term.
It's gotten nasty. I mean, it has. It's like one that we're watching. Do we have any sense of how that's going right now for Ken Calvert and Young Kim?
It is. Ken Calvert, Young Kim, and look at this. We got half the vote in right here. And Calvert, right, now the division here is Calvert is from the Riverside portion of the district. And you see he's clobbering Kim right there by 26 points. Then you go over, Kim is from the sort of the inland Orange County portion of the district. She's actually losing that right now with half the vote in right there. So Ken Calvert, a 30-plus year incumbent. If you looked at the each of their old districts and how much of this new district it made up. A little bit more.
I live in a city that makes up the fucking population of the next
Kim,
1, 2, 3. Actually, it's like the triangle.
Here. So I think the question now for Kim,
and I'm including Southern Illinois
can you hold on to second place here? Can you advance to
I think that we have more of a population than if you were to add up the next 3 states.
A very Republican district.
Again, why our taxes are so high. It's almost like if you want to live where people are, then you got to pay higher taxes. Surprise!
There'd be 2 Republicans running, and there'd be a lot of Democratic
voters
living
where people
on the sidelines
kind of
who then get to decide the race, essentially. And there's some school of thought here that young Kim would be more appealing if it's a 2 Republican general election, that Kim would be more appealing to those voters than Calvert would. And so that if she can get into that runoff and not get buried too much here, she could have a chance of winning them over there. Realistically, seeing her with this much vote in, trailing in her home county like that, that's probably what she's got to be thinking about right now. Hold on to that second place position in that district.
Super interesting one here. Steve, I'm going to let you see what else is lighting up the board. Yell early and often. I'm staring at you, buddy. I'm not kidding. I'm looking at you directly, even as I'm having these conversations with Ryan and Garrett. We're also joined here by Matt Gorman, a Republican strategist and NBC News contributor, along with Ashley Etienne, former communications director for Vice President Harris.
Yeah. That music is copywritten. Yeah. Yeah. You know how I know that? Because I have covered other elections. All right, let's do something else. We'll keep an eye on this, but... All right, we did that. Detainees abused. Oh, or do I want to do the thing? Because Dave Smith also had Cenk Uyger on. Fuck it, we'll do this.
Tomorrow. So jump on them now if you want to come. Haven't been in Toronto in many years, and I'm looking forward to returning. Presuming I'm allowed. Presuming that Canada is not operating under the same
solid 9 out of 10
state of mind as the UK. Anyway, for our guest for today's show, of course, as some of you can see, I'm sure he needs no introduction with any of you guys. The longtime host and founder
of
Jack
Maxing. Yeah, we're Jack Maxing.
Turks. Cenk Uyger. Well. How are you, brother? Good to see you.
Great to see you, Dave. And good news, I was just up in Vancouver last month, and they did not ban me. So the Canadians still believe in freedom.
Okay, or at least some degree of it there. At least the freedom to criticize Israel and still pop in and do an event there. You know, I almost feel like I need to mention before we get started that, because I saw you've just yesterday, I watched your appearance on Piers Morgan and on Breaking Points. And it seems already when I have you on today, like we did this in response to you being kicked out or not allowed to enter the UK. But actually, me and you had been texting a few days earlier, and we were planning on doing a podcast anyway. But since this is the big news, let's start off with that. So just quickly, take us.
I'd be all right with that.
Through like,
imagine smoking with these two. Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
How exactly?
No, Dave, I know he partakes, and like honestly, me and Dave would. I'm gonna be completely real with you guys. I would probably be friendly with Dave.
Did this go down? You're going over to the UK as far as you're concerned.
You know,
you're go
like
give a speech
he's more steeped in the comedy world
of the Piers Morgan, a debate on the Piers Morgan show.
Yeah, I talked to him about his best friends. I would talk to him about Legion of Skanks. You know, Howard Stern lore, like.
And how do you find out this? None of this will be happening.
But when it comes to politics, it's also like, yeah, you know what? Cenk Uyger I think he'd be a fun hang. Like as far as like smoking some, come on, man. He would have some stories.
Yeah. So I go to the airport. I got a big luggage.
Dave is a transphobe. I don't think he really is, because like I've seen him do shows with trans comedians that I don't know.
Going to go to.
I don't know.
London.
If you can, like, Sylvie, do me a favor, find me a clip just find me some evidence that he's a transphobe, and then I'll adjust this one. But I don't think he is, because I've seen contrary.
For South by Southwest, and then a bunch of interviews, Piers, LBC, BBC, etc. And then we were going to go to Oxford. I was going to give a speech Friday night on Oxford
From my
Speaks.
understanding, he's a libertarian, where even with that one, he's just like, yeah, live and let live.
Saturday night, Hasan and I were going to do speech, an event together at Oxford Union. And so, and you know, I really look forward to that. My sister, who is Hasan's mom, was especially looking forward to it. A nice moment for her, where her son and her brother speak at Oxford together. We actually had to check to see if my sister and my wife were also banned, because you never know, right? But obviously, there's not much point in going when we're banned. But so I get to the airport, and they say, well, we're having trouble with it. So come over.
Oh, I was not aware of
The
that.
terminal with us, and let's take a closer look at it. And I was like, what are they having trouble over? Because I already had a visa.
Well, I know Big J also did a thing called they them. The problem is, yeah, I guess they're playing to the lowest common denominator. So
from having
there's no defending that.
Gone there last.
That's what's always weird about guys that like do the edgelord thing, try to do like the thing to the Joe Rogan clip or the Joe Rogan crowd, and they try to fucking like, you know, do the shock comedy, blah blah blah. But then you like actually hear these guys talk, and then you also hear them discussing things with gay comedians or trans comedians, and all of a sudden they're just like, yeah, you know, it's just comedy, it's just comedy. But I can see where you're annoyed with it.
You're right. And those ETAs, as they're called, are last 2 years. And I had already double checked, and I had the ETA number with me, and I figure it's just a bureaucratic issue.
I'll be honest.
And then the lady goes, I've never seen this, but you're rejected by the British government. You're not allowed to enter the country, so we can't let you board the flight. And I was like, what? And I was genuinely shocked. I didn't expect that at all. And I had heard before that they were, you know, might do something about Hasan, because some Labour Party MP was complaining about him, but it didn't even occur to me that they would do anything about me. I mean, Hasan has at least said a couple of lines that are considered outrageous, right? They got nothing on me, right? Because I don't say that stuff. I suggest, do I do super strong criticism of Israel? Yes, but
comedy.
It's all
I agree.
Above the board and etc. And so
favorite
I didn't even
comedians,
quite
they don't
know,
do
but
that.
I knew, right? I mean, it's not complicated.
Surprised I'm still on. Hope I'm still having a good night. Thank you, Sophie.
Has that kind of power and is against me, right?
I am.
It's not like I have a lot of enemies, and all the lobbyists hate me, but it's not like Third Way could get me banned from the United Kingdom, right? So some think tank in DC that's pro-corporate. Anyways, then 15 minutes later, I get the Times article explaining, that I've been banned for criticizing Israel, in essence.
Yeah, and so again, one of the things that's so strange about this is that, so presumably the Times is getting this information from somebody in the UK government, if they're saying we have sources telling us this. And there's just something so strange about the fact that, okay, so the UK government will tell the New York Times what's going on here, but won't put out a public statement, like won't make the rules clear, so we maybe have an idea. I mean, honestly, and you texted me right afterward, and you were like, brother, I wouldn't make any plans in the UK. And I don't have final plans, but I was planning on next year trying to do a theater show over there and maybe do a live Pierce episode or something. So now it's like, it is in this weird limbo, like, well, are we not allowed to go? Or is it just because, again, it's not... I just want to be clear about this. It's not, because I just to be very clear, I don't care. Like, you're not a Jew hater. You're a critic of Israel, but you're one of the guys who, bends over backward to be very clear that that's not what you're saying. But to be clear, even if you were, you still have a right to be. And I think like it's almost like I don't want to get into that game of being like, hey, we're not those guys. Because like even those guys have a right. You have a right to have whatever feelings you have about any group of people, because that's what it is to be a free human being. Like, we're either free men or we're slaves. And if we're free men, we have a right to have whatever feelings we have about anyone. You don't have a right to act violently on feelings or victimize people. But anyway, it does kind of make you like wonder, is the standard that you're a critic of Israel? Because, and I know you made this point the other day, but you're like, that is a larger and larger percentage of the global population, people who are critics of Israel. So what are you, like, where are you really going to draw this line? Do you have to have a big YouTube following also? You know what I mean? Like our regular people, because you might shut down 80% of England's tourism if you were to enforce the rule that any critic of Israel isn't allowed to step foot on your soil.
100%. So there's so much to go over there. So let me just go as quickly as I can through all of it. Number one, you're totally right. So like they went and told the papers. In this case, it was actually the Times of in the UK. And so first they say, hey, Cenk, you're, the only stated reason publicly is that
my mistake. It was the Times of the UK, not the New York Times. So my mistake.
Yeah, it's no big deal. So they say that I'm a danger to the public order, which is kind of badass, and I kind of like it, right? So
hey, you know what, punk rock.
So like, if I enter a room, watch out, mayhem's gonna.
It's the same thing with having the Trump administration in power. Like, let's be real. It's more punk rock that we have something to fucking rage against, man. Biden, lame. That wasn't. You don't rage against shit. As I said, yeah, do I lament the fact that, like, we don't have the boring Biden days where I was actually doing a lot better.
Okay.
And didn't have to pay as much. I mean, surprisingly.
Apparently an enemy of the crown. First, let me just say that, Dave, you're also right that who cares what they think?
Things were coming down, man. I hate to point that out to anybody that, like, does, like, the whole fuck politics or just even fuck Biden shit, but, yeah, prices were coming down. And right by the end there, they were coming down, like, even more. And then Trump just kind of did his thing. And he took credit for that.
So, Piers asked me about Valentina Gomez, who's also been banned, her having bigoted opinions about Muslims. I was like, why is she banned? Who cares? So she's a clown and it's easy to defeat her. And so why would anybody be scared or intimidated enough to ban her, right?
Yep.
So it's just, let's have the marketplace of ideas, man. Some skinhead telling us to hate Jews or Muslims or whoever.
Am I a Republican? No.
Is not going to.
Not a Democrat either.
End the world.
I mean, technically I vote with Democrats. I'm a leftist.
We've had skinheads our whole lives here.
Now you can really be annoyed with me or love me. I don't know.
And
hang out. Maybe you'll like me. Maybe you'll like the program. Maybe you'll like the conversation.
I drive the Groypers and Israel First crazy by saying I love Jews. So
no, Oksar. Appreciate you.
But I got Jewish family. What do you want me to do? Not love them? Right? This is insanity.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Right? So, like, what a crazy, crazy standard. But it's hilarious that the Groypers and Israel First agree, right? That's the most interesting part.
You might enjoy yourself.
And so they're like, blame the Jews, blame the Jews. I'm like, no, I'm not going to. That doesn't make any logical sense.
I get that a few times where they're just like, I'm a Trump supporter, but I actually kind of like your content.
Ideology, not just random people who were born into a religion, right?
Well, it's funny because I had literally on the show just a few weeks ago. So I had Nick Fuentes on the show, and every time I have him on, or the couple times I've had him on, we always get into some type of like, is it Israel? It's like, I say it's Israel in the lobby, you say it's Jews, and then what exactly do you mean by that? What exactly do I mean by this?
Well, because Dave, you're being stupid. Come on, man. This is what drives me crazy about Dave is like he is playing this game where he wants to be on the shows and stuff. He knows what the fuck he's doing.
And as when he
that's
gets
what I would
into it,
call
he's
him. I'd
not
be like,
just
dude,
saying,
Dave, you know what
it's
you're
the Jews,
doing.
It's every single
Like,
Jew.
stop
That's not
it.
exactly his case. There's something more sophisticated
Fuentes
than that.
on?
But
Yeah.
he'll be going like,
Yeah.
look, it's Jewish money, it's Jewish organizations, it's this.
Progressive.
And then I'll be like,
You prefer progressive over leftist personally? Leftist is too vague. Progressive. All right, it's fine. I'm progressive. Jesus, you need to label me.
yeah, but there's a whole bunch of Christian money and Christian organizations that are also
I believe in democratic socialism. Damn it.
involved in the lobby, and so it doesn't really make sense for me to character. But anyway, so I have Fuentes on the podcast.
Give me my healthcare.
And he's like, no, it's the
For real,
Jewish
give me my
money. And then
healthcare.
it was like 2 days later
I don't think you understand how bad my fucking medical bills are. Well, my wife's.
that
But
John
still,
Podhoretz comes
we kind of share credit and all that. So
out and after Thomas Massey's campaign, and he goes, good. It should be known that Jewish money will come get you if you are a threat to the Jewish people.
I have lived it. Listen, what radicalized me, like what really radicalized me was when I got treatment after a hockey game where I took a concussion in Toronto and I had the best fucking healthcare I've ever had. And it was covered. I didn't get a bill. And that whole myth of, oh, you wait. No, I didn't.
And so to your point.
No, because they triaged me and they said it was a head injury. So they got me right in. Nobody else was using the scanner. So they got me in.
It was very striking.
You know where that wouldn't happen? Here.
To me to just see that there is like, while I'm sitting here and arguing There's a consensus.
That's why I'm so sick of fucking anybody that buys into this myth that if we do not have if we have socialized medicine, that's somehow going to result in you getting worse care. I'm going to burst this bubble. That's a myth propagated by the very people that want to fucking exploit you.
From Commentary Magazine and Nick Fuentes that no, it
Stop
is the
being
Jews.
a fucking voice for the boot.
And like, I don't know, there is something very interesting about that.
Especially in
and part of these
healthcare.
things,
Like,
I sometimes
stop.
feel like almost we're speaking past each other because obviously
the amount of people that think that they're not going to be able to get like their tax breaks or their fucking boat or whatever the fuck they want because somebody has healthcare is insane in America.
me and you wouldn't be denying that Miriam Adelson's money is like Jewish money, like she's a Jewish person and it's her money, but we would probably feel like calling it Jewish money just gives this implication that you're like blaming a group. Why don't we just call it Miriam Adelson's money because she's the one doing it? Is that like more or less?
Yeah, so
it drives me nuts that conservative business owners constantly lament having to provide health care insurance to their employees and are vehemently against national health care.
That's actually a super important point. So let's stay on that for a second, then we'll go back to Britain. Actually,
because they also understand what it means if you didn't tie the health care, then they probably wouldn't be able to employ people.
Sure.
So
no, they just want all the profits. That's actually what it is. I mean, like, dude, when you make your first million, you're just like, oh my God, I got taxed how much? Oh my God. Without recognizing how much you have. Like, this is true greed. Do you know when you see how much fucking like rich people throw away of perfectly good shit, you would just go like, this is what we're fighting for? Like, if you've ever struggled for like a day in your life, like, you ever skipped a meal? I have.
Okay. So look,
because you can't afford it. Yeah, I have. Unless you can say that, then shut the fuck up about budgeting.
There's
you want to know who knows how to budget? People that don't make money.
More than one way to look at something. You know, you say two things can be true at the same time, but actually like 8 things can be true at the same time.
Right.
So for example, with Miriam Adelson, you can call it female money. But wait, is that the defining characteristic? Right? Vegas.
Some people just gave up. You do realize that, right? I have a friend that did this. He lives in what you guys would consider Section 8 housing. Rent controlled-ish, even though his fucking rent went up $200. Because it goes up with inflation. So that's the only way they can fucking justify that shit. But this motherfucker has just given up because he's like, I'm never going to get to that point, so I might as well just enjoy, you know, my TV dinners, my occasional shows, and just go to work and be the fucking meat machine that they need me to be. Do you know how depressing it is? But realistically, that's what a lot of people do. At least he's self-aware.
This money, Macau money, right? You can call it all of those things. And actually, if you called it Chinese money, there's a little bit more truth to that. That's actually a little bit more descriptive, because one of the main things that the Adelsons asked for from Trump in his first term was a repatriation tax holiday, which allowed them to bring back their money.
Poor people know how to budget. It's just impossible for them to save. Yeah, because they make sure that you don't make enough to save, and they don't educate you. Do you know, like, I'm one of the lucky few that understood what like a fucking like a savings account was, and then high yield. Like, do you know how many people don't even know what a high yield savings account is?
Which the great majority of which they make in China and Macau in their casinos there.
By
Instead of
design.
getting a 35% tax rate, they got an 8% tax rate, and that saved them billions of dollars, which they then used to bribe Trump even more and get more things that they wanted, including for things for Israel. So my point is, you can make those choices, and those choices are kind of interesting. And the choice that I would make is to categorize them by their ideology instead of their physical features or what they were born into. So,
you know what Spencer Pratt's biggest pitfall was? People remember him from The Hills.
I was born Muslim, and so was some vicious terrorist, right? But we're not in the same bucket because we don't have the same ideology. You were born Jewish, and Miriam Adelson was born Jewish, but you guys are not in the same bucket because you don't have the same ideology. So if you said like Zionist money or Israel first money, et cetera, that's at least more descriptive and gets towards the ideology. But if you say Jewish money, that's actually not that accurate, because none of the Jewish friends I have, which are like and family, like I say, like dozens and dozens of people that I know on a very personal level, and then hundreds of people that I know as acquaintances, almost none of them agree with Miriam Adelson. Almost none of them agree with Benjamin Netanyahu. So why are we lumping them in with Miriam, right?
Agreed.
So,
Agreed. Sorry, I just to add to that, like I also do think, and I know I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I know the polls would bear this out, that because obviously, look, like Miriam Adelson is Jewish, and that has something to do with her Zionist identity. It's not that the things are completely separate. But
mean,
honestly, if you were to take a look at like attitudes about any of these things in America, generation is such a better predictor than Jewish, Christian, Muslim. I mean, like if you're talking about old Christian, boomer Fox News, BoomerCon, Christians, they're going to be way more in line with the Israel.
It's weird how close they are.
Lobby.
Well,
and if you're talking about 30-year-old Jews, they're like
Cenk's already there.
Voting for Mamdani in New York City. Like they're not on board with the program. Just to back up, your point there. All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor.
No, let's not thank your fucking sponsor. Let's go to the bit of this. Mainstream media losing. Don't care. Trump versus BB. Don't care. Okay, yeah, we're gonna finish this bit and then we're gonna go back to the election.
onlife.com/POTP to claim your 15% discount and your bonus gift.
ProlonLife.com/POTP. No wonder he left Legion.
All right, let's get back into the show.
Yeah, 100%. And they're watching the Young Turks. They're
back
watching
to the
Dave
fucking
Smith.
city.
They're watching us. No, younger Jews are totally on our side. In fact, here's another fact that mainstream media keeps hidden from you. 63% of Jewish Americans are opposed to the current government of Israel.
Yeah.
So are they all anti-Semitic? Are the majority of Jews in America anti-Semitic? No, this is absurd. Look, there's some people on the extreme fringes of the right that blame Jews for everything. They have their own agenda for doing that and drive a little bit more hatred, et cetera, right? But the Israel First, reason for hiding behind Jewish civilians and using them as human shields is obvious. You weaponize anti-Semitism. You pretend that Israel hasn't done anything wrong and that people are irrationally criticizing them just because they hate Jews. So then whenever Israel does something wrong, they boomerang the propaganda to criticize the people that are actually blaming them for doing something wrong. They're like, no, we're not the problem. The people criticizing us are the problem because they're driven by this irrational hatred of Jewish people, right? So it is a purposeful tactic. In fact, it's a lot like Jussie Smollett, right? But just done on a macro, national, and international level. So they're going, oh my God, I can't believe it. We're the victims.
You know what I'm most mad about Jussie Smollett fucking up? His sister's career.
Miriam, you have how I've lost track of 30 or 40 or 70 billion or whatever she has.
Not fair to her.
On what planet is Miriam Adelson the victim? Or Larry Ellison, right? Now, if you attack a random synagogue, those people are victims. They didn't do anything. They're random plumbers and
Going
dentists.
for 6. I mean,
you're attacking them for, right?
I'm not really trying to go for a time. I'm more so stalling to get some info on the governor's race and
the victim. But to say that the most powerful people in the country that are legally bribing all of our politicians are defenseless victims is traditional media just lying to you on purpose to protect Israel. And you're absolutely right. The people who are the boomers watching television are still pro-Israel. And by the way, pro-corruption, and they don't know it because they've been brainwashed into believing all of these ludicrous things that serve all of the powerful people, not just the Zionists, but big pharma, big oil, defense contractors, etc. And that's the job of television, is to brainwash you. You've got to unplug from the matrix. If you don't unplug, you're purposely poisoning your mind, and you've got to get your family members off of it. It's a drug, right? And so meanwhile, though, under 50 years old across everyone, right? Race and religion don't matter. Israel's approval rating is -45. Okay. So, and Dave, it's super obvious what's driving it. It's the media that people are watching. So if you're watching propaganda on television, you would think that the Palestinians are occupying the Israelis and the Israelis are the victims of the Palestinians for the last 60 years, right? And they tell you all sorts of lies that you and I are super familiar with. Then when you come online, something magical happens. It's not just that our shows are better, and to be fair to us, they are better. You'll be way more informed if you watch Dave every day than if you watch CNN and it's not close, right? So, but also what happens is, well, Dave and I disagree on some things, and Tucker and I disagree on some things, and then Dave and Tucker disagree on some things. So now you're forced to use your own mind and your independent judgment to make a decision on who's right and wrong, whether it's on Israel or Social Security or the carried interest loophole. And so once we've got people using that muscle of independent judgment, the propaganda is fucked. And mainstream media is utterly screwed, because once you use your independent judgment, you look at TV and you go, oh my God, it's all bullshit.
Yeah. And particularly, like, there is something particularly with the Zionist propaganda, the Hasbara, as it's known, where, because, like, I think there's a couple things going on, right? Obviously, it's the decentralization of the media, people getting their media through alternative shows where they can actually hear someone present the truth in a competent way. It's also the actions of the Israeli government have really made it pretty easy over the last couple of years to, demonstrate why any rational person should be opposed to it. But I got to say, there is also something particularly about how bad they are at this. Like, it's been a thing that I know it's been a major theme on the Young Turks, and it's been a major theme on my podcast for the last 2.5 years or so, that you're just like, oh my God, you guys are really so bad at this. It's like, oh, it was just that the game was always controlled. As soon as it's level at all, they can't. I mean, me and you, I think if I'm not mistaken, the first time we met was when we did a debate together against Bacha and Dennis Prager. Yeah. And I remember genuinely my feeling in the moment when we were doing the debate was like, whoa, dude, like, I can't believe how one-sided this is. Like, I was just like, they're not, like, it was like after it had been going on for like 30, 40, 50 minutes, and you're like, dude, they haven't won one volley of this yet. Like, it's just, they have nothing. They don't have an argument, and you've seen this kind of, and even I was thinking about this with the, this stunt with you not being allowed to go to the UK. Even as I'm doing this, I'm like, hey, okay, if I were the villain on the other side, controlling the Zionist propaganda, and someone came to me with this proposal, I'd go, no, dude, don't do this, because this just, like, you guys just are not good at this. It just, first off, it totally reaffirms the accusation being made. It's the old Norm Macdonald joke where he goes, Marlon Brando said Jews control Hollywood, and then he met with a bunch of rabbis to apologize, at which point they said, all right, we accept, you can work again. And it's like, oh yeah, that you doing this proves that the accusation was correct. And then on top of that, it's like, funny. Is there any feeling just for the way the new ecosystem works? Like, it's like, okay, look, honestly, even as you're saying it, what they denied you really was like a cool moment. I have a favorite coffee mug, sister, and something that would have been a fun time for you, because obviously you enjoy doing what you do for a living, and you would have gone and had, you would have enjoyed the appearances.
It's my woke mug.
I don't know, really. When guys like me and you go do live appearances, we might be speaking to a few thousand people, but then when we go back on the internet, we're probably speaking to a few 100,000 to a few million people. So it's not like you're really denying. And in fact, way more people are now going to hear about this story. And then
the pepper mug. Yeah, no, you're right.
Works
pepper
out
mug
in your favor in a weird way. I guess it's kind of flabbergasting how bad they are at this. Like, what even is the plan here? Oh, that did it. That shut it down.
My wife thought she was being funny when she bought
Uyger
that for me.
couldn't go to the UK. I guess we all love Israel again now.
Yeah. So first of all,
and ironically,
Dave,
I was like,
awesome debating partner. I mean, if I'm going to go into a debate, like, there's the top 3 people I'd take with me are you, Anna Kasparian, and Tucker Carlson. Like, any combination of the two of us.
That's not a bad little team. The 5 of us or 4 of us. That's not bad.
Yeah, no. And it was that night, and people go back and watch that video. It's a fun video. I mean, it was an annihilation. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, this isn't fair. We're just slaughtering them, right? And so, and the reason is, as Baines told Batman, victory has defeated you. And so what happened with the Israelis and their supporters is that they got flabby. and they had control of yes, and they can kiss my ass if they disagree with this.
What did you have for breakfast? Bagel with cream cheese. Bagel with cream cheese. Do you know the saying? You are what you eat. And you know what I see when I look at you? Bagel with cream cheese.
Of mainstream media completely, and we can get into why and how.
And what are you? A frowny biscuit?
Later. And so they weren't used to arguing. They were just used to like these silly talking points that are so easily pushed over, right? Like, oh, you have to.
That's a decent bane. I am aware. That's like one of the first impressions that I like was like, oh.
You owe Israel $300 billion because they're a special ally. Well, what does that mean? The minute you ask, what does special ally mean? It's instantly defeated because it's nonsense. You can call anything.
You know what I was in the darkness? I was terrifying. But I was born in it. Bred in it.
Special ally. And they're like, what do you mean? We've been brainwashed. America.
Dude, one of my favorite things that I figured out when I was watching The Dark Knight Rises was when he does his like, it's not Darth Vader because like he has like this deep breath.
Because to think that they're a special ally and that's why they owe them hundreds of billions of dollars. I don't know how to answer you if you say that they're not a special ally, right? So,
Greg Bane. Bane, yes, that's my name. When you hear the name Bane, you're guarantee the pain.
Everyone who criticizes.
You know I'm coming after you, Bruce Wayne. I'm stronger, faster, clinically insane. I'm Bane. That's my name.
An anti-Semite. Like all these talking.
Bruce Wayne and the Batman are totally the same.
Points are like super weak because they were never battle tested because no one was.
I say no. You say survivors. No. No.
Ever allowed to argue against them, and if anyone argued against them for a nanosecond, they were.
Stop that beat. Kill them all.
We're taken off the air, right? So that's why now when we go into battle against these guys, they're. I mean, now I debated Kevin O'Leary the other day on Diary of a CEO.
What? Yep. Welcome to Pep Talks.
And it felt like he was lying down. Like he was like, no Moss, I don't want any part of this, right? And so sometimes it's because their talking points suck and they've lost the.
I like how that has become like what
debate, and I'm now seeing like Zionist debate getting demoralized live on air, right? And it's not because you and I are so good. I mean, I think we're okay. I think we're pretty good, but it's because they really have nothing to stand on. When you go to empirical evidence and factual stuff, oh, the Palestinians are terrorists. But then wait a minute, your civilian kill ratio for the IDF is worse than Hamas or Hezbollah, and you've killed 100 times the number of civilians. And we all know you're targeting them because you're doing
young Turks
doing double taps, and you're hitting hospitals and schools and churches and mosques, etc.
No.
So they don't have any evidence. We have all of the evidence. Like if it was Debate Club, they'd be like, no,
Yeah.
this isn't fair. We got to switch it up, right?
Well, if there's, I use this example sometimes because like in Debate Club in high school or college or whatever, this is to test. Like, if you want to test who is the best at the sport of debating, what they do is they have you switch sides of the resolution, or like there'll be a resolution and you got to be prepared to argue either side. So the way I say it, like
you still haven't seen that Batman? Oh,
I always go, hey, I'm not that great
Keep
of a
it that
debater.
way.
I don't think I could win on their side.
I didn't like the ending.
Like if they got all my
bad.
points and I had to take all their points, I don't think I could win that debate because there's so many better points on this side. Like that's really just what it comes down to. Is it's just like, I don't know, dude, like your side says that we have to annihilate all of Gaza because of Hamas. And then my side gets to go, well, first of all, no, you don't have to. And number two, you funded and created Hamas. And you're like, I don't know. That's just a way better side than the side saying we need to. By the way, I wanted to talk to you about this because the moment we're in literally right now is like such a perfect microcosm of the whole thing, of exactly what we're talking about. So you have right now a situation where we are desperate to get out of this catastrophic war. we desperately need to rescue the global economy. Clearly, Donald Trump has accepted that he needs to get out of the war. He won't admit that, but he wants to get out of the war. It is such a clear example of where there are the U.S. interests and even the interests of the United States government, and then there are the interests of the Likud party who say, no, we want southern Lebanon. And they've already announced that they want to annex the southern part of it. And so they go, no. Donald Trump forbids Israel from striking Lebanon. And so they up it and have their largest strikes in months. And now, as Donald Trump is trying to get a ceasefire, the Israelis just go, no. This is a country that's very survival, let alone their ability to conduct any of these military operations, is completely dependent on us. And yet when their interests diverge, they just do what they want to do. And we know there'll be no ramification. I mean, like, what can you argue against there? This is just an intolerable dynamic for any, again, it's not a left or a right issue at all. It's a basic sovereignty issue. And they got nothing in response.
So let me connect those two
topics. Has a good analysis on how Nolan's Batman is anti-left propaganda.
That's right, because
I disagree, because the whole point was to make it so it was more ambiguous as to whether the villain of the film was the hero or not.
I love the shoe on the other foot.
If you look at it that way, then no, it's not really anti-leftist or, any of that propaganda
idea.
It's literally kind of taking into, like, bringing into light, is Batman really that great?
I talk about it on
which also pisses me off. That's why I like the Batman. The Batman is like the most ambiguous, or the most like unambiguous version of Batman, where it's just like, fuck it, this is Batman. He's a dude in a suit that goes and beats dudes up because he's got some trauma,
all the time. Well, okay, what if you went through this instead of that, right? But I hadn't gone through that mental exercise you just forced me into. What if I had to debate the Israeli side? And the minute you said it, I thought, I swear to God, instantly in my head, I was like, I went through all their arguments in like about a couple of seconds, and then I thought, oh, I know what I'd do. I would shut down the debate. Because you can't win, so you got to shut down the debate. That is a totally unwinnable side. So, pull a hamstring, pull the fire alarm, or call
Listen, I'm a comic book nerd. It's essentially the first part of the Batman comic book, and then by Frank Miller, and then it's also the first I guess a mixture of the Long Halloween, which they're I guess doing in the next movie, so works for me.
Everyone anti-Semite, so you can't have the debate, and that's why they're doing.
Or come in and talk about whether you're an expert or you've never been or you've never, it's like stuff that they call you an anti-Semite, or I've seen a dozen of your different your debates where that's exactly what they're doing, just trying to stall you from getting to the point you want to make about Gaza. Yeah, that's
that happens to you all the time, Dave.
But essentially, that's the best way to play it. Like, I don't know, Douglas Murray did the best thing he could have done against me. What else was he going to do?
So can I owe you a debt of gratitude on that one, Dave, because I debated Douglas Murray on Piers Morgan way before you did, and he pulled that same bullshit about, have you been there? And I was like, what fucking difference would that make? You went on some propaganda junket, et cetera. But at the time, the situation was not as clear as it is today, right?
Right.
So at the time, that was right in the beginning of the Gaza conflict. So people were like, oh yeah, you haven't been there, so he wins, ha ha, right? And all that stuff. And then you eviscerated Douglas Murray.
My favorite scene in the Batman is when he's interrogating the Riddler, and he thinks when he's talking about knowing who Batman is, the entire time he thinks he has him pegged, but then when he says it's like an existential thing and he doesn't actually tie him to Bruce Wayne, that relief. Do you want to talk about acting? Fucking Robert Pattinson.
And then people then went back and they were like, oh, Cenk was right. Yeah, what fucking difference? Right?
Well, there's
Tim Burton's Batman's good, but it's not
there, right?
Batman.
There's a few dynamics. So number
Batman
one,
doesn't kill
that I think
people,
you
man.
correctly pointed out, is that I got
like
over a
kind of
year
his whole
later.
thing.
So I had over a year more of the
You got
entire
way
public
too
being
okay
turned
with
against
Batman
this
killing
whole
people.
thing, or maybe it wasn't a year, but something like it. Or it was months later, at least. I had a big window of just atrocities being committed since there. But then the other thing that really, because a lot of this is like the social psychology of it, this is the way people are persuaded, is that part of it too is that you got him on a remote Piers Morgan debate, whereas I got him in a room with Joe Rogan for 3 hours. And there's just I
actually liked Affleck's Batman.
I had him more in a situation, but not just that he's screwed, that it's like there's the Piers Morgan thing, and this is just kind of the nature of it. It's almost
the Martha bit was the worst.
Anticipated this is going to get into a food fight.
We didn't have that bit. I think we would have been okay.
One up on you. But when you got Joe Rogan, the most likable, biggest guy in shows, and he's sitting there like, hey, I love both of you guys. Let's just be cool and get down to the real issue here, And so then in that environment, it just becomes that much more obvious. It's not like, oh yeah, you got an own. I've been and you haven't been. It's more like it was just more obvious that like, oh, you don't actually have anything to say. You don't actually have a response, and so this is it.
It's actually
it was a lot of it is time and place and situation.
Yeah, and it's exactly why Kamala Harris didn't do Rogan's show, because in 3 hours you're going to get exposed one way or another, right? And so Murray wasn't going to ever, beat you in that context. And but you did a public service to everyone, so that was awesome.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, and so now though we're at a time right now where we're at the most critical decision point. So I'm really happy that I'm talking to you now because. What I want to establish on the record for everyone. Oh, by the way, before I go on to that, your point about Piers Morgan is so right. So now when I go on like Sean Ryan's show or Tucker's show or Diary of a CEO or wherever I go, like sometimes people are like, "Oh, that's weird. Why isn't he yelling?" Well, brother, I don't have to yell if some mad Israeli isn't shouting over me, right?
Yeah, fair.
And Lex Friedman, oh my God, 4 some odd hours of a perfectly civil conversation, really intellectual conversation. I loved it, right? So anyway, so we're at this critical point now because, like you said, Trump says, okay, Netanyahu, cut it out. No more bombing Lebanon. Let's get to peace. Because ExxonMobil is saying, guys, even if we don't restart the war, a barrel of oil is going to $150 to $160. So there's going to be an economic iceberg we're going to hit that is kind of inevitable. And if you restart the war, oh my God, they didn't get into that, but now we're talking about $200. I mean, people have no idea about the devastation that's about to happen, okay, economically. And so Trump has to get out of it. I mean, he can't, it'll obliterate his term, his legacy, his reputation, the economy, his party, the country. So it'll ruin what people think of Trump. So he must get out. Now, on the other hand, you have Netanyahu comes out and goes, no, shut up, Donald. I'm going to bomb Lebanon even more. And I'm going to bomb their Beirut. And Ben-Gvir says, bomb the suburbs of Beirut where the civilians are. Mass bombings, right? So they say basically, America, who the fuck do you think you are? Okay? We're in charge. You're not in charge. So now, the reason why it's such good news that we're talking today is because we're all about to find out together who's in charge, right? So if Trump goes, look, this is a bridge too far. Now, I get it. You guys gave me hundreds of millions of dollars and you have this and you promised me secret deals and Trump Tower and all of that and the Trump Riviera, but this is going to destroy me. So no, I'm pulling out. That means America still has some level of sovereignty left, right? But if we then go, oh, so sorry, our overlords, we told you to stop and you told us we're losers and that we have to obey you. And so now we're obeying you and going further into the war. Then Israel doesn't have a little of influence, a little control. No, that means they have 100% control over Trump at a minimum and over certainly our government and our media. And now I don't get to determine that. That's why we do predictions.
Saying that's going to be Becerra.
I'm telling you ahead of time so you can see with your own.
With any.
All right. Sorry, guys. I'm going to bring up the election. Here. Also, give me 1 second. Let's do this.
It's for the incumbents yet either, and what we've seen so far. Some of the older incumbents who are hanging on.
Like Doris Matsui. I mean, she's doing incredibly well.
No, I mean, look, I will say this. If we're sitting here on election night and we're at about midnight and California is deciding the House majority, it's been a pretty bad night for Democrats. Like, there are a lot better opportunities they should be having in a lot Eastern, Central, Mountain time zones that should take them over that very small margin that they currently need to win the majority. I think also there's been a lot of talk in Iowa on the Democratic side. Ashley Hinson's a really good
That's kind of my
and I think she didn't have a competitive primary. She's as good, if not better, than Joni Ernst. The first district back when she won it was a Democratic seat. It was at best a purple seat. It had been held by Bruce Braley and the Republican Rod Blum. She made it 57% for the Republican last time around. And I feel a lot better going up against Rob Sand with Zach Lane than I did Feenstra, who was losing altitude these last couple weeks. I was surprised it was that close. I think I'd probably attribute that to the Trump endorsement. But
and I have an
Feenstra was
announcement
losing altitude
finally.
for the last 2 weeks. Not a surprise.
I'll just
There. Let's see. I got to run upstairs.
And
So.
Austin's gonna like this one. I don't know. He knows already. I already told him, but folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. That's
I hate to say this, and I'm going to say this with confidence. He wishes he could do my radio voice.
right, ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, and MBs. Is Tuesday.
totally
It's
would
Newsday
if he could.
Tuesday, and you already know what's up. It's election day. That's right. We're doing the thing. Yeah. I shouldn't even been doing this accent, honestly. I shouldn't be doing this accent because, let's be real, I'm not the accent is not worthy of being recognized on my stream with what the British have done to me.
What the British have done
Anyway,
to me.
ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, MBs, we're live. We're alive, coming to you from gloomy 67 degrees, yet mostly gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live. We're alive. And I hope everyone is having a fantastic one. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you all about my personal news. It is Election Day, Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026. And yeah, there's some, wait, what is this? Great news to start the day? Are you going to talk about the PlayStation event? I was about to say I'm in a pretty good mood, as you guys can probably figure out. And hopefully that pretty good mood doesn't turn into a pretty bad mood later in the night. But I knew that I would get baited into being angry about some fairly early on. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Thank you, Druko. I got your blast offs. Okay. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, no chat today, just talking to the void and closed chat. Yeah, it's going to be an annoying day today because there's some good news and there's some bad news. Hopefully there will be some good primaries here. Hopefully we get some W's on the board, you know. But having said all of that, in any case, folks, personal news-wise, ladies and gentlemen, personal news-wise, okay, a lot has happened in the world of Hasan Piker, except I'm still a chud-ass loser. And as a chud-ass loser, I did something last night that I need to tell you about. I have not watched a single second of Euphoria. Last night, I finally said, you know what? What the f is this show about? So I watched the first season, and let me tell you, I don't understand it. I don't understand.
What? Yeah, clickbaited. Son of a bitch.
say though, our buds over
Alamo than in Iowa. Far away from the Democratic
back
Party.
to
That's a
election
big
coverage. Go
lift,
fuck
but if you're
yourself,
doing
Hasan.
it there, we're not having the California conversation at midnight. We're talking about
For
it.
ya.
But are
Fuck
Democrats
you.
happy that Josh Turk's the one that is going to be telling that story in the state of Iowa instead of Zach Walz?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, I think, you know, he's, again, positioning
What were we
himself
watching?
as,
I don't even know.
as a moderate.
I thought he was
which is
making some
appealing.
personal announcement that he was going to fucking, I don't know, go shill for another candidate in the California election. I don't know.
Into those
I don't know what
particular-
else.
Yeah, well, yeah,
This is why-
absolutely. Great
this is why-
profile. I mean,
this
it
is
makes
why I
a
try
lot
not
of
to
sense.
do that shit,
So
but-
yeah, I mean, I think we're feeling very
I
good
need a
about
reminder
Iowa.
every
But
once
when I
in a
was
while
making
where
the
it's just
point
like,
that
yeah,
Iowa's more
don't-
like Georgia,
don't fall
we
for
picked
it.
up seats in Georgia when Trump at the midterms, when Trump was president the first cycle around, and so. You know, you look at the economy and all the factors that flip Georgia, you can see them there as great possibilities in Iowa.
Can I sneak in, Steve? I see you studying L.A. there.
Debate
Can I-
worked. It did.
If you have something,
It's
do
all
it.
right.
Otherwise, I got a
Whatever.
Montana question for you.
We just got,
Sometimes
we
we
did,
get baited.
this is about 4,500 new votes that just
Okay.
came in
That
here
happens.
in in LA. So this is in
the best of
a
us.
small chunk. Adam,
Good
how
thumb.
did it break?
You got a good thummy, and then you got fucking.
Steve is talking. Oh, there it is.
You know, you got a fucking good title.
Pratt, 20.
It happens, man.
Okay, so this was a bad. Okay, this is. I suspect this is. It broke about 2-1 for Bass over Pratt. Again, it's a small number of votes.
Okay.
Remember that the LA told us that they expected they would have a few updates throughout the night of that vote by mail, which we saw was very good for Bass early on. So I suspect that's what we just got. One of their incremental updates of vote by mail that they said would come in overnight.
Damn,
that,
I can't
again,
believe
that's
the
the dynamic
fucking
here. That vote
dude
by
from the
mail is
hills
going to
got this
probably be
close to the
better there
fucking
for
mayor.
Bass, and maybe
Like,
even Rahman
that's
for that matter
insane.
than Pratt. Although Pratt has a pretty good cushion over Rahman right now, but there is still an update to come in this mayor's race, probably in these overnight hours, maybe soon here, from the polling place vote that I would expect
get
would be
to
very
it.
favorable to Pratt. Then
God
after
damn,
that,
it's almost
it would be
midnight
all
here
late
already.
arriving mail. That is a very, if you're Pratt though, that cushion you have over Rahman, I think that's the big development in this race tonight. That's a pretty significant cushion.
You know, and Garrett is right that this is a referendum on Karen Bass, but given the fact that we were saying that there was a possibility that she wouldn't even be in the runoff, the fact that she's comfortably in the runoff right now, as it appears to be, and if you look, there's far more Democratic votes
That's how you
tonight
say
than
it.
there are
That's how you
Republican
say it. It's
votes.
not Rahman.
She looks
It's
like she's on the
Rahman.
path to survival, despite
I have
everything.
gotten
Which is a fascinating political dynamic. That
corrected
she
me, so.
looks on the path to
That
survival.
we even have to be talking about her
when
survival.
a majority of people in the city say they want somebody else.
Yeah.
So as we're getting to the last 5 minutes of our coverage here, at least for the moment on this part of it, I wonder if I can ask you all, as we look at the landscape of the night, what we have learned. But I'll ask it this way, and we did this last primary night, even though I maybe messed up the toss, which is the thing that you're obsessed with. You know, what is the thing that you're kind of obsessed with at the moment? I will tell you, I mean, I think Iowa's super interesting.
California just turned
I think
red
what
with
we
the
saw in
actual
New
fuck.
Jersey was fascinating.
Told you.
I'm looking very closely. What is Tom Kaine going to do when he comes back? Remember, that's the Republican in New Jersey who hasn't been seen since his last vote on March 5th. He's supposed to be coming back to work in person.
This is what happens when politicians don't have the fucking wherewithal to go, hey, this gas tax, even though it's paying for things, allegedly, is not fucking popular. Pay with it from something else.
In a couple of weeks.
Stop taxing the shit out of your constituency or every fucking citizen.
He's facing Rebecca Bennett.
God. And people wonder, why do Republicans win elections? Shit like that.
NBC News has projected.
That's
and that
why
is gonna
I'm
be-
saying Pritzker didn't lose the election. He saw the writing on the wall and he just went, yeah, well, you know what? We're going to get rid of our gas tax because Illinois does get fucked.
A gangbusters race in Jersey here. Ryan,
And our roads suck. It's not like they're getting fixed. So fuck it. Nobody's going to notice the fucking roads.
Next.
You stole like the best three. That's okay.
Yeah.
She goes first.
Unless they actually do something about them.
That's why she goes first.
Smart
That's
to
why
go
it's her
first,
show.
right?
I was just thinking maybe I go last.
Yeah,
maybe.
right.
What am I going to do?
But
I'll tell you what I'm obsessed with,
realistically,
and
also 5 alarm, it didn't go red. Again, this isn't this is a primary. It's a primary. I was just informed, and I'm not acting like an expert. I was just informed that it's the top 2. So whoever the top 2 are, go to the general. Then it's on them to fucking win the race. But you know what? It's not for me to fucking freak out about because I don't give a fuck. If California goes red, they did it to themselves.
might be stealing it from Garrett because
Okay.
we haven't talked about it
Maybe
yet.
it's
And
time
that's
for
that
people to
Dusty
wake the fuck
Johnson,
up.
who is the sitting congressman from South Dakota, who's running for
Do
governor,
things that are
giving
popular.
up his
You'll
safe
win
house seat to
elections.
run for governor. Looks like he might be on the outside looking in the runoff.
You know what's
in
popular?
South Dakota.
Lowering people's cost of living.
Which I think is pretty fascinating. Dusty Johnson's a well thought of member of Congress. He's somebody who is considered to be a productive member of Congress, was thought to be relatively popular in South Dakota. I know South Dakota is probably not at the top of a lot of people's minds, but there's a lot of powerful people in South Dakota, including the Senate majority.
But if Republicans win this, guess what? That means that they genuinely think that the Democrats are that fucking bad at this. That's on the Democrats to fucking do. And you know what? As I said, I'm not a Democrat. I'm a leftist. If they fail this, it's on them.
Leader, and so
and if they don't want to move left, then fine. Fine. I will gracefully concede and just say, you know what? That's the end of America. Cool.
The idea that Dusty Johnson,
at least I tried,
might be on the outside.
I can always say I tried. I didn't just give up right away.
At this stage, appears to be on the outside looking in. I think is a pretty significant development. And the idea that he might be out of politics by the end of this year, I think, is pretty shocking.
Trailing Toby Doden maybe speaks to your point of the anger against incumbents.
I could speak on that because I could build on that, actually, Ryan. Thank you so much for setting
We
me
don't
up.
call it stealing. We call it building.
Well, no, that's right. I've been taking a list over the course of the night about all the House Republicans who run for other offices this year and have either lost or appear likely to lose or who've not gotten the Trump endorsement, who basically seems to have hit a dead end. And what I think we're seeing is a split here between Democratic voters who are looking for like kind of meat and potatoes basic candidates, your Tureks, your Rob Sands, some of these other candidates who can have credible governing experience.
DIY, how you doing?
Kind of,
My day is
Javier
going
Becerra, who you could argue is kind of boring. I saw, I think it was Dave Reston, a former CNN reporter who now is
awesome,
an independent journalist, who called him the cardigan of the race, just like kind of a warm sweater to comfort people, versus Republicans who are saying, I don't want your experience, I don't want your governing background, I want somebody who's authentic, somebody who's as pissed as the next guy. I'm looking at all the things our guy who told us he was.
If it goes red, then it'll take this one election cycle for them to realize why it's a mistake. I don't know. If that many people in California are that fucking stupid, then maybe they deserve it. I'm not kidding. And maybe, just maybe, like I said, if they didn't do things that were like, I don't know, enact a 71 cents per fucking gallon tax, then
that said,
how stupid do you have to be?
Wants authenticity, and he wants somebody who's as mad
so
as they
easy.
are.
It's like they hand Republicans these fucking talking points.
Split still between the two parties, and we'll see how that aligns in November.
Ryan and Garrett stole all of your time, so you have 10 seconds.
No, I mean, I think the economy is still the central issue across the country, and we see it, in a stark example in Iowa, where you have a situation where Medicare cuts are incredibly impactful to local voters. Tariffs are killing farmers. You got rural hospitals closing. You've got healthcare costs
I already
going
did
up.
that. That's why I have this whatever attitude. I don't give a shit. I
Democrats
really don't.
to
I don't live in
actually win. You've got a
California.
state where
The
Trump
thing
won
is, I
by 13
recognize the
points,
fucking
and
writing
now
on the wall.
it's a
And if
toss-up
California
state.
goes fucking
I mean,
red, then that means
it's
that,
an incredible opportunity.
You know what? Most states will go red. And the thing is, I think that Donald Trump is stealing the elections with Elon Musk's help. And I think they are changing it via voting machines. But you know what? They did the thing where they made everybody sound crazy. Like, oh, you'd be a crazy Democrat if you just fucking said, whoa, the obvious.
Democrats are going to continue to invest a lot of money.
Man.
We've got really.
This is how democracy dies. Billionaires fucking literally fucking rigging everything and tricking everybody into just like giving up their power because, principles.
Good candidates that.
I can't go against my principles because I said that the January 6th were bad, so I can't go and I can't have that.
Made it through.
That's literally the thing. You ever think it's a psyop? You ever think it was a psyop?
I'm going to be watching how they position themselves
here.
and what that'll signal to Democrats who are going to be running in competitive seats in November.
I'm obsessed with how long it's going to take California to count all their votes. It's going to be see in 2 weeks. No, but like
they constantly. The thing is, Democrats don't have power, and the Democrats don't push back and say we don't have power. They don't do any messaging. They leave it to us to go like, nuh-uh. I'm sick of going, nuh-uh. They probably are. They're all in it. It's pro wrestling, guys. Political theater.
Race is a perfect example.
Like
right?
they just said.
If Tom Keene is surviving politically on election night and he's coasting to victory, and we're talking about California.
Whatever, man.
Then suddenly
if enough
those
people don't want to get involved to fucking change things, then fine.
For Democrats to win.
Steve, I gave the
all we
final
can
word
do
to you
is prepare.
intentionally. What is the thing that
At
you
that
are
point, just
obsessed
fucking
with
like just
tonight?
start
I'm
preparing.
obsessed with what happens
Have a
here in this
windfall.
governor's
Have a
race.
fucking
Does
thing,
it end up
like-
being the top two as Democrats? Does Steyer get a huge late arriving vote by mail
Oh,
here? Or does Hilton get in there? And you have a Republican versus Democratic contest in California. If you're Becerra, of these three, you're the one feeling best right now.
Okay, Steve
Wait,
Cornett.
been popping off at GNN's?
We appreciate you so
shit.
much.
What's going on at
It's
GNN's?
been a night. We've covered a lot. We're going to have all the results on NBCnews.com.
What's GNN saying? I wonder how the parties today would view themselves if they were brought back into. Who gives a shit? Stop. Parties evolve, things evolve. Jesus Christ, this idea that everything has to stay linear.
Well, let's go through it. Let's start here. Let's go through that. Well, okay, first of all, the governor's race here, again, about half of the vote is in here. Adam, do we have, what was the last major update we got?
Just me
Governor's race.
bitching about the
We
primaries
got
over there.
Trinity County, 21 votes is.
I said major, and you gave me the most minor thing possible.
Lake County, 780. Mariposa, 715. Los Angeles, 10,000.
10,000. Okay. Well, one thing I do think is interesting in the LA County portion of it, we were looking at this question here, of could Steyer, surpass Hilton on the late arriving vote by mail.
We can think one thing and then, hope
Hilton
for the
is
other.
technically running.
This is just the reality we live in.
Running ahead of Steyer here,
So,
in LA County.
Either people in California start voting for a fucking Dem, or have fun. Have fun. And in Trump's America, you have people from California, a majority fucking blue state, which they've always touted as this blue utopia. Which if it's been this close, then that's fucking bullshit.
Again, with this half of the vote.
If it's realistically, if they want to do that, fine.
So it's interesting as
you wanted to bitch about how things weren't fucking left enough or whatever the fuck. Here you go.
Overwhelmingly
Have
Democratic
fun.
as this area.
Spencer Pratt and fucking dipshit Hilton. You got a fucking person that's not even American fucking about to come in and do the right wing pivot.
Is the second Democratic
Whatever,
candidate,
dude.
So far, at least,
I'm just gonna say it though. If California does this, then we might as well we should probably pay attention to something else. Because, I'm not trying to be the anti-hope guy, but there ain't much we can do there, folks.
Expect that late arriving vote by mail will probably be more
That's
Democratic
all,
friendly.
folks.
It would help Steyer. But Steyer may not, with the hundreds of thousands of votes left here, probably like 900,000 votes left in LA County, I'm not sure how much Steyer will end up netting over Hilton there. But again, if there's a huge shift there, that's really the question here. If there is a huge shift in that in the partisan composition of that late arriving vote by mail, and there can be, because that's the other way to look at it. If there's 900,000 votes left,
are we gonna do it? Are they gonna do it? Are we actually gonna have like the Nazi shit? I'm sick of having the fucking hyperbole with the 1930 shit. Like, yes, we can recognize it, but now we're just expecting it. Okay, we gonna do anything about it, or are we just gonna fucking just expect it? This is where I'm kind of getting like a little annoyed with it, where it's like, is there gonna be anything here? Because we can all sit here and recognize it, and we can also fucking hope that like the best. We can hope for the best. We can also but we need some people to kind of stand up for us, but we don't have those people. And then on top of it, when I see that we also do the thing where we kind of kneecap ourselves. I don't know, guys. I'm starting to get the feeling that every fucking Democrat is they're all designed to piss you off. So we have this new fucking fascist takeover where there is no opposition, and they already neutered them.
left in LA County. Well, let's say
no. We've already accepted that AIPAC money can defeat a candidate just because they said AIPAC money. Automatically, we're just like, no, never do we don't court billionaires because we can't do that. We're against fucking having any funding because again, we'll win with principles and just our gumption.
After tonight,
sorry, I don't mean to get preachy about this, but goddamn,
we're gonna have some reports overnight. Let's say that gets down to about 600,000 remaining vote by mail. If Steyer ends up beating Hilton in those votes by 10 points, that's 60,000 votes. If he can beat him by 20, it's 120,000. So it would need to get that much more Democratic. But in the context of this gap that Steyer faces here against Hilton, which is just under 300,000 votes right there, that's the kind of...
No, I'd say it's going to be Steyer versus Becerra, or it's going to be Hilton versus Becerra. And Hilton might win.
It's just that late arriving vote by mail is such an element in this thing. LA mayor's race. So we were getting some communication from our decision desk on what to expect here.
Yeah, this is what happens when you don't have close primaries.
Where do we stand on that? And what's the immediate thing we're waiting on? Is it the?
I think so. It's possible we get another batch of mail vote. We think the two most recent.
Are you basically, Don? Because honestly, does one answer to Trump and does one not?
Batches or mail.
That's kind of where you can go with this. Or if they both do, then I guess fuck it. Why even bother?
Vote. But yes.
Or if there's an independent candidate, go vote for him.
My guess is subsequent batches for the rest of tonight.
But we have an election day.
I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do, but seriously, this is the kind of shit where, doing electoral political coverage, this is the shit that kind of gets me a little upset, where it's just like, Yeah, because this is where the hopium kind of took over, where it's like I think that sometimes we really think that we're more popular than we are.
There will be multiple election days.
And that's the thing. If you were watching over there, so a little bit of confusion here. It's called the polling
We have
place
this idea
vote,
of,
right?
like, if we
you
only
can vote
sold
at a
them on
polling
this.
place on election day, or you vote at the polling place, in person before the election, right? Collectively,
I'm not trying to be a
That's
doomer.
probably like
There.
we suspect that's vote by mail.
I live in reality.
Though interesting, right? What was it? Do you have the breakout of the previous vote by mail update you got?
Yeah, I mean she in the first vote by mail, Bass hit 39%.
Yep.
In the second vote by mail, 40%.
No, but
And this
sorry to interrupt. You have Rahman's number.
Rahman's number 30. It was 34.5 to 30.7 to 33.
And Pratt's is down at about 20 in all of them.
Yeah, he was at 17, 20, and 20.
You think what I'm thinking?
It's late.
That's not what I'm thinking. The implications of that, right? We still have half the vote to come.
Yeah.
We're saying Pratt's got a pretty good cushion over Rahman here. And I think with this next polling place update, he may be able to expand that. But that polling place update's not going to be huge. So if we largely have half the vote to come, and it's going to be vote by mail, and you've already given me now, they've had 3 subsequent vote by mail updates. They're not huge, but they're not nothing. The pattern in them is Bass first, Rahman second, Pratt distant third.
Right.
If that were to be the pattern,
Edge.
with the remaining vote by mail, it's going to come in days following the election. If it's 39, 36, 33, 20, something like that, which is what you're telling me these 3 roughly have been, she could erase that.
Right.
That's what it would have to be. That
was a whole lot of nothing there, Steve.
That's the shift that Rahman would need with the vote by mail that is yet to come. But the other big variable there, we should say again, is when they get that polling place update. If that polling place update is super friendly to Pratt and
they pay these
bad for
people
Rahman,
way too much.
then that math that I just laid out may change a bit. But it's interesting.
That's $125,000 every fucking quarter there, people fucking pontificating.
To see that kind of a shift. Because remember, when we got the first big report in the LA mayor's race, that vote by mail, that initial vote by mail, Pratt had some separation from Rahman. Bass was well in first, but Pratt had some separation from Rahman. If we end up having,
Pratt going
hundreds
into the general,
of thousands of vote by mail, not
California's stupid.
hundreds of that, but tens of
California is very stupid.
thousands of vote by mail to come, over 100,000
But as I said, Gavin Newsom is also fucking stupid.
vote by mail to come, where Rahman.
How did they not see charging your fucking constituency as much as they do this backfiring? This is where I do have to say, as just your average American, taxing the fuck out of your average citizens, not exactly the best look, and then kind of going, maybe we should tax billionaires. Oh, they voted against it.
And is leading by that kind of margin over Pratt.
I'm sorry, man. And honestly, we're watching our country devolve into fascism, and this is why I get mad when the left fights itself. I will be completely real. It's because this is the practical reality we live in when we, if you don't focus on the micro fucking politics of everything, this is what we live in. This is why people that say no blue no matter who actually, I hate to say it, are a little more practical than your average fucking person because they're like, no, I'm trying to stave off fascism. They're not thinking about anything else except for what we actually live in and what we're actually dealing with. I want prices to be lower. I know, kind of shitty, right? But I would also like to tie that to not having a tax on abortion, not having a tax on trans people, but the thing is, now we've tied it to one single issue. If it's Gaza or if it's fucking Palestine, then you could throw all that away because of that. And I think it's by design. I genuinely do. I'm sorry. I know it's pessimistic as shit, but I really do feel that way.
Good cushion he has. But I'd be very interested in what that cushion looks like after I say Republican, he's 5,000 votes behind Kylie. And over
but
here,
realistically, guys, this is what happens.
This is what happens. A little bit stronger here. It's closer. So it nets out to.
You don't need prices to be lowered. You need things to be more affordable and good living standards. Yeah, but that also comes with lowering prices.
I got distracted by an Orange County vote report.
Good practical policies that also embolden, your average working class citizen.
Let's see.
Not even trying to buy into the liberal bullshit, but sometimes, some liberal bullshit does fucking actually result in good policy.
Yeah. That probably
every once in a while
is what Pan needs. Pan's closer to getting
like
shut
honestly
out than you would have.
What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to fucking blow smoke up your ass? Do you want me to blow smoke up your ass and be like, no, you know what? This is the opportunity.
That
is
the product of
no,
the
it's
Democrats.
not, because he's just going to rig the elections, and then we're never going to have a fucking another leftist politician. This is truly the end of what we consider as American democracy. Then we will be locked up in camps. Then we will have fucking we're already seeing it. They're already trying to restrict our movement. Like, we're seeing it.
Blowing up Kylie's district to create 2 Democratic districts. You've got Kylie running in first. You've got Pan, the Democrat, running in second, but only...
No, Sylvie, you're missing my point. In California, they think that they can. They think by putting fucking dipshit Hilton in that all of a sudden that 71% gas tax is going to disappear. Will he do it? Probably not. Will he fucking find a way to convince them that it's like, well, this is technically for the benefit of MAGA? Probably, because we're so stupid that we have enough fucking people in this country that will buy this shit.
1,200.
The facts are Democratic policies in California have failed the average citizenry. The average citizen is going out and they're voting against that.
30 votes ahead of the other Republican.
This is why I do harp on the DSA. This is why I harp on fucking leftists, because we do not get out there and message. We are not good at it.
Another Democrat, gobbling up 12%. Another Democrat.
We're not good at fucking anticipating any of the fucking bull. Like, look at what's happening with Plattner, dude. Like, the top story, fucking him sexing somebody, even though they're probably swingers. Okay, Abdullah Syed. He might not be a real fucking physician. That's all I keep seeing. And they flood the zone with this shit.
At 11%.
The thing is, I also see leftists fucking jumping on the fucking, on both sides, like, to literally go, like, well, see, this is why we shouldn't have had Plattner. See, this is why we shouldn't have had Abdullah Syed. You're starting to see a pattern in why I'm getting a little tired of this shit.
And Pan is lagging.
You're literally talking to somebody that had that, where I didn't want to vote for Kat, but you know what? I sucked it up and I fucking did it because she was the lesser of 2 fucking evils.
So he's leading in the Sacramento County portion. So what's going on in Placer County?
Glad I stayed on.
Right. He doesn't have as much distance from the other Democrats. It's more Republican. That's interesting.
Along those same lines, yeah, the one I've been thinking about is California 40 with Calvert and Young Kim.
Sully, what you did right there doesn't matter, because right now, the thing that broke through was the fact that he lied.
Just because there's initial
fact that he lied.
Report.
You don't get it. I think this is what, don't have too much hopium in these people. You always need to, this. If I have one piece of advice, it's always act like you're losing. And you need to go out and fucking get some more people, or you might need to compromise on something, because that is the practical fucking reality that we live in. But we don't want to compromise.
Sorry. I would expect that Young Kim would have gotten better results
completely
out of those initial returns. So I am very curious to see how much Kim Verrett can gain in the coming days.
Yeah, because
never underestimate the dumbassery of voters. Other voters will let you down. I mean,
it's not far ahead. Right. This
sure.
was supposed to be, right, the inland suburbs of Orange
That's if
County.
I thought this was actually like fair election bullshit, but I'm literally getting blackpilled to that point where I think Trump and like Elon Musk are literally rigging the elections.
Inland area here was supposed to be.
It's all a bit
Kim
too
was supposed to do
convenient that
very well
they keep
here.
having the people that they
Not-
need
not
to win.
a terrible
win.
surprise that Calvert's up good
All the
in
time.
Riverside.
It's
but
almost
yeah.
like that doesn't
no, I was
happen.
surprised when I saw that number for Kim too. Does Kim? So look. Does Kim make it to a runoff in California 40? We're not gonna. I don't think we're getting an answer tonight, but that's an open question.
No, but Sylvia, am I wrong? Am I wrong in what I'm saying?
And this is,
or is this like
this
an
is
uncomfortable
I didn't think
reality?
it'd be interesting at all. I wanted to see the.
You know me.
It was just a unique
I don't
situation.
need my
An
fucking ego
incumbent
to be
member
fed. I don't need
thrown
you to
into-
tell me like, yeah, Pep, you're right.
Was a new district here running as an independent. I just
I'm
put
just
this up here to see how this
frustrated
would,
because
what
it's
the
like
number would be. And
if more people recognize this, then maybe people would go at this a little bit differently instead of like with this. Like we always get tricked in going into it with the same fucking attitude.
almost prepared to say maybe Kylie doesn't even get through tonight. I don't know. Well, the top two advance, and the Democrat, the top performing Democrat in this district right now is only, as we say, 1,100 votes, 1,130 votes ahead of the second place Republican. And again, looking at the geographical pattern between these two counties, you're seeing Pan run in first here, but not by a ton. And you're seeing Pan run in third here, with not a lot of daylight to the other Democrats. Again, we always, you know what I'm going to say about the late arriving vote by mail. So again, if I'm sitting in a situation where I'm saying, hey, is there some world where Pan gets locked out? You got to counter that with you.
No, and apologies if I took that the wrong way.
Assume the late vote by mail will boost them. So, but that's it. That's an interesting one. Again, probably nothing tonight, but that's an interesting one to think about. 22nd district, we've gone through this. We just got another vote update. About half the vote is in. I see Valadeo ticked up a
Never
little
vote
bit
with feels.
there.
That's all people vote with. Do you know that most people go in there and they'll vote for somebody that has a recognizable name or someone who's relatable by name?
Just in terms of the breakdown of where it's coming from here, Fresno
Do you not
County,
understand how
you
your
got
average
King,
person
you got
votes?
Tulare, this is Villegas' neck of the woods.
You'd be really remiss to fucking find out that a lot of these
what's the
people are
breakdown
very
there?
stupid.
Yeah, Villegas ahead of
and
about 1,200
they're not
votes
informed,
right there. Again,
and
this
they
is going
don't
to take a
want
long
to be
time.
informed
It's gonna take
because
a
they've
long
been
time to
convinced
get
that
one.
politics is poison.
The 11th district.
But they
we've gone
also are
through.
convinced that it's their fucking constitutional right, and they don't want to fucking squander that.
48th
So they just
district.
go in there. I mean, what gets me is seeing a guy with his name Weiner, and he's still winning. Like, really? After Anthony Weiner? Like, have we not figured out that Wieners might not be the best people to put in fucking Congress?
Yeah, Von Wilpert. I'm just looking if there's anything. Oh, in the 13th district, right? Trump's endorsed Kevin Lincoln here, from Stockton, which is the new part of this district. Although Lincoln's only running a kind of distant second right there, but Lincoln nonetheless 12 points ahead here for second place again with the Trump endorsement in a district that was, again that's very even on paper, but that's
I'm venting. But the thing is, like, I've seen this fucking trend too much for me to not kind of just go
more friendly to gray than it was before he won one of the closest races in the country in 2024. So this is something Democrats are expecting him to keep. Those are the 45th district. Derek Tran.
I mean, if after all this redistricting bullshit results in literally California going red, do you understand? Just understand how bad that is. Apathy is death.
Oh man, I got to place myself here. Sure, I got it. This I wanted to see here, right? Yeah, they're telling me they're giving me the hook. This is the last one I wanted to look at, I promise. Yeah, just unclear who this was again, Tran had won a very close race against Michelle Steele in 2024. One of the highest concentrations of, I think every candidate is Asian American in this race. One of the highest concentrations in this district of, it's Little Saigon. Westminster, Garden Grove, California, strong Vietnamese American population there. Interesting dynamics in that race, but that's
This is not apathy. This is cynicism.
Tran's got
which you're allowed to have. You can't always be fucking hopeful, man.
Democratic candidate.
At some point, you do have to fucking recognize it for what it is and live within that practical reality. I've just kind of had to do that.
In there. So anyway, Look.
But you know what? You go into that new reality with a fucking, fresh face, and you fucking tackle the problems that new reality offers. The thing is, a lot of people are still playing the fucking game from 2023.
We'll wrap it up here. It was it's what we said it might be in California.
I'm not wrong about that, man.
Unresolved.
I mean, as much as the fucking right wants to still be fighting Biden, I think that there's a lot of people on the left that also want that. And they want to act like that's the fucking reality that we live in. Not saying you guys, just saying some of the fucking discourse that I see on fucking line, come on. All right. It's almost midnight. All right, so what I got to do is I'm probably going to have to call it. Yeah. This is a call it move. Because I'm also not trying to get preachy, and I am. I'm getting preachy. I'm getting I trust me, I can tell when people are getting a little mad. But I'm also I'm sorry, guys. I'm not. How am I supposed to feel great when people didn't want to recognize the actual reality that is, Steve Hilton? You had people on the left talking about how they didn't even want Steyer. So who? Bro, this is why I kind of just went, all right, I don't live in California, but this is a microcosm of what could come to the rest of America. Much love, Pep. It's all right. No, thank you. No, I appreciate that. Because I'm not trying to freak you guys out. You know how I am. Not perfect, but I'm also not trying to fearmonger. I'm not trying to get you guys fucking... I don't get paid anything extra for getting you guys into fearmonger mode, and I don't do this where it's just if I get people into fearmonger mode, then I'll get into the algorithm, blah blah blah. Fact is, the world is burning. That's what we're dealing with. Yes, and it's everywhere. And this is why I keep saying, this is why when I focus my energy on just being hey, stop being stupid, when it comes to fighting these left versus left battles or left versus liberal battles, realistically, it is energy fucking burnt that needs to be saved for what's coming. And the thing is, this is also what pisses me off, is doing the thing where I'm sitting here anticipating what's coming just from, recognizing historical trends, recognizing just, the factual reality that we live in, as far as prices going up, as far as everything getting worse. But like I said, man, that's why I just get so angry about this, where I'm just guys, can we stop? But that's where I get preachy. Fact. But also, I do recognize that I'm in a different position than a lot of people, where I, am a little bit more nihilistic, but sans Eric and Eric and Peter making a appearance here, for real. The nihilism, it's so easy that I could fall into it so quickly. You understand that? You understand how easily I could just have fallen into a fucking deep, dark depression, never came back, never fucking streamed again, never done any of that, But I come here every day, talk this politics shit, and I'm just realistically just trying to keep it, not only trying to keep it together, but I'm trying to come at this with a more practical voice of just, hey, this is we have to, I hate the fact that I have to beat this fucking dead horse, but we need normies. If we can't get normies, then just give up. Period. Okay? Independents and the fucking non-voters, we need to fucking market. I know people hate when I use that, but if we don't get those people, then we're never winning. Period. We cannot rely on the old Democratic Guard, because they ain't going to save us. And I'm sorry to break it to you. There ain't a lot of leftists out there. Leftists like us, there are not. We're not the majority. We're not the silent majority. Don't pull this MAGA bullshit. Silent majority. Like, no. God damn. Look at me preaching. But I'm sorry. And if you gaze into the abyss will gaze into you. But that's not, no. I mean, Televani, with all due respect, this is politics, man. Like, this isn't about, like, letting pessimism or letting the fucking darkness win or any of that bullshit. Like I said, it's about fucking doing things that are practically, like, the right move and make it... What happened to harm reduction? Harm reduction is one of those things that, like, that should be at the forefront because that's recognizing that things will get a little bit better and not get worse. But for some reason, we have been like all or nothing with this shit where it's like, it's either our way or just like, fuck it, I give up. Like, you do understand that, right? And apparently I'm the asshole for like pointing this shit out. Like, come on. Progressives like us are the political minority. True, we are. Chang saying that this is a progressive country by numbers. Fuck no. No, it's not. It's not because, okay, most people, you could argue, have progressive sides, but that's the thing. Like, we don't know how to speak to that because most of these idiots, they respond with their emotions to things like the economy. So when you have a very effective fucking, political party going out there and just going like economy bad, leftist, Democrat, most people fucking then go, yeah, Joe Biden didn't do a good job. I'm gonna vote for Donald Trump even though he didn't do a good job. But you know what? He had better economy for, but that's what I'm gonna vote for. Like, dude, that is your fucking electorate. Hey, what up, Kirk? Morning. How's it going, bro? Yeah, morning. I'm actually about to dip. But hey, Kirk, I'm not sure if you heard. Uni had her surgery yesterday. Didn't go great. Got some news that isn't the best as far as she had a perforation in her tumor. The tumor perforated, and now she's got a now she's got a bag for the foreseeable future. So sucks. People like Nick Shirley vote. Yeah. Democrats are the dumbest people on the planet. Nick, you ain't gonna fucking find well, no, I'd say MAGA's dumber, objectively, but Democrats ain't far behind. Especially, like, people that are, like, rah Democrats, like Chuck Schumer, fucking... Anybody that's ever been excited to vote for Chuck Schumer is just as dumb as your average MAGA. But, yeah. Fun! This is the nice part about not being as partisan as everybody. Oh yeah, I'm like I said, I'm also not trying to fucking preach, and I get it, man. I think I've repeated myself several times saying I'm not trying to preach while preaching. Oh, thanks, DJX. I appreciate that, bro. How many civilians have been destroyed? How many times have we rebuilt? Republicans are hell-bent on burning Rome like Nero. It's actually a misconception. Nero wasn't really what burnt Rome. It burnt under him, but what actually like killed Rome was just the continuation of the same kind of government under Nero. So yes, you could say that we are in our Nero phase, and then boom. The only difference is we have a lot more people than. Well, I was actually about to say, like, Germany. What else is the universe going to throw at her? What the fuck, bro? Jesus, you almost, like, fucking said what, he said verbatim. Yeah. Yep. But Kirk, the thing is, as long as you've been here, I think you understand that unis, you got this. So, God, this was not the note I wanted to go out on. Like, dude, I stuck around to fucking cover the results from California, which we didn't even get. And now, now I'm just kind of going on this like tangent about like, oh my God, sometimes we suck. It's like, fucking A. You'll try my mom? Well, you're going to have to fucking jerk off with some dust. Have fun with that one. It's the nice part about having a dead mom, I guess, is anytime that somebody makes a your mom joke, well, have fun with that. This guy's coming out fucking looking like he's just thought about it. Fucking it's Ash Wednesday. Nobody was talking to you. Well. Hey Nick. I'm talking to you, fuckface. So, yeah, you always go into people's chats talking like you want to, fuck their dead moms. I mean, it's probably the only pussy you could get, you necrophiliac asshole. That's weird. Why you do that? Like, why fucking people's, mom ash? Like, what's up with that, dude? Is that like your thing? Like, why? What kink brought that on, bro? Were you just like at a bonfire one night and you were just like, I don't know, you saw like a pair of titties and you were also just like staring at the ash and you're just like, yes. Nick never piped. No. Nick pipes himself. Is that all you got? Low IQ at its best? Why you gotta talk about yourself like that, bro? Dude, you gotta find some self-esteem. Like, nobody said you had a low IQ, but now that you're coming out and you're telling us about your low IQ, yeah, you're right, bro. I'm sorry. I don't know. Like, nobody, like, ever told you that you could get special treatment for anything under 70? Like, come on. I don't think your family loves you that much. That sucks. Whoopsie. Classic projection. I just totally went like, yeah. Well, something's gonna happen. It will happen, and we will do something about what happened, and something else will happen. Yeah. Yeah, no, just whether or not, like... See, this is the thing about, like, people disengaging with politics so much. Not you, Televani, by the way. But, like, people that genuinely are just like, I don't follow politics, but then they wonder where their 401k went. They wonder why they don't have a fucking pay raise. They wonder why their rent went up. Like, that's kind of where I just kind of went, no, you don't. You do not have any of that. You know how I know? Because you're not going to donate $500 to me right now. If you had fuck you money, you would literally donate $500 to me to say fuck you. But you don't have that because you are a liar. You are here at fucking midnight. Well, my time. But this is all you have to do. Yeah. This guy's sitting there with 7 figures in his bank account. No, he meant 7 fingers. I think his bank account's a shoebox. You say the exact same thing. Every other bot that comes in here says you're not special. You're. Oh, did the bot get mad? Did I figure out that he's a bot? No. Oh, no. Whatever. It's okay. You idiots have no idea. Got him! Oh, fucking Christ. That's the shit that I love right there. It's just the, you idiot. Oh, fuck. What did you think of the new Star Wars movie? I didn't see it. Pax Ray. I did not see it. I've had some more important stuff going on in my life, unfortunately. We wanted to see it, though. My wife is a Mandalorian and Grogu fan. She actually hates Star Wars, but that's like the one thing that she likes. So, yeah. I'll get back to you on that when we do see it. 7 figures is large scale. We talking 1M, 9 million. Nah, like I said, Nick doesn't make that much. Whenever somebody says that they make fuck you money and they don't show up and like actually like pay to say fuck you, that's how I know they're faking. Like that's, and it's not even a ploy. Like I understand, I've employed this before. This is real. Like I'm just being real with you. This is how you know that these assholes are completely fake. You can take this with, in your everyday life too. Trust me, there's a bunch of these real fucking idiots that are just like, oh my god, I'm so rich. Again, dude, you don't make anything. You don't make anything like that. You don't make any money. You're a poor boy. Nobody loves you. You're a poor boy with a bad attitude. No, I'm already at your level. I make more than you. I can tell you right now I make more than you. Because you don't make anything. Again, if you don't donate $500 right now to just say fuck you, I'm done. You a liar. He's a liar. Nick Piper sucks. He lies so bad. He sucks so bad. 44. Did you just actually give your real age, though? Where you're just like, yeah, I make this much. Fucking loser. Could you imagine how easy it is to shut me up right now, but he still won't do it? That's how dude, I love doing this because they don't understand it. It's just, no, you're making excuses. Fuck you. You don't make money. Like, I've dealt with assholes like you, and the thing is, I've also been paid to shut the fuck up. So, I have literally dealt with somebody that actually makes money. And also hated. So, like I said, fuck you money is being able to pay to say fuck you. You wouldn't even... Dude, you're not even fucking... The thing is, you're not even paying $5 to say fuck you. Like, this is how bad you are. You're just like, I'm not going to give a Democrat money. Oh, I'm not a Democrat. Nick Piper, sorry. I have to continue getting ready for work because I'm not a fucking loser like you. Have a good day. Oh, did I make somebody angry because I called him out for being a loser? Yeah. You get the baby talk because you were such a baby. And just in reality, like you are a fucking loser. So. Rawr. Yeah, I mean... Hey, this got me off my other tangent, which is nice, because, trust me, man, those are the tangents that get people pissed off at me. I love how you can be blackpilled up until a point, and then people are just like, stop. But the thing is, like, dude, I called this thing about California a while ago, where I was just like, yeah. Gavin Newsom didn't repeal that gas tax to help the fucking, next wave of Democrats coming in. Hey, thanks for the entertainment, Nick. Yeah. Nick was a plant to save the topic. Wait, Sylvie, was that you? Nick, wait, is Nick Piper your alt? You're just... We need to stop talking about this. Flowers, say goodnight, Pep. 2 for you and your wife. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know Uni would really appreciate that too. Got a lot of flowers right now. Yeah. No, thank you for that. Yeah, and tomorrow I'm gonna be. Oh shit! I just realized not on it too. Let's see. Oh, that's right. Okay, so I can do that. Yeah, I'll probably be on it too. But it is 12:13. Right. Now the question is, do I just all right, real question here, and I know this is probably not healthy. Do I just not eat and eat tomorrow morning? Because I don't like to eat and then try to sleep. Kind of makes it so it's really hard for me to sleep. So, Pep, take care of yourself. I'm fine. Come on now. No, I know. No. Ah. I was really hoping that you guys would just be like, no, you should not eat. You should, yeah. All right, let's see. Some calories at least. You love eating and going straight to sleep. Gives me fucked up dreams. Well, if I have dreams, it usually turns into nightmares. It's better to wait. Calories keep you up, man. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. No, honestly, like, realistically, like I had, my 2 meals today, so. I ain't begging for money. I'm telling you, you're a loser that can't tell me to shut the fuck up with $500. I ain't begging for shit. I'm calling you out for being a fucking cashless loser. As I said, man, I have met people with money. I've gotten a tip just for being annoying. So, repeating myself. I still don't get dreams. Smoking and edibles. Yeah. Radical advice, don't starve. It won't hurt you. No, Natch, realistically, like I said, I ate before I even started stream. So. Yeah. Don't worry. Don't worry. Nick he's mad. He's just big mad. What's my name? What's my name, Nick? Don't tout fuck you money unless you have fuck you money. Exactly. Just wanting to eat. Have a piece of cake and a glass of milk. Jesus, dude, I wish I could. Say my name. Say my name, bitch. Say my name, bitch. Can't even do that. Ain't that funny? I mean, dick snack for nickels. Oh, is that what Nick does? Hey, Twisted Liberty. I have to say, thank you, Twisted Liberty 01, for becoming the 600th follower over on Twitch. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Wow. Hit a big milestone. Zedekiah King. Hi. Oh, shit. I haven't seen you in a minute. You've been here before. How's stream? Let's go good. A lot of these bots work, by the way. They go off of real-time transcripts and captions. Ah, that's what it is. Yeah, no, I know. He's a bot. Ain't that a bitch? The thing is, sometimes I kind of wish, that they were real, but yeah. Nick is fucking done. Yep. Holy shit, Jason Bourne? Wait, what? Kirk. Shit, I actually meant to ask, what the fuck are you doing up this, all jokes aside, what the hell are you doing up? 600 strong with the Twitch. Hell yeah. Oh, it's dope, dude. Cool. I'm just shocked at the banning of Cenk from the UK. Like, what gives? Yeah, dude, that shit was wild, right? Like I said, thank you for the follow. Yeah, guess they're not all about free speech or whatever. Hey, free speech. The fact that, excuse me. It was the fact that, like, he was criticizing Israel. Like, that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. No, what's that? I don't know, I'm too tired for this. I've been up since fucking 6 in the morning. So. Alright, yeah. That means that I'm not pushing this past the fucking 7 hours, even though I've been here for another hour than I fucking planned on. This is what... When somebody said, literally, like, you have enough content in one stream to get, like, me on a flight to Europe, that fucked with me a little bit. Can't criticize Israel. Yeah, we can. What are you talking about? Oh, no. I know, right? Anyway. Alright, guys. So, yeah, I should probably wrap this up. Thank you for hanging out tonight. I do appreciate it. Also, thank you for all the contributions to the stream. Thank you for following, subscribing. If you have not already, hit the like button. Please do that. Let's see. Who? We got 69% gold stars. Totally intended to. Oh, nice. We actually got a somebody who intended to. Nice. Look at that. Wow, that's actually a decent vote. Man, these votes. Try and get some rest. Yeah, no, I gotta go to bed. So, that being said, like I said, guys, I really appreciate you hanging out. Thank you for all the kind words to Uni. Thank you for honestly just all the well wishes have gone a long way. Good night. I'm off to work. Get some sleep. Binge eat in the morning. Live up to that beer gut you have. I will. My beer gut. Hey. My cut. In my keg. Did you know that there's a number you can call to figure out who your representative is, and it's patches you through them? Yes, I did. That's how I got a hold of Jan Skakowski the first time. But anyway, I appreciate that news right there, Sylvie. Good. That's a great bit of information. Everybody should take that and use that. So Google the number. Oh, shit. Yeah, Google the number that takes you to your representative and call your representative, bitch at them. I don't know, do your thing. So, all right, guys. I appreciate you all hanging out tonight. I will catch you tomorrow, hopefully at 2 p.m. Keep your notifications on. If I am not back, that just means that I was stuck in traffic trying to get home from this hospital. But like I said, I really appreciate you all. Thank you again for all the kind wishes and contributions to my wife tonight. Means the world to me. Thank you. Good night.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the PepTalk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass destruction.
My fellow Americans,
It has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.